not resigning as a chief minister because she says she hasn't lost. This message, I think, is more of politics and more for her cadre, to keep her cadre rejuvenated, to keep her cadre enthused, to tell the cadre that look, we have not lost of any anti-incumbency but only because of SIR. But if you look at the facts, Anand, about 32 lakh difference in the vote share, in the vote numbers of the TMC and the BJP in this election. There were 27 lakh revisions filed, and so anyways the margin is more than the SIR revision numbers which were filed. And even out of those 27 lakh, how can anybody say that all those 27 lakh are TMC voters? So very clearly there has been massive anti-incumbency against Mamata. That is the reason for her loss, but she doesn't want to admit it. Look in Bhawanipur, 25,000 Gujarati voters, 15,000 more Punjabi voters, Mahua Moitra, Seoni Ghosh abused these communities. That is the reason you've lost the election, not because of the SIR. And I think Mamata is just trying to tell her cadre that it is not the case.
If the difference was 1,500 or 150 or 500 like in Nandigram or 1,500, one could have asked this question, but it's more than 15,000 that the difference of the voters is. That means they wanted her gone. They did not give her her support. She lost that ground. What is it that happened? She has to introspect along with the rest of the Trinamool on that, rather than being in a state of denial, election denial at this point. Thank you for your inputs. We're going to take a very short break. The coverage continues. Stay with us.
First up, we start with breaking news reaction coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the Fujairah oil facility strike. He says strongly condemned the attacks on UAE that resulted in injuries to 3 Indian nationals. Targeting civilian infrastructure is unacceptable, says the Prime Minister, and also then goes on to talk about how India stands in firm solidarity with UAE. He also reiterated India's support for the peaceful resolution of all issues through dialogue and diplomacy. Ensuring safe and unimpeded navigation through the Strait of Hormuz is vital for enduring regional peace, stability and global energy security, says the Prime Minister. He says India stands in firm solidarity with UAE and says it reiterates its support for peaceful resolution. So essentially condemning strikes on civilian infrastructure, that's the word coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Strongly condemned the attack on the Fujairah oil facility, which, remember, has resulted in injuries to 3 Indian nationals. Siddhant, let's talk about this comment that's coming from Prime Minister Narendra Modi minutes into the first reaction from the Ministry of External Affairs as well, and also give us a sense of the 3 Indian nationals who have sustained injuries. What is their condition at the moment?
Of course, Kritsween, developments in West Asia are concerning, given there were multiple missile and drone attacks on UAE. In fact, yesterday evening, Dubai and Abu Dhabi were on high alert. Fire incident at Fujairah oil facility, and 3 Indians sustained injuries. They were taken to hospital. They are being treated. And now, in fact, since the announcement of ceasefire and the extension of the ceasefire, this is the first major ceasefire violation being reported. Now, perhaps it's also very important to put things in context. How did it actually start? So the situation of blockade versus blockade continues in the Strait of Hormuz, but day before yesterday, United States came up with a plan of helping the third country vessel to be transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. And in fact, President Trump named it as a freedom project to be helping the third country vessel to be passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Perhaps this becomes a fresh point of contention between Iran and the United States. In fact, Iran is now denying attack on UAE, but it is also blaming United States for the fresh escalation in the region. Now, this statement has come from Prime Minister Modi, Kritsween, where he strongly condemns the attack on the UAE that resulted in injuries to the 3 Indian nationals. In fact, Prime Minister also writes on X, targeting civilians and infrastructure is unacceptable.
কিসের জন্য? আমরা তো হারিয়ে নিয়ে যাব, হারলে আমি যদি শপথ নিতে যেতাম তাহলে আমি রেজিগনেশনটা করতাম। এখন তো কোয়েশ্চেন ডাজন্ট অ্যারাইজ। জোর করে দখল করে যদি কেউ মনে করে যে আমি কি রেজিগনেশন দিতে হবে, নো, নট দ্যাট। Now also I want to say that we didn't lose the election. It is their forceful attempt to defeat us.
First up, we start with breaking news reaction coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the Fujairah oil facility strike. He says strongly condemned the attacks on UAE that resulted in injuries to 3 Indian nationals. Targeting civilian infrastructure is unacceptable, says the Prime Minister. And also then goes on to talk about how India stands in firm solidarity with UAE. He also reiterated India's support for the peaceful resolution of all issues through dialogue and diplomacy. Ensuring safe and unimpeded navigation through the Strait of Hormuz is vital for enduring regional peace, stability and global energy security, says the Prime Minister. He says India stands in firm solidarity with UAE and says it reiterates its support for peaceful resolution. So essentially condemning strikes on civilian infrastructure, that's the word coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Strongly condemned the attack on the Fujairah oil facility, which remember has resulted in injuries to 3 Indian nationals. Siddhant, let's talk about this comment that's come in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi minutes into the first reaction from the Ministry of External Affairs as well, and also give us a sense of the 3 Indian nationals who have sustained injuries. What is their condition at the moment?
Katsween, developments in West Asia are concerning, given there were multiple missile and drone attacks on UAE. In fact, yesterday evening, Dubai and Abu Dhabi were on high alert. Fire incident at Fujairah oil facility, and 3 Indians sustained injuries. They were taken to hospital. They are being treated. Now, in fact, since the announcement of ceasefire and the extension of the ceasefire, this is the first major ceasefire violation being reported. Now, perhaps it's also very important to put things in context. How did it actually start? So the situation of blockade versus blockade continues in the Strait of Hormuz, but day before yesterday, United States came up with a plan of helping the third country vessel to be transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. And in fact, President Trump named it as a freedom project to be helping the third country vessel to be passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Perhaps this becomes a fresh point of contention between Iran and the United States.
Good evening, you're watching Nation at 5 on CNN News 18 and I'm Poonam Burde. Over the next half an hour, we'll decode how is it that BJP accomplished its Mission Bengal, especially Mission Bhawanipur. What was the crack team of the BJP that planned, implemented, delivered this emphatic victory for them after 15 long years? We'll get you those details over the next half an hour, but first up, the headlines. Mamata Banerjee says she will not resign as Chief Minister of West Bengal, asserts that she does not accept the election outcome, calls it an illegitimate defeat, says will continue her political fight. BJP readies for oath-taking ceremony of the Bengal Chief Minister on 9th of May, prepares show of strength at Kolkata's landmark Brigade Ground. Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav, Arvind Kejriwal all back Mamata's claim of large-scale voter theft. Rahul Gandhi claims this is the first step forward by the BJP to destroy India's democracy. After paying tribute to Periyar and Ambedkar, TVK chief Vijay convenes a high-level huddle with all of his 108 winning candidates to finalize alliance strategies and bridge the gap for a majority. Will he cobble up the majority with the 10 short MLAs that he has, or will he put forth a minority government? Vijay explores critical tie-ups with smaller parties. Congress and AIADMK mull outside support. UDF's comeback in Kerala triggers intense race for the Chief Minister's post. VD Satishan, Ramesh Chanitala and KC Venugopal in contention in the high-stakes power play that unfolds as the final decision lies with the Congress High Command. Aam Aadmi Party and Rebel MPs meet President Draupadi Murmu. Both camps seek intervention as power struggle intensifies. And India strongly condemns the attack on UAE's Fujairah oil hub that injured 3 Indian nationals. Prime Minister Modi expresses solidarity with the UAE, reiterates safe and unimpeded navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. For a party that had to confront the aftershocks of the 2021 defeat, the Bharatiya Janata Party's renewed push in West Bengal did not emerge from a noise or spectacle. It was engineered. There was method to the entire madness, quietly but steadily, with a level of coordination that has often eluded them in the past. This triumph is the effort of 6 leaders. Union Home Minister Amit Shah and his team of 5. All of whom worked meticulously to galvanize workers to ensure the groundswell of support that we saw for the BJP, the momentum that we saw for the BJP during campaign ended up till the very last vote was cast. That countered the TMC's narrative. Mission Bengal, specifically Mission Bhawanipur of the BJP, is something that we will decode here. And at the heart of this transformation is a tight 3-member leadership core, all of which we'll get you together. These are insiders who crafted what one would call BJP's most disciplined Bengal operation so far. At the heart of this transformation is that 3-member team. And we'll get you details of who these 3 members are, because together they put together something that even the BJP perhaps had not imagined of what an emphatic victory in West Bengal this could be. So let's take a look at what this crack team of the BJP really was. Union Home Minister Amit Shah was the man at the helm of affairs, touted as the Chanakya for several of the BJP's election strategies in multiple states. Amit Shah is the one who engineered this entire victory for the BJP in West Bengal. But it isn't a one-man job, and that's exactly what this story tells us. There are 5 individuals closely working with Union Home Minister Amit Shah who ensured that BJP won this landslide mandate. These are the 5 individuals that you see on your screens. Many would call them the BJP's crack team in West Bengal. Bhupendra Yadav, the state election in charge for West Bengal, Union Minister, somebody who's worked behind the scenes for several such elections in the past as well. Very few interviews, very few media interactions, but the man who works like a cog in the wheel of the BJP to ensure there is not one squeaky wheel, and that's the man Bhupendra Yadav. Biplab Kumar Dev, another man in charge of this particular election. He was the co-in charge for West Bengal, somebody who's worked in the region, has connections in the entire region, and has ensured that he galvanized every single cadre at the grassroots level. Sunil Bansal, the state organizational in charge, was another man, a name that is not very often spoken of, not something that you often hear of in headlines or articles or TV news debates when you talk about the BJP in West Bengal. But men like that, individuals like that who've ensured that it is the groundwork that they put in, that the cadre of the BJP puts in, that ensures that their election machinery works at the finest. Mangal Pandey, somebody who has worked in Bihar in the past, state in charge for the BJP in West Bengal, again used his connections on ground, used his expertise from Bihar to ensure that he worked very, very closely with the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and to ensure that this victory was imminent for the BJP. Amit Malviya, the state co-in charge, also the IT cell chief of the BJP, was another individual who has been working not just for the last 5 years, but many would say for a decade. From 2026 to 2016 to 2026 is the time period that has been put in to ensure that West Bengal finally turned saffron. Our colleagues are getting us more details of how exactly this worked out, what kind of strategy was employed by Amit Shah and these fabulous 5 as they're called now. Aman Sharma now joins us. Payal Mehta will be joining us shortly. Abhishek Banerjee is with us as well. Aman joins me here in the studio. And Aman, if you could just decode for our viewers, how is it that this entire team that was put together by the Union Home Minister, how did they work? How did they manage this victory? And how were they picked to begin with?
Well, see, Poonam, the BJP has a very strong organizational machinery, I would say, which works on the ground. And BJP always in every election also goes with a backroom team. Now, this is a crack backroom team. You know, starting, of course, Amit Shah is the face. Amit Shah made it a point by being in Shuvendu Adhikari's nomination rally as well. He threw his weight behind him. And but Amit Shah's team, when you see Bhupendra Yadav, you know, he's a union minister, but he's also a very successful BJP strategist. In 2023, he had delivered the Madhya Pradesh election to the BJP. In 2024, he delivered the Maharashtra election to the BJP, and now it's West Bengal. And all these men, if you see 5 of them, they will never give any media interviews. You will not see them coming and giving media bites because they are the backroom players. Biplab Dev, for example, former Tripura chief minister, now BJP's Bengal state in charge, you know, working very closely on the ground, traveling widely in the state. And Poonam, all these 5 people are not Bengalis. So, you know, they are from outside Bengal. So, they also have, I see, no preconceived notions about the state. They go with an open and transparent mind. You know, I know of some of these leaders, I will not name, doing long meetings with journalists, you know, Bengali journalists, and letting them speak. You know, they are great listeners. So, they will listen what Bengali journalists are telling them, national media journalists are telling them about their impressions of Bengal, and they learn from it. Sunil Bansal, another master strategist, you know, he has worked beautifully for the BJP in UP in the past elections. The BJP brought him to the center as the BJP state, you know, organizational, very important post of the secretary organization, and he has been in charge of the nuts and bolts of the organization. And Sunil Bansal has also played a very, you'll see Sunil Bansal always carrying a notebook in his hand making notes. And you know, these are the notes which in a way the BJP has used and brought from the ground to put it in their strategy. Similarly, Mangal Pandey comes from Bihar, was a former Bihar minister, doesn't have any great experience in Bengal, but again coming with that no preconceived notion and delivering for the state. And last but not the least, Mr. Amit Malviya. You know, I think he has been constantly at it. He was also the co-in charge in the last elections when the BJP did not win. And I think Mr. Malviya has learned a bit from it. Many see Mr. Malviya only as the IT man putting out the social media tweets. But I must tell you, Mr. Malviya has played a much, much larger role in West Bengal than just managing narrative on social media. He's actually drawn up in a way the plans, the legal strategy on how to fight Mamata Banerjee, because I remember Mr. Malviya once telling me that fighting against Mamata Banerjee is not just about narrative, it's also about fighting her legally, because TMC filed so many legal cases against you. So I think all these 5 men together, staying in the back room, helping the party, that is the recipe, I think, for the BJP's big success in West Bengal. Of course, coupled with Prime Minister Modi's big appeal and Amit Shah's master strategy.
And Amit Shah, who's touted to be the Chanakya of all of these elections, like you were pointing out as well. Pallavi joins us too, and she's had her ear to the ground this entire election. And speaking specifically of Bhawanipur, that is somewhere where we saw Amit Shah's support specifically to that candidate and confidence in Suvendu Adhikari. Like in 2021, he defeated Mamata Banerjee in Nandigram. This time it will be in Bhawanipur. That was his confidence, and that was delivered, Pallavi, isn't it?
Oh yes, absolutely. In fact, I'm just going to give you a quick glimpse of a little march which I once saw. You can see it just right behind me. I'm really at Bhawanipur, but this is the Alipur road. So she walked down from her residence, which is not too far away, less than a kilometer, and she walked up to this red big building you can see a little bit behind me. That is where she filed her nomination papers. Now, why am I talking about the walk? Because I've seen a stark contrast in the first walk she took when she went to file a nomination to the last one she took in the last few days before the polling began in Bhawanipur. I hate to use this word, but this is a cliche I think we all journalists use about body language, because I did notice that while she was going for nomination, there was a lot of organic supporters, crowd who were coming in, and they were walking along with her when she was going in to file her nomination papers, apart from the cadre. But by the time she was doing her padyatra towards the end, there was not so much of an organic crowd. There were few of her party workers and leaders, they were with her. So what has changed? Obviously, the kind of strategy which is being worked out had changed in that little gap which was there between her filing a nomination from Bhawanipur to the polling which was taking place in Bhawanipur. And that is the backroom work we saw. While we talk about those who are master strategists, let's not forget that on the ground workers also matter. So Shamik Bhattacharya, then there was of course Shuvendu Adhikari, and Shuvendu Adhikari particularly, he knows every little bit, every veins and arteries of Mamata Banerjee's style of working. You know, they say that in Nandigram, more than Mamata Banerjee, it was Suvendu Adhikari who's known because he knew the lanes, the by-lanes. So he knows how her mind works, what's the next step she's going to take, what is she going to do. He put all of that to use in Nandigram, and he put that to use this time round in Bhawanipur as well, which is why he was super confident. I did catch up with him on the polling day at Nandigram, and I did ask him this question, and he says, you Didi, you see that Nandigram will be repeated in Bhawanipur, because he understood that the moment he took on the challenge, which was given to him by Mr. Amit Shah, that he would have to defeat her. And we've all spoken about the backroom negotiation which have taken place, but you know, these people who are on the ground, the grassroots workers, the leaders, the ones who were deployed on the ground, they also made a significant dent in the once popularity of Mamata Banerjee. Very quickly, before I come back to you, there was this feeling of her use and throw. She lost from Nandigram, she came to Bhawanipur in 2021, and the sitting MLA was made to resign, and she contested from here. So there was this sense of use and throw, something which even Rahul Gandhi went through. Why did she abandon Nandigram the second time round, and what if she gives up on Bhawanipur, or can Bhawanipur people completely trust Mamata Banerjee? All of this added on to the psyche of the people over here.
And yet today you see Rahul Gandhi actually back the allegation that Mamata Banerjee has made about this election being stolen. Well, that's the story for another day. But speaking of the BJP's victory, Kamalika and Anindya are also joining us. And Anindya, I want you to delve a little deeper into the one name that we don't often hear in TV debates or make headlines. The organizational man, the man who is like the system, so to say, as far as this crack team went, and that is Sunil Bansal. That's not a name that you often hear, or a man you often see on camera talk about what the BJP strategy is, but he's quietly working behind the scenes.
Well, absolutely. Sunil Bansal is one man who brought the, but TMC has had brought the sense of corporatization, if I may use that phrase, but BJP is not, BJP Bengal has not been quite used to that. At least he brought that sense of discipline when he was first brought in. After 2021 rout, I won't use that word rout, but there was a sense of disarray. He brought a sense of discipline right from the grassroots levels, right from the booth level committees. He brought a sense of discipline. He said that we got to go from the booth committees. He fixed from the nitty-gritties, and not only him. I mean, Sunil Bansal brought a huge sense of understanding, fixing Uttar Pradesh. He brought a sense of understanding, doing what he does best as far as organization, Sangathan, as it's known in Bhajpa, because he walked along with Yogi Adityanath in Uttar Pradesh. So he brought that expertise, he brought that huge body of work to Bengal, having walked in Uttar Pradesh, and brought that in Bengal and Odisha. So clearly that has worked very well. And when last year September, as Chunav Prabhari, Bhupendra Yadav went in, that only added to that team, that crack team. And only with Bhupendra Yadav, with Biplav Deb, only that team bulked it up.
Anindya, do stay on with us, because when we're talking about West Bengal, the one story that we have to talk about is Bhawanipur. I mean, Suvendu Adhikari is the man who is pipped as the next Chief Minister of West Bengal. Well, we don't know if he's going to be. The BJP is in a habit of springing a surprise or two. But speaking of that playbook as far as Bhawanipur is concerned, and that's something that we've seen in Nandigram back in 2021. So here's how that entire playbook actually played out. Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, the man at the helm of this entire crack team, led intensive micro-level campaigns. There were multiple strategy meetings that were held by Shah for this particular seat. His sort of endorsement of Suvendu Adhikari right from his nomination day through the campaign trail showed the kind of confidence that Amit Shah and the entire BJP team had in Suvendu Adhikari. The seat also targeted the Marwadi community, and Shah exactly tapped into that. There were about 22,000 votes is what we're given to understand. The Gujarati community is also pretty strong there. So an outreach was conducted. There were over 21,000 key voters that were identified and reached out to. What the BJP also then did is that community dinners were held. So they consolidated support for the BJP for Suvendu Adhikari in a seat that was seen as Mamata Banerjee's backyard. There were special teams that were deployed across all of the focus booths. There were dedicated units that reported directly to Amit Shah. So there was no middleman, as so to say. Amit Shah was giving the directions and he was getting the reports back as to what exactly was happening. There was internal dissent that was tracked down to grassroots level, all of which was worked upon and all of which was quelled. There were real-time alerts on TMC cadre activity. Focus was on booths, on designated in charges, all of those 5 members that we just pointed out too. Our colleagues continue to be with us, and Kamalika, like I just pointed out, the kind of man-to-man marking, as they say, is something that was done as far as the BJP strategy in Bhawanipur went. If you could tell our viewers something about that. I believe we do not have Kamalika with us. Aman, if you could take that.
Well, see, Poonam, Bhawanipur is one constituency, obviously, which was very challenging for the BJP. You know, I remember speaking to Shaukat Rai of the TMC, and he told me that, you know, Nandigram, Mamata lost because Mamata did the mistake of going to Nandigram, which was Shuvendu's home ground, and she lost. But Shuvendu has committed that same mistake by coming to Bhawanipur and fight against Mamata, and she will surely lose. See, the BJP had a clear game plan about Bhawanipur. It was very clear when Amit Shah himself went for the nomination rally of Shuvendu Adhikari. I remember being at that nomination rally that day. It was a 2-hour rally. He first made a speech in which he said that Shuvendu Adhikari only wanted to fight from Nandigram, but I convinced him that you fight from Bhawanipur, because if we defeat Mamata Banerjee in Bhawanipur, we have defeated TMC in West Bengal. That will be a big psychological blow to the party of TMC. So I think Amit Shah showing that lead rejuvenated the BJP cadre also. They got a sniff of a chance that, you know, the top leader is here. We have to put in the extra effort, put the entire yards in Bhawanipur. Then I think 2 events happened, Poonam. One is Mahua Moitra, abusing the Gujarati community. There are 25,000 odd Gujaratis in Bhawanipur. And then the second one came when Shayoni Ghosh abused the Punjabi community. There are about 15,000 Punjabis who live in Bhawanipur. 40,000 in total. What is Mamata Banerjee's losing margin? 15,000. So clearly, and BJP was very able to take it to the people. I remember BJP leaders telling me that their cadres were going to the houses of the Punjabis, of the Gujaratis, telling them, look, how your TMC is abusing you. You are, just because you're not Bengalis, you've lived there for long, but originally you're not Bengalis, and that is why you're being abused by the TMC. So I think all these little factors have worked. Obviously, the anti-incumbency, I feel, which was against the TMC in the entire state, I think South Kolkata was not immune from that, and we have seen that in Bhawanipur as well as Rashtriyari.
And Pallavi, is that something that you witnessed on ground outside of these pockets as well? I mean, the kind of mandate that we've seen for the BJP, it obviously was building up in the last few weeks, in the last few months. Was the TMC just blind to that kind of groundswell that was building up for the BJP, or did they just think that this is only optics, this is just narrative, it won't actually translate into votes?
And I'm a little surprised because Mamata Banerjee is known to be a politician who understands and senses the pulse of the people. Someone who's come in and worked on the ground should be the first one who can be astute as to what is it that people, or what is troubling the people. She clearly missed this one round, and there are lots of issues. We have all been talking about the silent voters, and the silence of the voters need not necessarily be read as support for the TMC as the TMC thought it was. It actually was a support, as we see now, was for the BJP. It was just that despite the Prime Minister and Home Minister and all of them assuring that all will be well, the central forces, there was this little bee of doubt in their mind in what happens in case the TMC comes back to power. So let us be quiet about it. And irony of it is, when Mamata Banerjee first came to power, she kept on talking and she uses massive slogan called Chup Chap Phule Chap, which means quietly on the flower put your stamp. That is how she countered the left. This is exactly what the BJP seems to have done to her, that quietly go and vote for the Kamal, the BJP at this point of time. That's one. Second, everyone is underestimating the silence and the anger of the women voters. That's where the split has come in. Bhawanipur, where I'm standing at this point of time, Raj Bihari, all of them substantial women population, and many of them are educated. Most of them are many of them are young. So they are the ones who are very rattled by the RG car, because they did not just see this as a rape case, Poonam. They also saw it as a case of delayed justice, where the state administration seems to be shielding someone who wasn't accused. And there are multiple stories which people talk about, how trade is taking place, organ trade, how it's unsafe for women to go out and work. In Bhawanipur, Raj Bihari, you find a lot of women who are going out late into the work. It was always safe over here, because they used to say, where Mamata Banerjee is saying, how can that state be unsafe? But clearly that was not the feeling this time round. All of this started building up, and you know, her stress on Bengali Asmita in a state which doesn't really talk about that so much, I think it boomeranged on the non-original non-Bengali, which we were talking about, the Gujaratis, the Sikhs, the Punjabis, Marwadis, all of them. They said, why is she talking about this? Why is she making a distinction? We speak Bangla, we have a vote over here. So all of this, I think, just built up to this anger and a discontent with the Trinamool Congress.
Well, all of it added up in this landslide victory for the BJP, and it's an effort, a mammoth one at that was put in by the BJP and Amit Shah's crack team, as we decoded for you here. For the moment, Pallavi, Anindyo and Aman, thank you so much for getting us those inputs and that perspective. We do shift our focus now to the state of Kerala. Well, speaking of Kerala, it's a verdict that many had seen coming. The UDF has come back to power, and how? With over 100 seats this time, the left really has shrunk like never before. And now with that Congress win, the big question is who will become the next Congress Chief Minister? There are at least 3 very good candidates that the Congress has. It's all about which direction the Congress High Command will take. And to ask more about the Kerala victory, what it means for the Congress party, plus that all-important question of who will be the next Chief Minister, I want to go across to the former leader of opposition, V.D. Satheesan, now joining us. Sir, thanks a lot for your time. I was in Kerala, I was tracking the campaign, including of yours. You were very confident even before the elections. But the verdict is like over 100 seats now. Clearly, anti-incumbency was a big factor. But did you expect this kind of a mandate, and what do you think worked for you?
Not nearly 100, it is more than 100, 102.
Yes.
As you said, anti-incumbency was a major factor. That is a negative factor against the government. At the same time, there was a positive factor also. You know that we have been criticizing the government, we have been exposing the government for a long time. But at the same time, wherever the government failed, we had alternatives. I am proud to say that we are the first opposition in India, started our work before 2 years to study various subjects. We had interactions with the experts. We conducted health conclave, education conclave, infrastructure development, industrial conclave. Then we prepared some documents. We had clarity. And I have conducted a yatra from Kasaragod to Trivandrum, northern Kerala to Trivandrum. Usually in the yatra, all the leaders are speaking politics only. But we spoke 75% of our time about future Kerala. We have definite plans about the future of the Kerala. I think that there was a huge turnout of the youngsters. These are the second 2 things. Then the third thing is, we have taken an adamant secular stand. Some religious leaders started hate campaigns, communal campaigns. We said no. You stop propagating these type of communal things. And we have taken a very tough stand. That was a challenge also. But I think that Kerala accepted that stand. And I have declared that this election result will be a declaration of Kerala to the entire country that our Kerala is secular. Now the Kerala declared that to the entire country that we are secular.
So you're saying this is a mandate for secularism, but I want to ask you also, do you think this mandate was also particularly against Vijayan, who had been Chief Minister for 10 years, or overall against the left policies?
I will tell you, CPM is facing a disintegration party. Our narrative was CPM is not left, they are right extreme. We claim that we are the Nehruvian left. So there was an erosion from the CPM's traditional votes. And in Kerala, a peculiar situation is here. There are left fellow travelers, those who have been traveling with the CPM for a long time. They are not the members of the party.
Right.
But they supported their left stand. Now they supported us.
Okay.
They believe that we are the real left. We are the real left. You know that Kerala's center itself is left. We are Nehruvian left, our progressive stand, our anti-communal positioning, everything they liked. So, traditionally they were with the CPM. Now they shifted from the CPM side.
Okay.
And now our UDF is now known as Team UDF. We are all together. I am proud to say that our UDF, Team UDF is a model to the coalition politics, to the entire nation.
Okay.
How a coalition works.
Okay, well, certainly the state was important for Congress to win. But the big question now is, sir, who will be the next chief minister? It seems like a war has broken out within the Congress party with your name, being one of them. Will you be the next chief minister? You literally ran the campaign for the Congress on ground.
You know better than me that our party is a national party. There is a procedure adopted by the AICC to select the chief minister candidate. I hope that today itself the AICC will start that procedure. When that procedure is completed, there will be a chief minister candidate.
I also want to ask you, BJP won for the very first time 3 seats in the Kerala Assembly this time around. What do you make of that result, and do you expect that they could actually become an important party in the state of Kerala now, especially with the disintegration of the left that you talked about?
No, the problem is we have made an allegation that there was a deal between CPM and BJP in Kerala.
Yes, yes.
All these 3 seats gained by the BJP are the sitting seats of CPM. CPM 2 former ministers' seats. We think that CPM gave these 3 seats on a silver platter to the BJP. It was a result of that deal. And they have increased their voting percentage from 12 to 14. That 2% they got from the CPM side, not from our side. You know that. We received a biggest victory, biggest percentage. And Congress in Kerala received the largest number in the history of Kerala politics from 1957 to 2026. This is the largest number of Indian National Congress. Members, MLAs, 63 plus 2 independents, 65.
No, I understand that. I understand that, but that's exactly why I'm asking you. Do you think the BJP could now take the place that the left had, because the CPMC could be disintegrating as it has happened in other parts of the country?
I don't want to, the CPM, I don't like to disintegrate the CPM. CPM should be here. If they are not correcting themselves, what happened in Bengal and Tripura will be repeated in Kerala.
Right, exactly. All right, well, those are the fears that could happen in Kerala as well. That was the last bastion of the left, but there is now no left government left in the country. V.D. Satish, I do thank you for joining us. First up, we start with breaking news reaction coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the Fujairah oil facility strike. He says strongly condemned the attacks on UAE that resulted in injuries to 3 Indian nationals. Targeting civilian infrastructure is unacceptable, says the Prime Minister, and also then goes on to talk about how India stands in firm solidarity with UAE. He also reiterated India's support for the peaceful resolution of all issues through dialogue and diplomacy. Ensuring safe and unimpeded navigation through the Strait of Hormuz is vital for enduring regional peace, stability and global energy security, says the Prime Minister. He says India stands in firm solidarity with UAE and says it reiterates its support for peaceful resolution. So essentially condemning strikes on civilian infrastructure, that's the word coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi strongly condemned the attack on the Fujairah oil facility, which, remember, has resulted in injuries to 3 Indian nationals. Siddhant, let's talk about this comment that's coming from Prime Minister Narendra Modi minutes into the first reaction from the Ministry of External Affairs as well, and also give us a sense of the 3 Indian nationals who have sustained injuries. What is their condition at the moment?
Kritsween, developments in West Asia are concerning, given there were multiple missile and drone attacks on UAE. In fact, yesterday evening, Dubai and Abu Dhabi were on high alert. Fire incident at Fujairah oil facility, and 3 Indians sustained injuries. They were taken to hospital. They are being treated. Now, in fact, since the announcement of ceasefire and the extension of the ceasefire, this is the first major ceasefire violation being reported. Now, perhaps it's also very important to put things in context. How did it actually start? So, the situation of blockade versus blockade continues in the Strait of Hormuz, but day before yesterday, United States came up with a plan of helping the third country vessel to be transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. And in fact, President Trump named it as a freedom project to be helping the third country vessel to be passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Perhaps this becomes a fresh point of contention between Iran and the United States. In fact, Iran is now denying attack on UAE, but it is also blaming United States for the fresh escalation in the region. Now, this statement has come from Prime Minister Modi, Kritsween, where he strongly condemns the attack on the UAE that resulted in injuries to the 3 Indian nationals. In fact, Prime Minister also writes on X, targeting civilians and infrastructure is unacceptable. India stands in solidarity with UAE. In fact, Prime Minister once again reiterated India's position, safe and unimpeded navigation through the Strait of
Narendra Modi. Siddhant, we need to shift our focus back to the latest visuals coming in from Tamil Nadu. But yes, the Prime Minister making it amply clear on India standing in solidarity with the UAE. For now, shifting our focus back to the state of Tamil Nadu, where the Dravidian duopoly has been shattered, and how it's been a stunning electoral debut, and that's sent shockwaves clearly through the state, with Vijay's TVK emerging as the single largest party, rather securing 108 seats in the 234-member assembly. Now, quickly giving you a lowdown of the several developments that have trickled in so far. Viewers, there's a meeting that will begin any minute now at the TVK headquarters. In attendance, not only will be the TVK party chief Vijay, but all of his 108 winning candidates. So they're going to be brainstorming what next in terms of striking that golden figure of 118. And as our colleagues Purnima and Rohini have been highlighting, they will want to fare way past 118 in 220, possibly 125 as well. Now, how do they stitch that number is the big question, and that's exactly what the TVK is strategizing around. And contrary to the TVK strategy, also a lot of huddle in the DMK headquarters has seen some of the DMK leaders arrive already, and a few left representatives have also been spotted at the DMK headquarters. Now, there are a few possible scenarios that could favor TVK in stitching that number together and ensuring that they take their 108 to 120 possibly. So, state facing its first ever hung assembly in decades, and Vijay is now moving swiftly to seize the initiative. He has officially already written to the
Namaste, Jayant, and welcome to a very special edition of New Matrix, viewers. And this edition, we want to look at the story that's become a phenomenon. Well, the mandate was clearly in his favor. He emerged as the single largest party, him and the TVK, the Tamaraga Viragam Katchi. But more importantly, it is something which is defied the logic of poll pundits altogether. We decode the historical political earthquake in the state of Tamil Nadu. Actor turned politician C. Joseph Vijay's Tamalaga Vetri Karagam, or the TVK, has stunned pollsters and experts, emerging as the single largest party with an unprecedented 108 seats. The TVK shattered the 60-year-old DMK-ADMK duopoly by sweeping across all regions from the north to the south. Analysts note that the TVK's appeal was built on a robust, caste-neutral coalition, largely driven by the urban population, and we'll show you how. By consolidating the youth, women and aspirational working class vote, Vijay bypassed traditional identity politics to capture the anti-incumbency sentiment. Falling just short of the 118-seat majority mark by about 10 seats, TVK now faces the critical test. Vijay must navigate government formation through potential post-poll alliances with either smaller regional groups or a big bunch like the support from the ADMK or the DMK. Now, DMK unlikely, ADMK is still not out there, but he will have to ensure that this entire coalition or post-poll alliance that will take him past the post is steady enough for him to be able to show proof of confidence or repose the faith of the voter that they have placed in him. Now, on the show, we'll try and decode how the TVK broke this entire Dravidian bastion. First time in a long time, the party in power does not have the word Dravida as part of it. Interesting. Now, let's try and analyze the regional and caste calculus. So first up, Amitabh Tiwari is with me here in studio, but new matrix, we first look at the numbers and we focus on the numbers. We'll also have Sumant Raman joining us and Muralidharan joining us. But first up, let's look at the TVK vote share by region. Where did the TVK poll its votes and get its votes? Let's have a look at this. The votes in the Kaveri Delta, the TVK polled, the total votes polled were about 8 crore, and about 82 lakhs, 18,950, of which 26 lakhs went to the TVK. In the north, about 80 lakh votes went to the TVK, whereas overall it's about 2.1 crore votes. So 80 lakh votes north. So 32%, 37%, 33%, 34%. So the Kaveri Delta polled lesser than the overall vote share of the TVK. The north actually made up for that, and the south and the west were overall somewhere in terms of the average that they meant. Now let's look at the seat conversions. I'm going to come across to the magic wall and show you the seat conversion according to the zones, and this is very interesting. Now if you look at the Kaveri Delta, let's look at the Kaveri Delta. In the Kaveri Delta, the DMK got 19, so it lost 17 seats. The TVK pinched 14 of those 17 seats, and 3 seats actually went to the ADMK. So interesting. So let's look at the seat count. 14 seats that came to it in the Kaveri Delta. Let's look at the north region. In the north region, now this was north. So the north region, the DMK, we just refresh that, that'll get refreshed. Yeah, so TVK got 48 seats, so plus 48. Where did they pinch it all from? They pinched all the 48 from the DMK, and 1 seat went to the ADMK. So there was a huge anti-incumbency mood, and the TVK cashed in on that anti-incumbency mood. So 48 plus 14 in the previous one, that goes up to 62. And if you look at the remaining regions, let's look at the north, look at the south. So the south, this was an area where he should benefit. There is a sizable Christian population. Again, he's pinched 25 seats away from the DMK, 15, and 10 away from the ADMK. So again, this is where he really dove into the Dravidian vote altogether and got another 25 seats. So from 62, he suddenly goes up to 87 in the regions. And then the remaining votes came from the west. Now this is where the Kongu belt was very critical, and in the west the TVK got 21 seats. So that is how he's gone up to 108. So 87 plus 21, 108 seats, and this is the whole spread. Bulk coming from the north and also from the south, where he pinched away seats from both the DMK and the ADMK, and then of course in the north he pinched largely from the DMK. So this is how the overall breakup across regions for Tamil Nadu is for Vijay. Now, so let's try and understand. Did we envisage this, Amitabh Tiwari? This phenomenon that is a TVK, has now become a pan-Tamil Nadu phenomenon. We've broken that out here on the wall here. So each of these belts, so TVK gets 12 from the Kaveri Delta, 50 from the north, 25 from the south, and again 21 from the west. So this is like a pan-Tamil Nadu phenomenon. Whether it is urban or rural, we'll get into that in a bit. But this nobody thought. And in one or two belts, like if you look at it in the south especially, he's actually pinched seats from both the DMK and the AIDMK.
We were discussing earlier is that largely the TVK seems to be an urban phenomenon. Pre-polls is what we were discussing. So his presence will largely be restricted to KTCC, maybe Coimbatore city, Madurai, Trichy, etc. Now what we have seen is that he is damaging the DMK in the north. So when we say north, we have added KTCC and the northern region. So in the KTCC, he is damaging 30 seats to DMK straight away. But in the northern region, which is the 1 year belt, where the AIADMK formed alliance with PMK and hope to make some gains, there is also wherein he is pitching 16 seats. So he did not let ADMK make gains in the northern region or the 1 year belt. Now if you see in the delta also last time the DMK had swept 33-4. Again because of the agrarian zone, ADMK hoped that the farmer suicides and the rural distress will help it gain seats. Here also if you see the TVK has made an entry. So it has made an entry into the agri zone also. In southern zone, because of the high Christian population, what we are seeing that it is damaging both the DMK and the ADMK.
So the
your BJP is also strong. And the most surprising part is the western zone. So what it has done is that in western zone it has damaged ADMK, the grounder belt. So it is damaging parties which are stronger in their respective zones.
Very interesting.
That's how it has gained.
Now with Kovai Satyan is with us, so is Muralidharan, S. Muralidharan. Kovai Satyan, did you envisage such a big shift? And the anti-incumbency vote has also eroded away from the ADMK and gone to the TVK.
Good evening and good evening to my fellow panelists. I am truly at loss of words. I seriously don't understand how to do the post-poll analysis. But here is one person who has scripted history and who has given hopes to the other people, saying that to float a political party, you don't need an ideology, you don't need a structured marketing plan, you don't need to have any success story to tell the people that this is what they have done for the people, they have done for the society. Just by one popularity from a profession can get you into politics and you can reach the helm of affairs. This kind of theory or story is never unheard of anywhere in the globe. In particularly in Indian politics, I think this is the first time. Somebody from the movie world with no compulsion, with no imminent threat to the state or the society or the people, where there is no need for anybody to enter into a political space because of vacuum. So all is well, everything was going well. It is an aspiration of a person who wanted to come to politics. So he didn't promote his ideology. He never had any structured plan, nor he had got any star candidates with face values, with zero achievements to his credit in public life. And now he had swept the entire state. You call it earthquake, you call it tsunami, all had come together. One hurricane, tsunami, earthquake, everything could be seen in Tamil Nadu today. No, I cannot say that he took away my anti-incumbency votes or DMK lost their minority vote bank or core vote bank. All said and done, this has become an interesting theory. The Gen Z kids have scripted history and this is their own style. It will take some time for us to assimilate things, what went right and what went wrong.
No, it's not about that. I think one of the first things, Kovai Satyan, when the BJP got about BJP Plus got about 18% vote share during Lok Sabha, there was somewhere in a whiff of a non-Dravidian vote, or perhaps those who didn't want the traditional parties existing. One. Secondly, you cannot say that they didn't have a plan, Muralidharan, because they had a Rasigar Mandram going since 2021. There were political ambitions in 2024, but they backtracked. They've got entities who've been appointed for each region, and they were attracting an audience which wanted to look beyond the current available options, because those options were not taking these voters very seriously. That is the 18 to 39-year-old voter, which is about 42% of the population. And we'll just make that case. Muralidharan, your comments, and then we'll make the case where Vijay got the votes, or seats.
It's extremely difficult to attribute any logic to this, as Satyan said. The other person who could have made such a difference in Tamil Nadu is probably Mahendra Singh Dhoni. He had that kind of popularity. And the fans were like, the people at home, they went and influenced others, probably the fans. They influenced their parents, influenced their grandparents to vote for TVK. Now everybody wanted a change, but not everybody was sure Vijay is the alternative. But because of the compulsion of the pressure from the kids and others at home, I think they all voted en masse. And that's a victory. But really we can't attribute any logic to this because, he doesn't have the experience. Can Vijay become the CSK captain? CSK is struggling for the last 5 years. Can he become the CSK captain?
My point is that there was a sentiment on ground, Muralidharan, and we've got to respect this sentiment. I'm not saying whether this is right or wrong, or whether or not, Talapati Vijay, or Vijay Anna, as he's popularly known, has the ability to run government for the next 5 years. He'll have to prove, and he'll have to work hard to repose this faith that the voter has placed in him. True, but there was a gap. There were people who were saying, I don't want these because this current lot is not talking to me. They're not addressing my concerns. I can't relate with them. And there was a gap. He moved into that gap. He plugged himself in. He used his popularity. He's not popular pan Tamil Nadu. There are other stars who have got bigger fan bases perhaps. But he went in, tapped in, he got the support and quietly built this momentum. And he's built it in where? Yes, across Tamil Nadu, but perhaps a case is made for urban and semi-urban Tamil Nadu rather than rural Tamil Nadu. Let's try and see this, and I will make that case quickly, walking across to the magic wall and showing you this, viewers. Where did he get his vote? This Gen Z vote, as many people are saying, the whistle kunjus or the whistle podus, lot of terms were used. But respect to them and to the TVK that they tapped this and they realized how to catch. And Tamil Nadu has 90% internet coverage. That means they could reach people without having to go there physically. This seems to have worked here. Which regions? Let's look at it. In Tamil Nadu, let's look at how did the TVK fare in the rural seats. Interestingly, in the rural seats, the TVK got less than ADMK and DMK. 90 rural seats, the TVK got 28 seats, wherein it pinched 28, all 28 from the DMK, whereas the ADMK consolidated from the last time as it pinched 2 more seats from the DMK and got 32 seats. So the ADMK actually scored well in the rural belt. There is agrarian distress. They also continue to vote on their caste lines, but despite that, the TVK got 20 seats. These seats are the least. These seats are the least in the rural belt for the TVK, and I'll tell you where they came from. Let's look at the region, not the region, beg your pardon, the filter. Here, rather than rural seats, let's look at the semi-urban and urban seats together. When we put these two together, it comes to 144 seats overall, of which the TVK got 80 seats. That is how they got their 108 seats. 80 seats have come from semi-urban and urban areas, and it's pinched 24 seats from the ADMK and 56 seats, viewers, 56 seats from the DMK. So the urban, semi-urban, there was a huge gap, and Amitabh Tiwari, this perhaps nobody read.
Yeah,
and
so
this may be driven by this entire age grouping of 18 to 39 plus of course some 40 plus, and this is cutting across caste lines.
Yeah, so essentially we were all discussing about who is TVK likely to damage. Now if you see the urban seats, 80, he is getting 56 from DMK and 24 from ADMK. That is the ratio of 70:30, clearly damaging the DMK more. But what is damaging the ADMK is the potential loss, that there was anti-incumbency, high anti-incumbency against the DMK, but those seats should have moved to ADMK, the natural opposition pole, but it actually moved to the TVK. And if you see, TVK scored almost 75% of its tally from just the urban and semi-urban seats. So 80 from urban urban and only 28 from the rural areas. In the rural areas, we see that the ADMK is holding on to its vote base, and but there also, if you see, there was huge anti-incumbency, and the ADMK was not able to tap into that anti-incumbency, and almost all of them naturally fell into TVK's lap. So what we are seeing is that the entrenched caste loyalties have been destroyed by TVK in this entire election.
True, and Muralidharan, this is another case to be made. Kovai Satyan, Muralidharan, the DMK, ADMK have not realized this. The votes have happened across caste, but more importantly, in the semi-urban and urban areas, 80 of those seats for the TVK have come from the non-rural part. Rural part was only 20.
Thanks to the, I think the IT wing of, I mean, it's not a professional IT wing, but TVK had all these youngsters with mobile everywhere. They were able to counter. See, what I will see in last 5 years, it's a DMK's IT wing, the pen official, where definitely that's the reason, if ask me, why ADMK could not capitalize on the anti-incumbency factor, because they were so powerful. The only people who can match and bring out all those old videos of, Premlata, accusing Stalin, or Stalin accusing Senthil Balaji. Now, all these were brought out by the youngsters, those who had phones in their hand. They're not great IT wing guys, but they're just individuals who are tech savvy, who were able to bring out all these videos, and that bashed them so badly. The damage is more on ADMK because ADMK did not have anything to counter that. That's the sad part. But I think the fantastic work was done by the younger generation.
Right.
I mean, that's the key.
True, and just quickly walking across there to show you the caste combinations, viewers. The overall set of the castes, if you were to look, let's look at it. The ADMK was counting on the counter vote and the Tewar vote, but the Tewar votes, again, the TVK got 14 seats overall. The DMK had 11, -9, and the ADMK had 4, -5. So all the seats pinched from both DMK and ADMK among the Tewar, where in areas where the Tewars are more than 30%, so they can influence the mandate. Let's look at the next caste calculus quickly. The 1 year belt. Now the 1 year belt, they thought PMK is going to help. PMK won 6 seats, but look at this. The TVK won 25 seats in the 1 year belt, 30 seats pinched away from the DMK, and 5 seats which went into the ADMK, where it thought it will get more seats here because it didn't happen. The vote transfer largely happened to the TVK in the 1 year belt. Let's look at the counters and the SCs. In the SCs, 22 seats went to the TVK, of which 17 were pinched away from the DMK and 5 were pinched from the ADMK. And the SC is in the north and also towards the south, but across the board there's been a shift here, and that's significance. Let's quickly go across to the next one. The next caste grouping, we should have the counters also, that is the Kongu belt. We'll just check if we have that. All right. So even in the counter belt, quickly showing you, we got limited time, quickly showing you even in the counter belt, the counters, if you want to see in the filters. There you go. In the counters, also, this is the West Tamil Nadu, this region, again TVK got 20 seats more. So in all the castes, across castes, he's got a lot of votes. We got limited time, so just going to quickly walk back, viewers, and ask our guests, who is he going to ally with Amitabh Tiwari? Which alliance should he choose?
See, I think if he goes with Congress and some of the parties of the SPA, then naturally he will be just at around 121. So the stability quotient will be low because 118 is the majority. If he goes then with either PMK or AMMK, then he still falls short of some numbers. In that scenario, he has to go with allies of both the SPA and the AIADMK, the junior partners. Then also I think the maximum is 127 seats if he takes everybody.
Right. I am running out of time. Kovai Satyan, will the ADMK offer support from the outside? There are many within the ADMK who are urging EPS to do this.
No, all I can say, the decision lies with Mr. Vijay. He has to choose whether he wants to ally with 4 or 5 more parties to run the show for next 5 years, or choose only one person who can give him the full majority support and ensure there is a smooth sailing of the government for the next 5 years. So the decision is from Mr. Vijay. He has to take the wise call. If the call is wise, I think he will knock the doors of AIADMK and our leader will have the due consideration on the same.
Right, that's a big development. Thank you very much. Thank you for watching this edition of the New Matrix. It's the urban voter, urban semi-urban voter, who's powered Vijay's TVK to where they are in position to perhaps form government very soon. That's all we've got time for. Thank you for watching. Namaste.
First up, we start with breaking news reaction coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the Fujairah oil facility strike. He says strongly condemned the attacks on UAE that resulted in injuries to 3 Indian nationals. Targeting civilian infrastructure is unacceptable, says the Prime Minister, and also then goes on to talk about how India stands in firm solidarity with UAE. He also reiterated India's support for the peaceful resolution of all issues through dialogue and diplomacy. Ensuring safe and unimpeded navigation through the Strait of Hormuz is vital for enduring regional peace, stability and global energy security, says the Prime Minister. He says India stands in firm solidarity with UAE and says it reiterates its support for peaceful resolution. So essentially condemning strikes on civilian infrastructure, that's the word coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Strongly condemned the attack on the Fujairah oil facility, which, remember, has resulted in injuries to 3 Indian nationals. Siddhant, let's talk about this comment that's coming from Prime Minister Narendra Modi minutes into the first reaction from the Ministry of External Affairs as well, and also give us a sense of the 3 Indian nationals who have sustained injuries. What is their condition at the moment?
Kritsween, developments in West Asia are concerning, given there were multiple missile and drone attacks on UAE. In fact, yesterday evening, Dubai and Abu Dhabi were on high alert. Fire incident at Fujairah oil facility, and 3 Indians sustained injuries. They were taken to hospital. They are being treated. And now, in fact, since the announcement of ceasefire and the extension of the ceasefire, this is the first major ceasefire violation being reported. Now, perhaps it's also very important to put things in context. How did it actually start? So the situation of blockade versus blockade continues in the Strait of Hormuz, but day before yesterday, United States came up with a plan of helping the third country vessel to be transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. And in fact, President Trump named it as a freedom project to be helping the third country vessel to be passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Perhaps this becomes a fresh point of contention between Iran and the United States. In fact, Iran is now denying attack on UAE, but for the fresh escalation in the region. Now, this statement has come from Prime Minister Modi, Kritsween, where he strongly condemns the attack on the UAE that resulted in injuries to the 3 Indian nationals. In fact, Prime Minister also writes on X, targeting civilians and infrastructure is unacceptable. India stands in solidarity with UAE. In fact, Prime Minister once again reiterated India's position, safe and unimpeded navigation through the Strait of
Narendra Modi. Siddhant, we need to shift our focus back to the latest visuals coming in from Tamil Nadu. But yes, the Prime Minister making it amply clear on India standing in solidarity with the UAE. For now, shifting our focus back to the state of Tamil Nadu, where the Dravidian duopoly has been shattered, and how it's been a stunning electoral debut, and that sent shockwaves clearly through the state, with Vijay's TVK emerging as the single largest party, rather securing 108 seats in the 234-member assembly. Now, quickly giving you a lowdown of the several developments that have trickled in so far. Viewers, there's a meeting that will begin any minute now at the TVK headquarters. In attendance, not only will be the TVK party chief Vijay, but all of his 108 winning candidates. So they're going to be brainstorming what next in terms of striking that golden figure of 118. And as our colleagues Purnima and Rohini have been highlighting, they will want to fare way past 118 in 220, possibly 125 as well. Now, how do they stitch that number is the big question, and that's exactly what the TVK is strategizing around. And contrary to the TVK strategy, also a lot of huddle in the DMK. DMK headquarters has seen some of the DMK leaders arrive already, and a few left representatives have also been spotted at the DMK headquarters. Now, there are a few possible scenarios that could favor TVK in stitching that number together and ensuring that they take their 108 to 120 possibly. So, state facing its first ever hung assembly in decades, and Vijay is now moving swiftly to seize the initiative. He has officially already written to the governor, formally communicating his party status, also wanting to stake claim to form the government. That's the first step that he's already taken. He's also wanting to ensure that none of his winning candidates get poached, and in that sense we're learning that the winning legislators will also be moved to a high security resort. That said, the focus right now is on the TVK headquarters, where Vijay is going to be meeting the winning candidates. Let's play out some of the top reactions that our colleagues Rohini and Purnima have managed to bring to us the last few minutes. Listen in. First up, we start with breaking news reaction coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the Fujairah oil facility strike. He says strongly condemned the attacks on UAE that resulted in injuries to 3 Indian nationals. Targeting civilian infrastructure is unacceptable, says the Prime Minister. Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. The streets of West Bengal turned saffron on Monday as BJP workers poured out in celebrations, distributing laddus and raising slogans, marking the end of Mamata Banerjee's 15-year grip on the state. The scale of BJP's rise in Bengal is staggering when viewed against the historical arc. The party held 0 seats in 2006 and 2011. The very elections that swept Mamata Banerjee to power on the back of anti-left sentiment. By 2016, the BJP had scraped together just 3 seats, and after winning 77 in 2021, it has now stormed into power. And how? PM Modi, dressed in that traditional pleated Bengali dhoti and kurta, asserted that the party will work relentlessly for the better future of the state. He also said that Bengal is free from fear and filled with reassurance of development now. But the story is hardly over. Mamata Banerjee continues to be defiant, now insisting that she will not resign or bow out because the elections, according to her, were rigged from the start because of the SIR. Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav and even Arvind Kejriwal have all supported her view, questioning BJP's win. In fact, Rahul Gandhi went even as so far to say that members of his party who are celebrating the verdict are making a mistake. But data debunks the opposition claims. So is SIR just being used as a state scapegoat to run away from the deep anger that TMC faced in these elections? We'll take that and more to our guests in just a bit. First up, look at the numbers. On 39 seats which had the highest deletions due to logical discrepancies, 27 lakh of those, TMC won 22 of those seats and BJP 16 this time around. Yes, the TMC was a winner in 34 of these seats while BJP got only 4. But this data can be viewed either as SIR edge to BJP or the fact that anti-incumbency hurts Mamata Banerjee and her party, because it's not like the TMC could not hold on to many seats despite SIR. Even the presidency zone in 2021, TMC got 92 seats, which is of course their stronghold. BJP won only 14 in this region. While in 2026, after the SIR, TMC still won 46 of these seats. BJP gained 45 to reach 60, yes. Again, this does not show a wipeout for TMC like they are suggesting just because of SIR and because just their voters, as they allege, were removed from the electoral rolls. What data also shows us is that in many seats with high deletions, TMC not only won but also improved their margin from last time around. Look at this number. Samserganj, the votes deleted was 74,000. The winner, of course, was TMC last two elections, including this one. The margin this time was 7,000. But in Lalgola, where last time, where 55,000 votes were deleted, the margin is 18,000 still. In Bhagabangola, where votes deleted was 47,000, the margin in 2026 victory is 56,000. In fact, it has increased from last time around. Similarly, out of these 7 states that we have, seats that we have identified, in at least 3 of them, the vote margin that the TMC had this time around actually increased from last time around. These are some more of these seats. As you can see, the difference in many of these seats have actually increased. Yes, they have decreased in some. TMC has still managed to win, but in many of these seats, the difference and the vote margin has, of course, been considerable. A large number of assembly seats in West Bengal, though, did report that electors marked ineligible exceeded the final victory margin. So at least 50 such seats have come to light. BJP and TMC splitting the honours here, winning 25 each. So for example, Champdani is one of those seats where the winning margin was just 13 votes this time around. There were 7,600 deletions here, and BJP's Dilip Singh has won. Similarly, in Karandigi, ineligible voters were over 31,000. The winning margin this time around is less than 20,000. Jangipur, 36,000 plus electors were found ineligible. The winning margin for the BJP once again is of 10,000 odd votes. So these are, Monteswar is one of those seats, 23,000 plus ineligible voters. Winning margin less than 15,000. And Hemtabad is also 18,000 eligible voters. Winning margin again for the BJP this time around was 12,000. So did BJP get an edge? That question remains up in the air. But here's an important factor that should not be neglected. The defeat of Mamata Banerjee plus of many of her ministers shows deep anti-incumbency. 22 of the 35 ministers from the TMC government who contested the election were defeated, including, of course, Mamata Banerjee from Bhawanipur. Data from the EC shows a staggering 63% of the cabinet that could not win even their seats. Voters have not just voted against candidates, they have rejected the entire leadership core of the Trinamool Congress. What makes this even more significant is the profile of these ministers handling critical positions, portfolios such as women and child development, industry, housing, power, education, transport, backward classes, all have been turned away by the voters. This is a sweeping structural rejection of the TMC's governance model by the people of West Bengal. So, is SIR just being made a scapegoat really for the deep anger that the TMC faced this time around? That debate is coming up with our guests.
No, not that.
ममता बनर्जी का राजनैतिक संन्यास अभी हो गया है।
Charu Pragya, spokesperson of the BJP, Shabnam Dey, political analyst, Rohan Somen Mitra, spokesperson of the Congress with us, and Prasenjit Bakshi, Prasar Bharati consulting editor, journalist who has worked on the ground in Bengal, is also joining us. I want to begin with Shabnam Dey. Shabnam Dey, we just heard from the Chief Minister saying that she is not going to resign. You know, in all other states, we have seen a peaceful and a graceful transition of power. But when many were wondering whether that would happen in West Bengal or not, and already those fears are coming true. How can a defeated Chief Minister refuse to let go?
Good evening, Shivani and my good panelist.
and viewers that what Mamata Banerjee is alleging, that she has been defeated by vote chori and she will not resign because she has not been defeated as such in the true sense. So it is her allegation and she wanted to not to hand over CM post by resigning. So it's her own now thoughts and she has been alleging for that. So let us see what will happen.
You know, clearly, even within the TMC, there's not a lot of agreement to the way that Mamata Banerjee is behaving, Charu Pragya, because we saw several other prominent leaders of the TMC actually concede, actually accept the mandate of the public. So what's going on here? Do you expect that Mamata Banerjee will, go away quietly, quote unquote, or do you expect that she's going to make sure that the entire verdict of West Bengal is now embroiled in some sort of a controversy or another?
No, Shivani, good evening to you. And let me first begin by congratulating everybody in West Bengal. And I mean everybody in West Bengal, because finally this tyranny and frankly nonsense is over. Mamata Banerjee is only demonstrating that. Let's go back to yesterday. 3 main state elections, let's discuss. Right, in all these 3 states, we have seen an overturn of power and the party in power has been ousted out very convincingly. The electorate is not at all confused whether it is West Bengal, whether it is Tamil Nadu or it is Kerala. In all these 3 states, the results are very convincing and they prove that the people want change. They will come out in large numbers and vote for this change. Do you see MK Stalin going around crying and saying that I have lost my seat? Do you see people in Tamil Nadu blaming SIR today for the way their party DMK has performed, and that performance has been bad? And if BJP or the election commission was in a position to impact any election, then would we have won just 1 seat in Tamil Nadu? And if you look at the numbers here also, Shivani, and you've been through a lot of the numbers, thank you for that, but let me tell you some more numbers. Point number 1, Mamata Banerjee lost Nandigram last time also. Last time there was no SIR. Last time she couldn't find anybody else to blame. The point is that people of Nandigram did not want her. Simple. Full stop. This time the people of Bhawanipur decided the same. But she has to go and question others instead of any introspection. Point number 2. If you look at 4 of the top seats with maximum deletions, going up to in fact even 75,000 per seat. These are all in the cluster of Murshidabad. All 4 seats have been won by a very convincing margin by TMC leaders. All 4 of them won by TMC leaders. Let's move forward even further. If you look at 44 constituencies where deletions exceeded the previous victory margins, even there TMC has won 24 of those seats. So the data points against TMC, the people's sentiment points against the TMC, the fact that Mamata Banerjee couldn't even hold her own seat last time points against the TMC, and most importantly, and I've been saying this again, there is going to be a day of retribution where the kind of tyranny you've unleashed on the people of West Bengal is come.
No, so what has also happened is that Congress and others have kind of come out to say that yes, we support Mamata Banerjee in this, but Rohan Mitra just explained this to me. Congress has been running this campaign of vote chori for quite some time. Now in Haryana, at that time there was no SIR. In Maharashtra, there was no SIR. In Karnataka, there was no SIR. There was just regular exercises being done, not the kind of revisions that we've seen under SIR. But you still question that as vote chori. Now, why would the public take you seriously if every election that you don't win you question, but you don't question Kerala, you don't question Tamil Nadu where you're happy that TVK won? How is anybody supposed to take this seriously?
Good evening to everyone else. Very honestly, the fact of the matter is that Mr. Gandhi has a stand, and the fact of the matter is that Trinamool Congress in the past used to complain about the very fact when Mr. Gandhi took a stand. And today Mr. Gandhi has been proven right, because the Trinamool is worried, and the Trinamool is saying that that the EVMs, tamperings and the stuff. See, the SIR part of it, right? The SIR part is still in Supreme Court, Shivani. And the Supreme Court has said that the voters who have been removed, I'm not talking about the first 58, but the educated ones, which were removed from the voter list, they can become part of the voter list going forward. So you have a case where voters were denied their rights. I don't know where those 27 lakhs would have voted, but the fact of the matter is those 27 lakhs were denied their chance to vote, and including our candidate, the Farakka candidate who has won, he was not, he had to go to Supreme Court, and everyone cannot afford to go to Supreme Court in a short notice. So Mr. Gandhi was steadfast in that point of view. Coming back to Trinamool Congress, the Trinamool Congress had a lot going against it, but the fact of the matter is there are few instances, like I'm going to tell you, like I was a candidate in Baliganj, which is right next to Bhawanipur, and the Trinamool Congress has won by a margin of 70,000 votes in Baliganj. But at the same time, they have lost by 20,000 votes in Bhawanipur. So these are discrepancies which the party, which the Congress party thinks is not being done correctly. So we need to investigate and we need to stand by each other, our allies who were abusing us for the longest time. We have decided.
You didn't answer the very critical part that public wants to hear from the Congress today. What about the Keralam verdict? What about the Tamil Nadu verdict? There were SIR in Tamil Nadu. There was also 10 lakh deletions in Tamil Nadu.
Shivani, but there were no educated, there was no logical discrepancies in these two states. The Bengal case was a different one, which the Supreme Court itself pointed out that when you have individuals, and I give you a proper example, the MLA.
Can I come in, please?
1 second.
Let me just finish, Charu. Let me just finish.
Of course. Yeah, I'm letting you finish, Rohan.
Shivani, the point which I wanted to make was, if you can look up your list, the Farakka MLA who's won from the Congress.
Yes, his name was initially removed, I know, and then he went to the court and he won the appeal. No, I understand that. But can I just ask you, okay, you're making an SIR distinction, then what about Assam? Why has Rahul Gandhi called the elections in Assam to question? Then basically it means that wherever you don't win, you'll question it. Wherever you win or it's to your satisfaction, then it's okay. What happened in Assam? There was no SIR in Assam.
Shivani, the point is not that. The point here is about being the parameters should be same everywhere.
What
the
do you
parameters
mean?
haven't been same because the Mr. Hemanta Biswa Sharma, the way he has put his narrative out, the way he has controlled the
no. Now you cannot question your opponent's narrative also to deflect from the election results. This is not making sense.
As a citizen of India, it's like you're talking about Muslims to be disenfranchised. Muslims not being allowed to wear their clothes the way they wanted to eat. These are things which are not
which
right.
you fought politically and the people voted on that. But I'm not understanding. If you're saying, okay, in Bengal there were logical discrepancies, so we call it to question, not Tamil Nadu. But then why Assam? There has to be a logical explanation for it. Yes, Charu wants to come in. I want to go across to Prasenjit also very quickly.
Right, and this is what I wanted to say, and you got up Tamil Nadu. See, two chief ministers, and I'm doing a comparison with MK Stalin. MK Stalin lost his seat for the first time in 35 years, which is far longer than Mamata Banerjee has been in power. He lost to a new politician from a new political party. TVK defeated him, convincingly defeated him with a very large number of votes. So you cannot become selective like this and blame the SIR process in that one state that suits you. And frankly, Mamata Banerjee is behaving like a stubborn child who refuses to get out while she's playing cricket. This is just throwing a tantrum, saying, I'm not going to resign because I have not lost. Please tell me, in a democracy like India, where you are listening to the election results from several states yesterday, Assam and Puducherry included, it makes it 5. You're only making a hue and cry about that one place which does not suit your narrative. How childish is that? And you are not even backing it with data. We are quoting data. We are telling you that in spite of
talking
SIR,
about the data, I want to go across to Prasenjit Bakshi also, who's Prasar Bharati consulting editor. Mr. Bakshi, do you believe that there is a point that either side has that yes, because of SIR deletions, margins reduced of the TMC? There are several of those states, for example, with highest logical discrepancy, where BJP has managed to win 8 more seats than last time, and in presidency only they have touched 60. So do you think that this is fair, that yes, SIR did make it easy for BJP?
That this logical discrepancy and adjudication, these are the things labeled by the judiciary, and this is Mamata Banerjee who approached the judiciary. So it is up to the Mamata Banerjee to decide, and her ally to decide that whether to blame the election commission or the judiciary. I don't know why they are blaming election commission. They have to question the judiciary at the end of the entire thing. It is the judiciary who has created all this trouble for them, if they at all believe it as the trouble, as the cause of their defeat. Number one. Number two, according to the Election Commission data, the lot of data is discussed over here for the last few minutes. Trinamool Congress has got 41.77% of popular vote and BJP is 45 point something. So I would like to ask a question to all supporters of Mamata Banerjee that are they going to disown this 41.77% electorate of West Bengal? Are they going to disown all these people of West Bengal who have voted for Mamata Banerjee? They have voted for in favor of Mamata Banerjee through the same EVM. Through the same EVM, which EVM, according to Mamata Banerjee,
was manipulated.
Was manipulated and looted.
No, can I also just... Yes, no, you make a very interesting point. In fact, I think Charu mentioned Nandigram. I want to just bring it on our screens as well. In 2021, Suvendu beat Mamata Banerjee in Nandigram by just 1956 votes in Nandigram. By 2026, when he took her on a far tougher seat of Bhawanipur with entrenched TMC voters and mindset, he has polled over 50% of the votes and increased his margin to 15,000. Now this win in itself typifies the kind of wave that supported the BJP and was also personally against Mamata Banerjee, because the chief minister doesn't just randomly lose in 2 elections to her opponent, first by a slim margin and then by a margin of over 15,000 votes, Shabnam Dey. This doesn't happen in a normal election, and SIR doesn't explain this away. You must be humble to accept that there was anger against Mamata and her ministers and her entire government on ground.
What I concede with Rohan also, what he has stated it rightly, that due to discrepancy and logical, that unmapped and all SIR, which had happened in Bengal, that not happened in Assam or not radically happened in other states, but over here is different. And that's why Supreme Court also, Honorable Justice also could not appreciate in that way. 27 lakh voters couldn't cast their votes. So there is a logical discrepancy. And
so you're saying that there was no anger against Mamata Banerjee or the way she ran her government, all of this is just SIR? You don't accept?
SIR is one of the factors. What Rohan has stated, it is truly said, SIR is one of the factors which has been used in a different way in Calcutta, in West Bengal.
Okay, Prasenjit, I want to come back to you because, we also saw the way that the entire narrative in Bengal has changed and how quickly sometimes, even media narratives can change. That front page of Telegraph today is testament to the fact that a newspaper that didn't really criticize Mamata Banerjee when she was in power is all turned saffron today. And there is even a portion on their front page today to say that, this is why Mamata Banerjee left, because she did not live up to the faith and the mandate that she was given by the public in Bengal. Suddenly, all the criticisms of Mamata Banerjee are coming out, but when she was in power for 15 years, nobody was willing to speak the truth.
Tivani, let me tell you one thing regarding SIR. All my good friends, they must understand one thing, that it was allegation of Trinamool Congress that mostly the Muslims are deleted from the name of the voter list through the SIR, and Trinamool Congress is successful mostly in the Muslim constituencies. So some people are saying that it is BJP versus Muslim League 2-0. If you go by the name of the constituencies, all are Muslim dominated constituencies. So this is a contradictory situation, that if Muslims are deleted, then the Trinamool Congress has won in the Muslim constituencies, and all the other Hindu dominated constituencies, Trinamool Congress is refused by the Bengali Hindus. So this is absolutely a different debate we can do on SIR. SIR was not at all an issue in West Bengal. I don't know why Congress and Trinamool Congress and other opposition parties, they are trying to put SIR as a subject of debate in West Bengal. It was not. Arjikar was the subject. The government teachers losing their job was the subject. and many more was the subject. SI was not at all a subject. It was a daydream by the people who were not staying in West Bengal. They
And
were
you have seen this
analyzing the
firsthand.
election.
You have seen this
They were-
firsthand. Would you
Exactly.
say that? Would you say that Mamata Banerjee ran such a tight ship on the media in Bengal as well, that the media also wasn't allowed to be free?
I'm saying that
and
this
critical?
is for the first time. This is for the first time we have seen since television has emerged in India that the women, they are standing in the queue of any polling station. They are coming to any TV journalist. I think your channel also experienced the same thing. The women are in the villages. They are coming to television reporters and saying that we are voting for the change.
Yeah.
We have never seen in West Bengal, even in the communist period and even the last 15 years of Trinamool rule, we have never seen.
No, let me just break down what this mandate actually means for Mamata Banerjee. First of all, given the kind of rejection she and her leaders have faced, she now risks losing top leaders to the BJP. There is an erosion of her core rural and minority base. In fact, the verdict, because it was fought on the issue of illegal immigration on SIR, it almost brands her as minority first leader, which could damage her image. Loss of women voters also erodes a very core base, the base that made Mamata who she was. There will be greater scrutiny and probes into past government actions now. It also weakens the leverage within the India bloc, although right now the India bloc members are rallying around her and they are insisting that they will support her as far as this fight against BJP and EC is concerned. But she may also need to contend with a generational shift within the party, because there will be some clamour as far as a change of leadership is concerned. I want to ask very quickly, Charu, you should never write obituaries in politics, but do you believe that Mamata Banerjee and TMC will still, of course, continue to give BJP a tough fight? They do have those 70, 80 odd seats. They'll continue to give you a tough fight and hold you accountable, although she's currently not agreeing to relent or give up her government.
Shivani, I don't expect her to hold anyone accountable, because she has never held herself and her politicians accountable for anything. We have seen the way the people of West Bengal have been treated in the last 5 years. We have numerous examples. We start with Arjikar always, but let us not forget Murshidabad. Let us not forget how even in this day and age a Hindu exodus could happen. Homes were burnt down and the Kolkata High Court observed that the police was complicit. This is not my observation. This is not Bharatiya Janata Party saying it. This is Kolkata High Court observing that the police could have done a better job. So I still very firmly believe that those who are not going to be working for the welfare of the people, whether you are in Kerala, whether you are in Tamil Nadu, whether you are in West Bengal, people today are very aware. They are electorally very powerful. They know what they want. They know who they are voting for. This high turnout is an indication of the same. They are very clear.
Despite elections, there was a high turnout and more votes were cast this time around.
And
very
number of
quickly,
people who
is
voted
the
was
opposition
much higher.
really failing to learn its lessons? From Gujarat to Bengal and further in Northeast, BJP has almost completely taken over the map of India, but the opposition is refusing to learn from its lessons. The lessons against arrogant governments, the lessons against needless center versus state battles, the lessons that ultimately your performance and delivery matters. Nothing else will matter. And no matter how much mandate you had, it can all turn very quickly.
Shivani, every mandate should be respected, and very quickly I just wanted to point out that the center of state debate is for real, because Bengal has been deprived its money. There has been a different government before the BJP when the money used to be there, and that used to be against the state. The left and the Congress were always against each other, but the state never was deprived from their thing. Just last point which I want to make is Mr. Gandhi is a generous human being. He's the leader of the opposition and he's the face against the BJP, and he wants to take along all the regional parties and take them along with him. So he has had a conversation with Mrs. Mamata Banerjee, and this is the feedback he got. So he has shared, and he wants the Congress party to
maybe
take
the
along
opposition is just failing to read the mood of the public, because this vote chori also has gone on for far too long and it has not yielded results. I leave it at that. I do thank our guests for joining us. This verdict is also a story of the real women power defeating Mamata when they had enough. The Ma of Bengal have given a strong message to TMC, making it clear that playing with their lives will not be tolerated. 3 women faces of the BJP, 2 from humble backgrounds and 1 mother of daughter who was brutally raped and murdered in Ajikar, have defeated their rivals by a big margin. Rekha Patra, face of Sandeshkhali protests, Ratna Devnath, mother of Ajikar hospital rape and murder victim, and Kalita Maji, domestic worker from Guskara, also won as BJP swept the state. Rekha Patra, remember, was one of the Sandeshkhali victims, mass gang rape victim by TMC men, allegedly. She defeated TMC candidate by over 5,000 votes. Housewife from Sandeshkhali and an alleged torture victim of now arrested TMC leader Shah Jahan Sheikh and his cohorts. Patra hit national headlines when she walked massive rallies against her oppressors, carrying her girl child. Although she lost from Bashirhat in the 2024 Lok Sabha polls, the BJP gave her another chance, fielding her from the Hingalganj assembly seat. She did not disappoint this time, winning the constituency by a margin of over 4,000 votes. In August 2024, the 31-year-old postgraduate trainee doctor was raped and murdered inside Ajikar Medical College and Hospital. The case shook the country. Protests erupted across Bengal and beyond, drawing comparisons to the national outrage that followed Nirbhaya gang rape in Delhi in 2012. Mamata administration's early handling of that case drew sharp criticism, and the anger never fully subsided. The story of this state election in many ways was about the mother of Ajikar Medical College rape and murder victim. Fielded by the BJP from Panihati in North 24 Parganas, she garnered over 87,000 votes, trouncing her nearest rival by 28,000 plus. A verdict hailed as a mother's win. She in fact dedicated the victory to Prime Minister Modi, noted that PM commended her courageous fight for justice regarding her daughter's death. And she highlighted that while she faced threats under the previous state government, she received respect, support and platform for her mission through the BJP and PM Modi. Just before her victory, Ratna had said, "My daughter is no longer just mine. The whole world was looking at Panihati. The fight will not stop here." She said she will continue to fight as long as she lives. She spoke to us, listener.
আমাদের প্রাক্তন মুখ্যমন্ত্রী বলবো এখন, তিনি স্বাস্থ্যমন্ত্রী, তিনি ভেবেছিলেন আমার মেয়েটা একদম সাধারণ পরিবার থেকে উঠে আসা একটা মেয়ে, তাকে খুন করে এটা সুইসাইড চালানো কোনো কিছুই সমস্যা হবে না, আর এর বাবা মাকে কিছু টাকা ধরিয়ে দেব, সমস্যাটা এখানেই মিটে যাবে। কিন্তু সেটাই ওনার বেমারুম হয়ে ফিরে এসেছে। আমার মেয়ে সাধারণ থেকে অসাধারণ ছিল, তার মতো কি বলবো, আমি মা হিসাবে তাকে পেয়ে আমি সত্যিই গর্বিত ছিলাম, এখনো আছি, পরবর্তীতেও থাকবো।
আপনি কি চান যে প্রধানমন্ত্রীকে আপনি বলবেন কি সবথেকে প্রথমে ওমেন সেফটি, মহিলাদের
সেফটি, আমার কোনো জায়গায় যেন মেয়েরা এরকম ঘটনা যদিও বা ঘটে, আমি চাই না কোনো ঘটুক, তা যেন মেয়েদের প্রকাশ্যে আনা হয়, এই বিলটা আমি প্রধানমন্ত্রীর কাছে চাই।
মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনি কি বলতে চান?
ধিক্কার, ওনার নামটাও আমি আর মনে করতে চাই না।
Another big win is by BJP candidate Kalita Maji, a domestic helper who worked at 4 different houses to sustain her life, earning a mere 2,500 rupees a month. She has now been elected an MLA from the Osgram constituency. She secured over 1,07,000 votes, defeating Shyam Prasanna Lohar by a margin of 12,000 plus. She was harassed by TMC workers regularly for supporting the BJP. Her candidature had drawn attention for its grassroots nature, and her victory now stands as a rare example of socio-economic mobility through electoral politics. She had earlier, remember, contested 2021 assembly elections but lost. The BJP's decision to re-nominate her reflected confidence in her local connect, which appears to have translated into electoral gains. But really, this is a message from the real women of West Bengal to the former woman chief minister. Moving on, Vijay has turned the polity of Tamil Nadu with a stupendous verdict for his new party. The Dravidian duopoly stands broken in Tamil Nadu, and Talapati Vijay's TVK has emerged as the single largest party with 108 seats, leaving the state with a hung assembly. But Vijay has already written to the governor staking claim to form the next government. Inside the party, key strategy meetings are underway. All newly elected MLAs have been asked to stay in Chennai till swearing in. Short of a majority, TVK is exploring alliance options, and Congress and left are in focus. AIADMK is also weighing whether they could support a Vijay government from outside, but a final call has not been taken. But the stunning result has thrown open the question if Vijay completely swept the youth votes. Now look at this, the under 40 population in Tamil Nadu is 40%, and Vijay has managed a vote share of 35%. It is clear that a majority of these youth voted for him, but have they all voted for him completely? In fact, the youth has reportedly played a catcher role for him, ensuring that their family members who may not be in the under 40 category also vote for him. And this vote has come throughout the state, across castes. Clearly, otherwise, the kind of results that Vijay has managed would not have been possible. In fact, take a look at how Vijay has swept across regions of Tamil Nadu. Whether it's the Kaveri belts, north, south, west, TVK has managed a consistent vote share of 32% or more. In north, it has managed a whopping 37%, denting both sides, both the DMK and the AIA-DMK. In fact, he has won in areas where traditional caste votes were considered to be the property of either DMK or AIA-DMK. So has he now ushered a new polity in Tamil Nadu, that too of a youth-focused, caste-agnostic vote in the state that was governed by caste and even freebies till now?
പാർട്ടി എന്ത് ചെയ്യണമെന്നുള്ള നിലപാടുകൾ വരും ദിവസങ്ങളിൽ തീരുമാനിക്കും, നാളെയൊക്കെ ആയിട്ട്. പുതിയ സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ എന്ത് തീരുമാനിക്കണമെന്നുള്ളത് ആലോചിച്ച് തീരുമാനിക്കും.
He is my leader. He has to decide. He has to tell the reply for all these things.
Joining us now is one of the winning candidates of the TVK, Keerthana from Sivakasi seat is joining us. She's a 30-year-old consultant herself. I want to begin by asking you, Keerthana, that why do you think that TVK has managed to win so big? Because everybody's scratching their heads. But how would you break this down, this massive verdict that the TVK has won?
So it's basically in Tamil Nadu, everybody was expecting a change, right? So they were expecting some alternative, and that alternative has, they never thought that it is going to be Vijay sir, Vijay Anna, and basically Vijay Anna has a huge fan base, and he has the potential to attract all the youth, because if you see the lyrics which he have acted in the movie and all, it always shows the power of living the life, right? So that itself attracted more of the women and the youth.
Would you say that this is largely because of that youth vote that has made this possible? Has the entirety of all the young people in Tamil Nadu voted for you?
Yes, not only youth, especially women, I would say. The women are really looking forward him as an chief minister, because they believe that he could do anything, and he could do changes in the state.
With no experience, the big question that everybody is asking is, can Vijay do justice to this verdict? Not just him, who has no administrative experience, but also most of the MLAs like yourself had no experience in politics. So will you be able to do justice to this verdict?
No, see, without any belief, I don't think so anybody would vote for anyone. In that case, if you see Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, he lost the election, and people clearly saw that there is no change in the constituency, which is the reason they have changed the vote. So people are really very clever, they are really very clear this time who they want to vote, who they want as a chief minister. So I don't think so they are seeing a profile in a way this person has. If you see that DMK has a lot of allegation, they have done a lot of scam, still the people have chosen, but they clearly didn't do anything for the state. So if you see TVK, we all are common public. The candidates are very they don't come from any background. So yeah.
Tell me something, you had a meeting with Vijay earlier today, lots of meetings are going on. What did he tell you after this massive mandate from the public?
So he told us, see, people had a hope, and with that hope they have voted for us. So we should not lose that. Whoever comes to our office, you should immediately resolve it and make sure that the problem is solved. That's why they have chosen us. So never forget that you are their not an MLA, you are their direct representative. You are their voice. You have come here to resolve their issues, not as an MLA. That's what he said.
Tell me, you're yourself a very young professional. You won from Sivakasi that has had many issues as far as firecracker workers and factories are concerned. Are you confident you will be able to live up to those expectations in your seat?
Of course. If you see the last, there was ex-ministers who ruled this constituency, Sivakasi, but still they were not able to do anything better. But I am being educated, I am being young, I could come up with great manifesto if you read. I am going to appoint a committee where the expertise and the owner will sit together and change the policy itself. That itself is a huge change, right? So I don't think so anybody would, it's a very small change, but even that small change nobody have done it before. Okay. So that's where we are differing from the candidates.
Because this victory has completely done away all preconceived notions in Tamil Nadu of what was possible, not possible, even by a star and actor. Did you ever think this when you were going into campaign, when Vijay formed his party? Did you ever think that this was possible? And what did you focus on during campaigning? What was the focus on to ensure that you can reach the masses?
Exactly. That was a huge thing. People started accepting the moment we organized the party, right? The moment we launched the party. So that itself is a sign we were going to win, which is the reason the last chief minister were giving the struggles of giving SOPs and not giving permissions. We also had such kind of obstacles and struggles. Still we were able to achieve such thing. It's only because of Vijayana and Vijayana face. It actually history. The politics. It's always been a scam, and the people who has cases and who has money could come. It actually changed. If you see, like 70 years ago, very common public, the middleman, middle class people comes to politics, and they were able to change a lot of things, and that is continuing now. The trend is changing now. Okay. So yeah.
I have to ask you this, although I don't know how much you will give me. A lot of meetings going on. So how will you form your next government? Because you're short of a few seats. And who will you partner with?
Everything is in the air. That you will get to know, I guess.
All right. Kirtana Sampath, I do thank you for joining us. Many congratulations to you and Vijay and his party. And certainly you've done the unthinkable. What was so far thought to be unthinkable. Thank you. Joining us also now, Suman C. Raman, political analyst, Pularao, also from the state, and S. Mulidharan, political analyst who backs the TVK. Sumant, would it be fair to say, and we've done this analysis of across the regions, across the castes, where the castes were more dominant, either supporting the AIADMK or otherwise, Vijay has swept all of those regions, all of those, parameters. So has he truly ushered in a new kind of voter, which we thought was impossible when the exit poll predicted it, but clearly he has managed this?
Yeah, I think we need to wait and see, Shivani, whether it lasts. But in this election, clearly he has made caste and money irrelevant. We have to remember, many of both the traditional parties were paying 1,000 rupees, 1,500 rupees, in some cases even 5,000, 6,000 rupees for votes. And many of those candidates who paid money have lost. So I think the era of paying people off for their votes, hopefully that will start to reduce now that people realize that you cannot bribe your way to victory. Also caste, yes. In Vijay's case, there are multiple Dalit candidates who have been fielded in open constituencies, in general constituencies, right? In Tamil Nadu, that's a big talking point. Usually, Dalit candidates by the two major parties are fielded in reserved constituencies. They are not fielded in general constituencies. And I was told that there are at least 30 of Vijay's candidates who have won, who are Dalit candidates, but are from general constituencies. So I think that that's a huge shift for Tamil Nadu. Nobody has ever even attempted that. Forget, there's a party called the VCK, and last time when they got 2 seats from the DMK in general constituencies, it was touted as a huge victory. They're actually getting general constituencies and not reserved constituencies. That has been the approach of the traditional two parties to this issue. And now, you've got 30 odd candidates who contest in general constituencies and win. It's a huge change for Tamil Nadu. Because I don't think anybody know who the candidate was. They didn't even look at the candidate's name. They just look for the whistle symbol and press the button.
No, but importantly, we were talking about this before the verdict, and you felt, and many experts felt, that do you think the young voter in Tamil Nadu is not going to care about his caste and not going to vote how his parents or his grandparents may have voted? Clearly, the numbers tell us in the belt which has more favors by 30%, Vijay has won a whopping 14 seats. Where the Vanyas are strong, more than 30%, he has won a whopping 25 seats, and where SCs are greater than 30%, he has won 22 seats. So yes, he has hurt both the DMK and the AIA-DMK. AIA-DMK maybe in the Vanyar belt has held on, but in other belts it has suffered as well. So Pulla Rao, is this the ushering in of a new vote in Tamil Nadu? Maybe we have hope that future voters are not going to vote only on the basis of caste.
Perhaps I may be, making it too much, amplifying it, but perhaps it's the first example of Gen Z throwing out all the established people, irrespective of caste and parties. For the last 60 years, there was the DMK and ADMK and Tamil Nadu, nothing else, and they had a stranglehold. Nobody else could come in. Now what Vijay has done, and from the map and the election statistics, he has won most of the urban seats he has won. That meant that those who were not earlier quoted by the traditional parties that they won't vote, that, they went on their own and voted, irrespective of class, irrespective of caste, irrespective of class, caste and other things, they voted. This is a new phenomenon that urban areas can tilt the balance, and as India becomes more urbanized, naturally this is where it's going to happen. And this also means that in rural areas are no longer important, and the role loyalties, vote bank type of situations may decline.
Yes. No, even in the rural seats in Tamil Nadu, Vijay has done well.
Yes, he has done well.
AIA-DMK has held on in most of those seats, but Vijay has done well.
If people have gone as far from Delhi to vote for him by train or Bombay, I don't say thousands have gone, they've gone. Obviously, the fatigue with the established order, is there. And you take the BJP, they contested 27 seats and they won 1. I may be corrected if I'm wrong, 1.
Yes.
Congress contested 28 seats and they won 5. Where does that leave them? All their allies. Therefore, this is definitely a new beginning. But can Vijay retain it? He probably will. There's one small thing I would like to draw your attention.
Yes.
Normally, we take film stars in the South to be kind of innocent, and no, they're not. They're very serious. Politics and cinema have a lot of common points. They both deal with the public, how to win the public, how to get their affections, and film stars who have seen NTR closely or Pawan Kalyan, and of course from a distance India, they all have that idea. They have that thing, what is going to get them the votes. And that the cinema thing was, how do they get a good film? How do they send a message? How do they get audiences? A lot of commonality, and they don't lack any shrewdness. The cinema world is a ferociously competitive world, and infighting, hidden undercurrents, and therefore I would simply say that they have all the expertise. Tamil Nadu has a good bureaucracy. If he is fair enough and simple enough, he won't do any worse than the others have done so far.
No, but it is still a huge mountain of expectations to climb now for him. Mr. Muralidharan, I want to ask you, the under 40 population in Tamil Nadu is 40%. And in this very first election, without the kind of background that NTR and MGR had in politics, he has managed a whopping 35% of the vote share. So do you think it is predominantly the youth that made this possible?
youth to an extent, yes, but the youth also convince their parents and grandparents to vote for Vijay. And when everybody was looking for a change and they're not really sure whom they have to vote, and I think those youngsters managed to convince their elders at home. One. Second is, when we speak about caste, I think that's probably it's a myth all these years which we believe that caste plays a role, because I think he has proven that wrong also. For a simple reason, probably when you have a charismatic leader, a person whom people can trust, the caste equation does not come into the picture. As long as he has promised to deliver, and he's promised to deliver secular, governance, I think people are going to ignore that caste fact. Probably this is a shocker, but I think, or it could have been the population has evolved over the years not to look at caste as a major reason to
we are talking about the young population as well, so maybe they don't hold on to their caste identities and backgrounds as much as the older generation did, and this is possibly for many a healthy sign. But I want to ask you quickly, do you think he can live up to this mandate now? Because inexperience has brought down several parties in the past. I mean, I don't think it's a straight comparison, but there is a comparison with the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi, came on a massive anti-corruption plank, won repeated mandates, and then eventually was completely booted out because they couldn't deliver.
Okay, I would like to take a leaf out of Mr. Pularao's book here. All I would say is, movie industry is something similar to a corporate industry. A corporate company makes, like, let's say, 500 crore turnover a year. Single movie of Vijay turns so much of money. So, being a superstar, he gets to decide who's the director, who's the actor, who's the supporting actors, and the musicians, everything, And he also knows what will, win the hearts of the audience. For example, Rajinikanth also. These are like, these two people are like industry by themselves. They are an industry. They know the nitty-gritties. They've been doing.
But becoming an all-too-powerful leader of a party also doesn't work well. We've seen that. You have to be able to delegate well, and you have to have internal party freedom for people to speak to you and tell you the truth. If he becomes that leader who is ensconced within his own coterie and is not really getting the word of the public anymore, then it will be trouble.
Shivani won't believe the amount of planning which goes into a movie schedule. If they have to make a shoot, so much of planning goes. A person who's gone through that definitely will be able to survive anywhere. That's my
Sumant, very quickly, I have 10 seconds. You think he can live up to this?
Well, I certainly hope so, for the sake of the state. Otherwise, we'll all be in trouble. So I think that, look, it depends on, Tamil Nadu has a fairly decent bureaucracy. It's a lot worse than what it used to be in the good old days, but there are still some very good bureaucrats around. So if he's able to choose the right bureaucrats to run the show, then he has a good opportunity. My only concern is about all those promises which have been made of freebies. I mean, that runs into several lakh crores. 4,000 rupees per month to unemployed graduates, 2,500 to those with diploma unemployed, 10,000 to those undergoing skill training, 2,500 to all women per month, 20 lakh collateral free loan. I can go on and on. Where is the money going to come for all this?
Yeah, but that's a problem all parties are facing. We'll leave it at that. It is, of course, a historic verdict and possibly ushering in a caste agnostic, freebie agnostic, electorate as well, because that was also a huge problem in Tamil Nadu. The people could just buy votes consistently. We'll leave it at that. Thanks a lot for watching. First up, we start with breaking news reaction coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the Fujairah oil facility strike. He says strongly condemned the attacks on UAE that resulted in injuries to 3 Indian nationals. Targeting civilian infrastructure is unacceptable, says the Prime Minister, and also then goes on to talk about how India stands in firm solidarity with UAE. He also reiterated India's support for the peaceful resolution of all issues through dialogue and diplomacy. Ensuring safe and unimpeded navigation through the Strait of Hormuz is vital for enduring regional peace, stability and global energy security, says the Prime Minister. He says India stands in firm solidarity with UAE and says it reiterates its support for peaceful resolution. So essentially condemning strikes on civilian infrastructure, that's the word coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Strongly condemned the attack on the Fujairah oil facility, which, remember, has resulted in injuries to 3 Indian nationals. Siddhant, let's talk about this comment that's coming from Prime Minister Narendra Modi minutes into the first reaction from the Ministry of External Affairs as well, and also give us a sense of the 3 Indian nationals who have sustained injuries. What is their condition at the moment?
Kritsween, developments in West Asia are concerning, given there were multiple missile and drone attacks on UAE. In fact, yesterday evening, Dubai and Abu Dhabi were on high alert. Fire incident at Fujairah oil facility, and 3 Indians sustained injuries. They were taken to hospital. They are being treated. And now, in fact, since the announcement of ceasefire and the extension of the ceasefire, this is the first major ceasefire violation being reported. Now, perhaps it's also very important to put things in context. How did it actually start? So the situation of blockade versus blockade continues in the Strait of Hormuz, but day before yesterday, United States came up with a plan of helping the third country vessel to be transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. And in fact, President Trump named it as a freedom project to be helping the third country vessel to be passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Perhaps this becomes a fresh point of contention between Iran and the United States. In fact, Iran is now denying attack on UAE, but it is also blaming United States for the fresh escalation in the region. Now, this statement has come from Prime Minister Modi, Kritsween, where he strongly condemns the attack on the UAE that resulted in injuries to the 3 Indian nationals. In fact, Prime Minister also writes on X, targeting civilians and infrastructure is unacceptable. India stands in solidarity with UAE. In fact, Prime Minister once again reiterated India's position, safe and unimpeded navigation through the Strait of
Narendra Modi. Siddhant, we need to shift our focus back to the latest visuals coming in from Tamil Nadu, but here's the Prime Minister making it amply clear on India standing in solidarity with the UAE. For now, shifting our focus back to the state of Tamil Nadu, where the Dravidian duopoly has been shattered, and how it's been a stunning electoral debut, and that's sent shockwaves clearly through the state, with Vijay's TVK emerging as the single largest party, rather securing 108 seats in the 234-member assembly. Now, quickly giving you a lowdown of the several developments that have trickled in so far. Viewers, there's a meeting that will begin any minute now at the TVK headquarters. In attendance, not only will be the TVK party chief Vijay, but all of his 108 winning candidates. So they're going to be brainstorming what next in terms of striking that golden figure of 118. And as our colleagues Purnima and Rohini have been highlighting, they will want to fare way past 118 into 120, possibly 125 as well. Now, how do they stitch that number is the big question, and that's exactly what the TVK is strategizing around. And contrary to the TVK strategy, also a lot of huddle in the DMK headquarters has seen some of the DMK leaders arrive already, and a few left representatives have also been spotted at the DMK headquarters. Now, there are a few possible scenarios that could favor TVK in stitching that number together and ensuring that they take their 108 to 120 possibly. So state facing its first ever hung assembly in decades, and Vijay is now moving swiftly to seize the initiative. He has officially already written to the governor, formally communicating his party status, also wanting to stake claim to form the government. That's the first step that he's already taken. He's also wanting to ensure that none of his winning candidates get poached, and in that sense we're learning that the winning legislators will also be moved to a high security resort. That said, the focus right now is on the TVK headquarters, where Vijay is going to be meeting the winning candidates. Let's play out some of the top reactions that our colleagues Rohini and Purnima have managed to bring to us the last few minutes. Listen in.
Thanks very much for tuning into Brass Tacks. I'm Nabila Jamal. You're right here on CNN News 18. We're going to take you through all our top stories. Of course, the election season is still hot. Mamata Banerjee today, after all that win that the BJP had, quite a thumping majority that they've got, Mamata Banerjee says, instead of conceding defeat, says, I will not resign as the Chief Minister of West Bengal. And also a lot of jibes being taken about how the BJP allegedly stole victory. This is the TMC's claim. Mamata says she will not resign owing to this claim. We're going to take you through those details and also if it's constitutionally viable for Mamata Banerjee to hold on to her seat. And also our top story tonight is Vijay's first test. 10 seats short, Vijay's first test now begins. Who's going to be his partner in business for the next 5 years? We're going to see if the Congress makes that decision or the PMK or the AIDMK. We'll take you through with our experts on that. And finally, our top story on Indigo scare. A power bank inside an Indigo plane burst. It caught fire and that led to a lot of panic. We'll take you through those details. As always, I start with the headlines. Mamata Banerjee refuses to resign from her Chief Minister's chair. She says that this election was stolen by the BJP, claims assault on her and manhandling at the counting center, that the TMC leaders, workers were manhandled and heckled and harassed by the central forces and BJP leaders. Those are her claims. BJP readies for oath-taking ceremony of Bengal Chief Minister on May 9th. Prepares a show of strength at Kolkata's landmark brigade ground. Home Minister Amit Shah appointed BJP's observer for West Bengal. Vijay meets his 108 winning candidates. MLA elects to submit letters to support his government. In fact, he wants the governor to invite him to form the government. He's also promised the governor that he needs at least 2 weeks' time to pull together a stable government, basically to get a simple majority number. A significant shift in Tamil Nadu politics. Congress and AIDMK mull extending outside support to Vijay as he explores options to bridge the 10-seat gap. Man who scripted history in Assam speaks to CNN News 18. Hemanta Biswa Sarma thanks voters of Assam for this unprecedented victory. Claims no manufactured documents against Gaurav Gogoi. UDF's comeback in Kerala triggers intense CM race. VD Satishan, Ramesh Chanitala, KC Venugopal all in contention. Who will the Congress High Command finally select? India strongly condemns attack on UAE's Fujairah oil hub that injured 3 Indian nationals. Prime Minister Modi expresses solidarity with the UAE, reiterates safe and unimpeded navigation through Hormuz. All right, let's begin with Mamata Banerjee and her rebellion. A day after results, Mamata Banerjee has now gone on a complete offensive. She's called this verdict as stolen. She's accused the Election Commission of India of collusion. She says the BJP, the EC blames Amit Shah, the Home Minister, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. She says all of them collectively stole this mandate from TMC in West Bengal. She's gone a step further now to say, since this mandate was stolen, I will not resign as the Chief Minister of West Bengal. Now remember, what Mamata has said is only politics, because by law, her claim here will not stand. TMC government's 5-year term ends on May 6th. After that, there is no legal basis to continue in office. So even if Mamata claims that she will not resign, it's really not a possibility. Once the Election Commission of India here notifies the results, and here they've done in favor of the BJP, then that stands binding unless a court overturns it. So under Article 164 of the Constitution of India, the Chief Minister holds office at the pleasure of the governor. If Mamata Banerjee refuses to resign, then the governor here is well within his rights to dismiss the government and invite the leader of the majority party to form the next government, in this case the BJP. That's the constitutional route, very direct. Though Mamata Banerjee does have a legal option, if she wants to challenge this result, then she'll have to go to court. But that takes time, and more importantly, that does not stop the next government to come and take charge. So let me tell you that delaying resignation has happened before as well. But somewhere around the 90s, during hung assemblies, there have been scenarios where the chief minister has taken time to resign. And that was a scenario when no party had a clear majority. But here it's very clear, in this situation, the BJP has a brute majority, 208 seats that they've managed. BJP holds the clear mandate, and here Mamata Banerjee refuses to accept it, saying that this is a stolen mandate. Now, speaking of resisting resignation, it's often cited, an example that's given often is that of Indira Gandhi. In 1975, Indira Gandhi refused to step down after her election was set aside by court. In 1975, the Allahabad High Court had found Indira Gandhi guilty of electoral malpractice in the 1971 Lok Sabha elections. The court set aside her victory and barred her from holding elected office for 6 years. At that moment, she had a choice whether to resign or fight. She chose to fight. Instead of stepping down as Prime Minister, Indira Gandhi then appealed to the Supreme Court. The court gave her a limited stay. She could remain the Prime Minister. That's what the court said. You could remain the Prime Minister, but with restrictions on her role as an MP. And then came the turning point. In June 25, 1975, she declared emergency in India under Article 352. So civil liberties at that point were suspended, opposition leaders were jailed, press was censored, elections were put on hold. And it was indeed the most dramatic assertion of executive powers in India's history. And that triggered a lot of legal political crisis. That indeed is a comparison that comes up whenever a leader refuses to step down after an adverse verdict. But here, Mamata has only verbally spoken. She's only verbally shown resistance. What she does post this, how she follows this up, time will tell. But I'm going to take you through exactly what Mamata Banerjee said while reiterating that she will not resign as the Chief Minister of Bengal.
কেন কিসের জন্য আমরা তো হারিয়ে নিয়ে যাব হারলে আমি যদি শপথ নিতে যেতাম তাহলে আমি রেজিগনেশনটা করতাম এখন তো কোশ্চেন ডাজন্ট অ্যারাইজ জোর করে দখল করে যদি কেউ মনে করে যে আমি কি রেজিগনেশন দিতে হবে নো নট দ্যাট নাও অলসো আই ওয়ান্ট টু সে দ্যাট we didn't lose the election. It is their forceful attempt to defeat us. CRPF এটা জওয়ান বাহিনী না গুণ বাহিনী আমি আমার নিজের কনস্টিটিউশনে দেখেছি আমার অভিজ্ঞতা 100 জনকে মেরে তাড়িয়েছে যারা জিতছিল my official agents are not allowed. I am not allowed. I went inside for few minutes. They kicked me in my belly. They kicked me in my backside. And they abused, physically manhandled, assaulted. Then they just thrust me, thrown me out from the counting station. धक्का देके देके मार के निकाला.
All right. Let me quickly bring in BJP MP Sukanta Majumdar, Union Minister of State for Education and Development of Northeastern Region. Thanks very much for speaking to us here. Mr. Sukanta, I can't help but ask you, Mamata Banerjee resisting a resignation. She says, I will not resign as the Chief Minister of Bengal. BJP has stolen the mandate, stolen victory.
See, our party statement has been given by the spokesperson of the party, and the party spokesperson will address this.
Okay. Well, she claims the mandate was stolen. On what grounds will the BJP reject that? If you could explain, your defense.
Ignore her. Not more than that I want to say.
Sir, she literally addressed a full press conference. Won't you want to defend that argument?
I won't speak anything regarding Mamata Banerjee. Do you have any another issue?
Okay. Okay. Now, why don't you tell me how did BJP pull off this massive victory in West Bengal? Did you expect it? Give us really the core of this victory. What really worked for you?
For last several years, we have continued our work at ground level. From 2018, the success story started. In 19, we got 18 seats, as you know. And again in 2021, after the defeat, we faced a severe violent attack by TMC, and again a reconsolidation started after the 2021, and we fought 2024 election, and before that we fought Panchayat election, and we could secure 11,000 seats in Panchayat election. It was a success story. Then again in 2024, we got 12 seats, but we keep continuing our hard work, and this is the blessing of the hard work, and this is the result of the hard work and the blessing of the people of West Bengal, and the contribution and the credit goes to the Honorable Prime Minister of this country.
Okay, so in the latest we know that Home Minister Amit Shah has been appointed as the central observer for West Bengal. Mohan Manji of Odisha as well has now been appointed as central observer. How may you explain to us, will the Chief Minister be decided for West Bengal? What's really the protocol the BJP follows in selecting a CM?
Within few days, Honorable Home Minister, as you mentioned, Manya Amit Shah ji will come along with the Mohan Manji, the Chief Minister of Odisha, and they will sit with the elected MLAs of the state, and they will decide the name of the Chief Minister of the state, and then swearing will happen as per the protocol, as you know.
Okay, yeah, well, Suvendu Adhikari, I mean, that's literally the man on everyone's mind. He's really the giant slayer, managed to defeat Mamata Banerjee twice. Does that make him a front runner here?
See, it is a fact that Suvendu Adhikari ji has defeated Mamata Banerjee twice in two consecutive assembly elections in 2021 and 2026, and it is a great achievement. But I can't say whether this will be a criteria of Chief Minister or not, because I am not authorized to tell these things. But our party will sit, we have a protocol, and they will discuss with the MLAs and they will decide.
Well, sir, we're also hearing of a woman Chief Minister. Mamata Banerjee was a woman. She governed West Bengal for 15 years. People of West Bengal may be looking to BJP for that. A woman Chief Minister, is that a possibility?
Yes, Mamata Banerjee was a woman Chief Minister, but during her tenure only, so many atrocities against the women happened in the state of West Bengal. So, being a woman Chief Minister is not necessarily guarantee the safety and security of the women. The BJP's most priority is the safety and the security of the women.
Okay. So if I have to ask you on record speed, what would be your first policy rollout decision for West Bengal? What changes immediately in the hands of BJP?
See, it is too early to comment on that, because the Chief Minister who will become the Chief Minister, that person will take the decision. But I can assure you that we have our manifesto, we call it Bharosa Patra. So we will follow that Bharosa Patra, and always for the BJP, the internal security and the external security of this country always remain the first. So the security and the safety of this country will be first always.
Sir, at this time when we're looking at a big victory for the BJP in Assam and West Bengal, you have Rahul Gandhi, none other than the leader of opposition, who calls this a theft, vote theft. In fact, this is a sentiment Mamata Banerjee has also echoed in that press conference today. I know you may not want to talk about Mamata, but the India Bloc, India Alliance coming together and echoing this same message that this is vote chori.
Previously they were all together. It is not the new thing that they are coming together. For last several months they are working together, but the thing is that in every state they are fighting. So they are doing dosti in Delhi and doing kusti in other states. In West Bengal, they are doing the kusti. So this is cannot be, a criteria, or this cannot be the characteristics of a good Gathbandhan or good, coalition. So obviously that's why Indi Gathbandhan is defeating everywhere. Again in the national level also, and next year UP election is coming. They are going to accept the defeat there also.
All right. All right, sir. Thanks very much. I really appreciate you joining us on that. Well, at the end of it, Mamata Banerjee has no other choice but to move out unless she goes to court, but that process also takes time, so that will not stop the BJP to form the government in West Bengal. In fact, the 9th of May is exactly when the swearing in is expected. Who's going to be the chief minister, that time will tell. BJP is keeping that under wraps. But Shabnam Dey, who's a political analyst, a quick one from you. Shabnam, give us a little more on your thoughts of Mamata Banerjee resisting a resignation. In fact, all India Alliance members, Rahul Gandhi primarily and Mamata Banerjee, all calling this vote theft. What can this do constitutionally? Can it in any way deter the BJP from forming the government?
Good evening, Nabila. Whatever the debate is going on regarding Mamata Banerjee's resignation, now till 7th she is in holding office, but after 7th she will be resigned or she will move to the court. It's a personal matter because as the verdict goes against her, so it is the time to see that whether she can go to the court and expeditiously can bring stay order or any other sort of, because people's mandate, and as the verdict is against her, she has to move on.
So you're saying that she has to move on. There's no other choice that she has either way. But this SIR deletion, vote choice, this is even now after a big mandate that the BJP has got. Mamata Banerjee trying to portray a sorry story. I don't know. Do you think this will give her any political dividends? Will people of West Bengal feel any pity?
SIR is one of the factors which caused a lot of vote deletion. 27 lakh people legally they couldn't cast their votes, and what the Supreme Court has, the Honorable Justice have done, they couldn't include 27 lakh voters also by their judgments, but by their observation, tribunal had been formed at hot haste, but tribunal couldn't work properly. Only one Congress leader got the verdict too, because he was a candidate to contest the election. So it is such like that, that now what judiciary cannot provide the judgment in favor of democracy, and it is very unfortunate that SIR has been made in very logistically and unmapped way, which has been randomly made in West Bengal.
Okay, ma'am. Radhika Khera, who's also national spokesperson of the BJP, joins us. Radhika Khera, Mamata Banerjee says that she will not resign from her post. I know, a lot of them would dismiss it as just another statement. This is a sour Mamata speaking. But we do know that she has an option to go to court. That does not stop the BJP from forming the government. But that said, this bitter play out of sentiment, how would you view it?
Good evening to everyone. Nabila, Mamata Banerjee is actually insulting the very mandate that once made her a chief minister. In fact, 3 times. It was the same mandate that she has lost today that has made her a chief minister earlier 3 times. Why didn't she create this hue, cry and drama that time? And if you remember, she became a chief minister when BJP was at its strongest in the center. So if we wanted to do something and if there was something wrong, things would have been wrong. She would not have been a chief minister for 15 years. Having said that, how is it that everything is fine in Kerala, but because their alliance has won over there, and everything is fine in Tamil Nadu, the SIR happened in Tamil Nadu also, happened in Kerala also. And in fact, the point is that the seats where maximum votes were cut, BJP has lost in those in West Bengal. The maximum seats where maximum votes were cut have been won by TMC only, and I believe won by Congress. So what is the hue and cry about? She should gracefully accept the people's mandate. And it's very clear, we will see scenes coming from the secretariat. People are chanting slogans of Jai Shri Ram. Normal, not political people, just normal citizens of Bengal are out on the roads because finally they are able to breathe. They can practice their religion. Women can get out of the house at 7 p.m. in the evening. Nabila, if you had to choose, and if you had a chief minister of a state telling you that you will not,
it's too soon to say women can breathe, don't you think, Ms. Khera? It's too soon to say women can breathe.
Tell me one state ruled by the Bharatiya Janata Party where the chief minister says that I cannot give you protection, don't leave your house after 7 p.m. We saw a similar thing with Sheila Dikshit ji towards the end of her political journey.
But that said, it's not like crimes against women in BJP ruled states haven't happened. It's happened. It's happened.
Absolutely, I agree to that. They have happened, but when has a sitting chief minister stood in front of the rapist like a brick wall? When has the state protected the rapist? We saw what happened in the RJ race. We saw what happened in Sandesh Kali. The Sandesh Kali victim has won and has become an MLA today. So RJ victim's mother has won. And if you are, what did TMC do? They were shouting slogans and saying ki for Ratna ji ki go back, and unke EVM pe they put white chips. This is the kind of hooliganism that was going on. Mamata Banerjee is basically scared because she knows now she will be answerable. You remember those visuals when she was hugging those papers like this and protecting the IPAC people who were accused of money laundering. So all her crimes are now flat in front of her face. But like the Samvidhan that these people talk about and say कि constitution में हम believe करते हैं and we go by the constitution itself says that she has to step down, and irrespective of that she doesn't want to step down, that's okay. We're still going to become the chief minister. ऐसे तो कोई भी हारेगा, हर बार हारने के बाद आप कोर्ट पहुंच जाओगे.
So then how are you going to make, you think this could be
I
a
wish she had gone that
situation?
fast to the court to get justice for RJ victim and Sandesh Khali victims. That time though she never bothered.
Can we play out Mamata Banerjee's bite yet again? She held a press conference where she elaborately said how her allegations were the EC was in collusion, the BJP, the direct mentions of Home Minister Amit Shah, direct mentions of Prime Minister Modi, saying all collectively conspired to steal victory. It's not the people's mandate, it's a total conspiracy. She said that in nearly a 25-minute long presser that she held. Let's hear a snippet of it yet again.
কেন কিসের জন্য আমরা তো হারিয়ে নিয়ে যাব? হারলে আমি যদি শপথ নিতে যেতাম তাহলে আমি রেজিগনেশনটা করতাম। এখন তো কোয়েশ্চেন ডাজন্ট অ্যারাইজ। জোর করে দখল করে যদি কেউ মনে করে যে আমি কি রেজিগনেশন দিতে হবে, নো, নট দ্যাট। Now also I want to say that we didn't lose the election. It is their forceful attempt to defeat us. CRPF এটা জোয়ান বাহিনী না গুণ বাহিনী? আমি আমার নিজের কনস্টিটিউশনে দেখেছি, আমার অভিজ্ঞতা 100 জনকে মেরে তাড়িয়েছে যারা জিতছিল। My official agents are not allowed. I am not allowed. I went inside for few minutes. They kicked me in my belly. They kicked me in my backside, and they abused, physically manhandled, assaulted. Then they just thrust me, throw me out from the counting station. धक्का देके मार के निकाला.
Okay, Mamata Banerjee says that she was assaulted. So these are big claims, you know. And don't you think she should be filing an FIR, Shabnam? Isn't that what Mamata Banerjee should be doing ideally? Apart from, of course, holding a presser, which she did, I think what she should have done earlier was to file an FIR if she believes these allegations were true. If she really was assaulted, then it warrants an FIR. Why haven't we seen that move?
Let us see how she'll proceed according to court of law, and prior to that, whatever the legal records of action she will adopt. So legal advisors are there to advise him, advise her.
Okay. Thanks very much, Shabnam. Thank you, Ms. Khera, for joining us on this. I'm going to quickly bring in Mahesh Jethmalani, who's a senior lawyer with the Supreme Court. I really appreciate your time, sir. Give us a little sense on a chief minister. Does a chief minister have any constitutional ground to refuse resignation after she's lost the mandate? In this reference, Mamata Banerjee.
No, unless you're Mamata Banerjee, there is no chief minister who has this ground not to resign. I mean, she's a law unto herself, so, but whatever she's saying actually is constitutional nonsense. I mean, it defies the conscience, the constitution precedents, it's unprecedented, and it's just an act of desperation.
Okay, but I understand that she has a legal route. Is there any legal ambiguity here? Is there a possibility she can go to court and say that this is a stolen mandate? How will that play out?
Well, I know, first of all, a chief minister has two restrictions. First of all, she holds office during the pleasure of a governor. Secondly, she has a fixed tenure of 5 years like all MLAs do. And a chief minister is only an MLA who is elected to be the chief minister by a party structure, right? Or nominated or whatever it is. But once 5 years expires, she ceases to be a chief minister. What is she's only now an acting chief minister, right? She can't cling on to the post. Her term has expired. If she wants to get back as chief minister, she has the rather arduous task, which is beyond her, and there are no shortcuts to this, to move a court, right, and tell her and say that the election which I claim is stolen, because of this evidence is stolen. She's not a law unto herself. She's not the decider of the validity of an electoral mandate. Nobody is above the people's mandate, right? At least as certified by the Election Commission. If you have a grievance, go with evidence and redress that grievance in proper forums. You've already done that twice and you've got short shrift from the Supreme Court, right? If you want to disgrace yourself a third time, do it. But that's the way to do it. Not to say, I will not resign. This is not a dynasty. We're not a monarchy. We're a constitutional democracy.
Okay, give us an understanding on the powers of the governor under Article 164 of the Constitution. How much of
164 only says this, that you are chief minister at the pleasure of the governor. That doesn't mean that he can chuck a chief minister out at any time. But if she flouts a constitutional mandate, right, then she has to resign or be dismissed. Either after a mandate like this, you resign with grace or you get dismissed in disgrace. That's all.
So you're saying the governor does have the right to suo moto dismiss the chief minister and her government if she refuses to budge? If this is a trigger, the governor of West Bengal today has the right to dismiss her.
Absolutely, she's an errant chief minister. In fact, she's not a chief minister at all. Her term has already expired by lapse of time, that is the 5-year period, and in any event, she lost the mandate to become chief minister afresh of a new legislative assembly.
Can you, Mr. Jethmalani, reflect on any situation that you may remember in your knowledgeable experience of a person in power resisting a resignation?
Frankly, no. I've never seen anybody as completely outlandish as Mamata Banerjee.
Tell us what happened in the emergency period. Could we draw parallels with Indira Gandhi on her refusing to step down when the courts?
No, because she got a stay. What happened was when she lost her election petition against Raj Narayan, right? She should have stepped down. She could have stepped down, but she went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court granted her a stay.
And that turned into something else.
Yeah, but then of course after that it was only a stay, temporary stay, right? It wasn't the final stay, right? Then she decided to supersede the legal process, right, and declare an emergency. Mercifully, there is no scope for an emergency anymore in view of the new constitutional provisions, particularly the 44th Amendment, and certainly Mamata Banerjee doesn't have the power to do so being a state chief minister and not a central prime minister.
Okay, so going back to Mamata Banerjee, a quick one on her legal recourse. Can the court really hold her attention, or can she hold the court's attention by just saying that elections were rigged, that this was conspiracy, and just verbally calling this crying foul, and calling this conspiracy? Can she really hold a case legally, and how long will this intervention take, if at all she takes this up in court? Can the court really stall a government formation?
I think not. I don't want to second guess the Supreme Court, but in normal circumstances, right, in a situation like this, the court ought to and probably will poo-poo this entire effort.
Okay. All right. So in your view, in as simple terms, this is a futile exercise. Mamata Banerjee.
This is an exercise in typically Mamata drama.
Okay. Nothing to worry then for the BJP.
No, except the only thing to worry about is the state of the opposition. That's all.
We heard you. Thanks very much, Mr. Jethmalani. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
for having me.
Thank you. All right, let me quickly take you through big news that we're tracking on the cabinet meeting that's happening today. All ministers have joined in to congratulate Prime Minister Modi for his exemplary leadership in the wins recently, especially in West Bengal. The Prime Minister said that it was the win of the people that was long due, and told his colleagues that with power comes big responsibility and everyone must work for a brighter Bengal. Payal, who joins us live to tracking this very closely. Payal, it seems like the cabinet meet here giving credit to Prime Minister Modi and his leadership. Yet again, two states that have come to the BJP under Prime Minister Modi, so he really gets all the accolades.
Well, the Prime Minister, not his leadership has been exemplary. The BJP has been able to win two big elections, Assam for the third time in a row and Bengal for the first time ever. And not to forget Puducherry. Puducherry is also an NDA ruled union territory, so that is also one part that the Prime Minister's leadership has come to the fore, because he's given a vision, to Puducherry as well. But it was a very, very charged up cabinet today, I'm given to understand, where everybody joined in congratulating the Prime Minister for what seems to be impossible at one time has actually been possible, and the big mandate which has come in Bengal. Having said that, this time around the Prime Minister said that this is not the win of any political leadership, this is the win of the people of the state, and they need to be congratulated for that. And then he lauded the law, and in fact he was very happy with what his cabinet colleagues had to say. And finally he went on to say that it is important to understand that a lot of work remains to be done as far as the state is concerned, and everybody must join hands to in fact work for the cause of states like Bengal in particular.
Okay. Well, Prime Minister Modi has been meeting and greeting with all the leaders. In fact, a special garland that he placed on Nitin Nabin, the new president of the BJP, because it was also under his leadership as he just took charge, that BJP has won West Bengal for the first time, breaching that bastion. Well, thanks very much, Payal, for joining us on that. Let's take you through Tamil Nadu. A big, exciting win for actor Vijay. Who would have thought the actor par excellence, who's really entertained audiences on television, would turn out to be a real-life hero for a large portion of people in Tamil Nadu? Because his victory numbers suggest that people of every category, young, old, rich, poor, all religions put together, have voted for Vijay. But do remember, Vijay is 10 seats short. He does not have the brute majority. And that does change everything. With 108 seats, Vijay and his party, Tamilaga Vetri Karagam, are the single largest force, yes indeed, but not yet in power on their own. So what really happens next? Let me tell you, Vijay has already thanked Prime Minister Modi on his Twitter, on the X platform. And on the other side, he's also thanked Rahul Gandhi for the good wishes. So Vijay really keeping his balance, maintaining diplomacy. He's still trying to get an understanding of which are the parties who would be interested to ally with him, because he needs 10 more seats and it's a significant number. First, the governor is likely to invite TVK to form the government. That's what's going to happen in the near future. That's what we're waiting in the next 24 hours. In fact, Vijay himself has written to the governor saying that the party is ready to stake claim and wants to form the government in Tamil Nadu, and also requested the governor to give him 2 weeks' time to prove his majority, to prove a flaw, to in fact go through a test of numbers. Now, even without a majority, though, the government can very much invite him and can give him a little time. The numbers game does begin in the meanwhile. Vijay is, of course, now scrambling to get those 10 more seats, and there is a lot of buzz around who could be that ally. Talk is that the Congress, with about 5 seats, could tilt the balance. They've had friction with the DMK, the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam. In fact, the Congress wanted a little more power in power sharing with the DMK like the last time. This time, the Congress said, last time you didn't give us power, this time at least give us a little more, give us a cabinet berth, whatnot. But DMK is very stern on not giving a cabinet berth to any of its allies. So the Congress was already cut up, but this time, after TVK's win, it seems like the Congress is thinking otherwise. They're warming up to the TVK, but there has been no official word. Now, if not for the Congress, who else could it really be? The PMK. The PMK is another party with 5 seats that could likely become the kingmaker here. There's the PMK and the TVK really had no major ideological clash. They've been, of course, the PMK is an ally of the NDA with the AIDMK and the BJP, but it could very well, with 5 seats, break away from that alliance and join TVK. That could also very possibly happen. Smaller parties, 1 or 2 seats each, may also add up to the rest of it. But they will not be able to change the game alone. So significant 5 seats from one party, either the PMK or the Congress, along with a few other independents and smaller parties with 1, 2 each, could change the game. Now, what is unlikely to happen here is support from the NDA, the AIDMK. Though there is a lot of talk around Edappadi Palaniswamy, people trying to convince him to talk to Vijay, but let me tell you, that hasn't happened as yet. Edappadi Palaniswamy, the AIDMK, the BJP have in fact not really openly, except for Khushbu, who's extended an olive branch, but there has been no open word or open talk around allying with the TVK or the TVK with them. The TVK, of course, has called the BJP an ideological enemy in the past, but will that change now? We've got to wait and watch. Well, the equations, the permutations, combinations, exactly what the Vijay party, TVK party is currently exploring. And we've got to see who he picks, because parties seem like they're interested, they're going to get power, why not? But it all depends on who Vijay really picks. Well, the floor test is certainly crucial. Allies can make or break stability. Tamil Nadu's old DMK, AIDMK axis is now cracked. So TVK it is, a debut that was so big that he is now in the center of power, but is of course scrambling to find his majority number. Vijay is cobbling up the numbers to form the government. Will he or won't he? How is it possible? What are the scenarios? Lakshmi Ramachandran, Congress spokesperson, joining us. We also have S. Muralidharan, political analyst. Thanks very much. Lakshmi Ramachandran, as a Congress spokesperson, tell us more. Is the Congress warming up to the TVK? Is there any possibility of an alliance?
Good evening. First of all, I would like to congratulate TVK and their party head, Mr. Vijay, for their spectacular win. In a democracy, the final word is with the people, and they have delivered a verdict, and they have delivered a clear verdict. Now coming to Congress's decision about whether to support TVK in forming, getting that, crossing that 50% mark. They need about 118 seats. I think they are short by 10 seats. This is a decision that our High Command has to take. and I just hope that the decision taken is.
I know it's a decision that the High Command takes, but give us a little bit of inside spice, no, Lakshmi? Tell us what's the chatter. High Command, of course, will take now. You have, I mean, of course, party leaders within the state do not have that power to decide, but at least give us a sense of how the party views TVK. Are you looking at TVK as a political enemy, or are you looking at the party as friends now?
Our in charge, Mr. Girish Chodankar, AICC in charge, he has spoken. I'm just going to communicate whatever he said. Yeah. He said he has received phone calls from functionaries and leaders and elected MLAs.
So he's received phone calls. Congress is receiving phone calls.
Yes. From the cadres, from the local leaders, saying that we should support the party that has won majority.
Say it. Why aren't you saying TVK? Why aren't you saying it, Lakshmi?
Yeah, absolutely. TVK. I mean, I started congratulating Mr. Vijay.
It seems like the Congress is hesitating more than anything.
No, I'm just qualifying. They are the party that has won the majority seats, and they are the only party that is in a position.
So calls are coming to you, and you all are thinking of it. Okay. And you all are thinking of it.
Yeah, the final decision will be taken by the High Command.
Right. Muralidharan, constitutionally, it is there is no restriction. The Congress can very well pull away from the DMK, even though they fought elections with the DMK in Lok Sabha recently, and they got into assembly also with them itself. There is no compulsion for the Congress to stay in alliance with the DMK. So they can very well pull out and ally with the TVK. It all depends on whether TVK wants it at this point. But could you give us a few possible scenarios? Who else can TVK explore? What about PMK? And AIDMK, of course.
Yeah, it needs 10 seats. So just Congress will not do. So probably he brings in PMK, that's another 4 seats, and AMMK, that's 1 seat. So that's a 10 possibility. And another possibility is, he wants to bring in some Dalit factions. We have VCK with 2 seats. Then both the communist parties, they have 2 each. So that can bring in 6. So these are permutation combinations. But all said and done, stuff going with these small parties, and they will all of them will come with a caveat that they want some portfolio or the other in the cabinet. So instead of that, he can also think of aligning with AIDMK, only AIDMK, not BJP, and AIDMK can give outside support or issue-based support.
Yeah.
And these are options available, but going with the bigger party without promising them any let's say cabinet berths, so that's a win for him. We'll have to wait and see, because they have a common enemy between ADMK and
I request you to please stay with us on the line. I have with me a very important guest joining us on the phone line. We have the current governor of Tamil Nadu, Rajendra Vishwanath Arlekar, joining on the phone line. I really appreciate, Mr. Rajendra Vishwanath Arlekar, for you speaking to CNN News 18. Thank you very much, and congratulations. You have a new party, a cutaway from the Dravidian parties that's now come to power, and we hear that Vijay has written a letter to you appealing for you to invite the TVK to form the government, has also asked 2 weeks' time to prove majority. Could you explain to us, sir?
It is true that Vijay, who has been the leader of TVK party, has written to the governor. We have received his letter in my governor's office. It is true. Yes, I will have to decide. In that letter, he has said that he has gained the majority by 35% of votes or something of that sort. I said what I require is a number of people, elected people, who are supporting you. That is what I require. So he said we will be doing it. That's all.
That is fantastic. So could you explain to us, what does outside support mean? Suppose if TVK is with 108 comes to you saying that we want to form the government, magic number is 118, but if parties like the Congress give outside support, is that enough? How does that work, sir?
Outside support is, in fact, they have to tell us, and particularly on the floor of the house, they have to prove that these so much people, that is at least 118 or more, are supporting the present government. That is the outside support. They may, outside support means while going from outside of the house, they can do anything. But in the house, they have to support the chief minister or the government. That's all.
So,
for me, only this thing matters.
So you're saying it's not necessary that parties like the PMK or the Congress or anyone else, maybe even the AIDMK, they need not form a formal alliance with the TVK. They need not join the TVK. They can just show outside support, and that is enough.
Yes, but for that they have to, there are many options, the pre-poll alliance, after-poll alliance, and if all options are to be taken care, and if all those options are not fulfilled, then one more, the next option, all these such things will be discussed and decided, because our constitution and the precedents have given us many options. I will be working accordingly.
So could you tell us how much time until Vijay can come to you to stake claim? What's the window after the day of results to the time, how much time does he really have to prove the numbers before you, your office?
No, it is not specified, but that depends upon what urgency is required. So in such matters, we can ask for a certain time. He can ask the party leader of that party, or the governor can specify within this period you have to prove your majority. That's all. It is not specified in the constitution or rules anywhere.
Okay, but in the meanwhile that Vijay comes to stake claim, MK Stalin remains the chief minister. So also confirm to us, have you accepted Stalin's resignation?
Yes, his resignation has been accepted, and I have asked him to continue till the next arrangement is made.
And he has complied?
Yes, that is, of course, he has to.
Okay.
He will then.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you joining us on this and explaining to us. Well, that is the governor of Tamil Nadu himself, Rajendra Arlekar, who's really the man in the spotlight, because he decides now how and when Vijay forms the government in Tamil Nadu. If I could go back and bring in our guests who are still with us, SS Sriram, who's also a political analyst, joins me here. Sriram, Muralidharan was in fact explaining to us a few scenarios. Why don't you give us your analysis, a quick take on possible 3 scenarios that Vijay can opt to form the government?
Good evening to you and the fellow panelists. I mean, yes, obviously he's got multiple options. He can either go and pick up the smaller parties with smaller MLAs, and then reach the number, which will be probably a wafer thin kind of a situation margin, or he can probably opt AIDMK, which has a decent number of MLAs that can be quite comfortable for them to prove the majority, as well as when it comes to the electing of the speaker's office as well. So and I'm told, or at least we see locally, that ADMK is also trying to establish contact with Vijay. So it makes sense to go with the AIDMK and be comfortable in the flow of the
Muralidharan is saying no, AIDMK is not.
Well, obviously, but where is I mean, you'll have to then go to PMK, you'll have to go to Congress, you'll have to go to the CPI.
So he's willing to go to the Congress and the PMK. If Congress and PMK both put together are 10.
Okay. And since 118, you think is good enough to run a government for 5 years? And do you think that is and you think it's going to be very comfortable? No, it will not be. You need you need a comfortable, MLAs as a floor of the house when it comes to electing speaker. I mean, even cross-voting can cross, and if you lose a speaker chair and a ruling government does not have its speaker, then it's going to be tricky for Vijay.
Yeah.
So he has to obviously think through. I'm not saying you should go with the ADMK. I'm sure he will.
No, but you're absolutely right. With just 10 seats, sitting on the edge is going to keep him edgy. 5 years is going to be hard to pull off with just that wafer thin margin. So with the AIDMK having about nearly 50 seats, then that could be
47.
47
seats on their own. Yeah.
So that would be a comfortable ally.
Absolutely. I mean, if at all, if both the parties are agreeable.
Okay. Well, the Khushbu Sundar, Vice President of BJP in Tamil Nadu, said that we are hoping Vijay comes on board. I mean, she's extending the olive branch, but let's remember that Vijay has often called the BJP the TVK's political enemy. So we don't know if things would change or if things have changed. Ideological enemy, beg your pardon, and DMK is political enemy. Yes.
In politics, nobody is permanent friends or enemies.
Correct.
There's nothing called ideology. You know, election.
In fact, if we could play out the tweet on our screens, Vijay has in fact thanked Prime Minister Modi for his wishes. He's put out an X message dedicated to Prime Minister Modi, thanking him after his victory in Tamil Nadu. And also, there you have it, we are playing that for you on our screens, where he thanks Prime Minister Modi. And he also very promptly, right at the same time, thanks Rahul Gandhi. He's also put out a message for Rahul Gandhi, thanking him for the wishes. So, well, Vijay's diplomacy, we're going to see how that pans out. I really appreciate all of you joining us here this evening. A quick look as I end here. I do want to take you through what happened inside an Indigo flight in Chandigarh that really will shock you. Customer's power bank burst inside while passengers were on board. Well, we know that there are directions, strict directions on not to carry power banks, but those directives are not for nothing. There's a serious issue with power banks because when those directives are ignored, tragedies can happen. A mid-air scare ended in an emergency evacuation at Chandigarh Airport after passengers' power bank caught fire on board an Indigo flight. The incident occurred on flight 6E108, which had just arrived from Hyderabad and was stationary on the tarmac. According to an official statement from an Indigo spokesperson, the fire was sparked by a customer's personal electronic equipment, which is a power bank. To ensure the safety of everyone on board, the crew then initiated an immediate evacuation. Pictures shared by the passengers, though, on social media showed some harrowing moments where fires were seen exiting the plane in a hurry. Some of them said that due to the fire, the cabin itself inside was filled with smoke, and that's what led to a lot of panic. 5 passengers are suspected to be injured. They were suffocated. There is talk that some of them felt suffocated. They were rushed to a hospital as well in stretchers. As per DGCA's rules in 2026, passengers are not allowed to use power banks on flights for charging points and other devices. They are allowed on flights only in carry-on luggage. DGCA rules added that items such as power banks and spare batteries cannot be stored in overhead compartments as fires are harder to detect and control in such locations. So, well, it was in the hand luggage, but the hand luggage was placed on top, and that seemed to have resulted in this fire and took a long time for them to detect. Well, that's it for me here. Thanks very much for tuning in. Stay on for more.
First up, we start with breaking news reaction coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the Fujairah oil facility strike. He says strongly condemned the attacks on UAE that resulted in injuries to 3 Indian nationals. Targeting civilian infrastructure is unacceptable, says the Prime Minister, and also then goes on to talk about how India stands in firm solidarity with UAE. He also...
The big news coming through, Mamata Banerjee says she will not resign as the Chief Minister. She is saying morally the Trinamool Congress has won. I haven't lost and I will not resign. Kamalika Sengupta with us, Pallavi Ghosh also with us, but I also have Amitabh Tiwari with us. Let's try and see is this a constitutional crisis brewing, or as per the rule book, if you are no longer an MLA, you don't have a case, and can the governor actually step in? She may be wanting to go to Lok Bhavan at this point, but how will this play out, Kamalika?
Definitely, this is a very big question. She clearly, though it is definitely a political move by Mamata Banerjee, by stressing on this point that she believes that she has not got defeated, and the fact that he has not got defeated, it is or whatever has been done is not okay as per law according to her. That's the reason for which she will not resign. But is this possible, or is it constitutionally viable, or what happens next? That has to be seen, because the assembly is going to end, the legislative assembly is going to end on the 7th. So after that, that assembly is null and void. That assembly does not sit. And this time she has not been elected. So that point is also there. This is a political, obviously Mamata Banerjee again trying to show that she is a street fighter, she will hit out on the roads, and also stressing on the India Alliance point, where she says that Sonia Gandhi to Akhilesh Yadav, to Arvind Kejriwal, everybody has called her and they are going to come and they are going to strengthen the India Alliance.
Right. Pallavi Ghosh also with us. Pallavi, Mamata Banerjee, by doing this, is she hurting the Trinamool cause more? Is this perhaps that she is unable to bear or tolerate the loss or believe the loss? Is this an election denial case? But will it also lead to a constitutional crisis? What happens next? Because the BJP wants to conduct the swearing in on the 9th of May.
So technically speaking, anyone holds office at the pleasure of the governor. So the governor is the person who decides whether the chief minister continues to stay or not. In an ideal situation, even if there's a continuity maintained, for example, Hemanta Biswa Sharma also resigns, and then the party decides who's going to become the CM, even though it's the same political party which has come back to power. So technically speaking, she needs to resign. The governor has to tell her that continue as a caretaker government, because you cannot leave it in a state of vacuum. So ideally speaking, she should have resigned. She is saying, I'm not going to resign. Now, what are the options before the governor? What we are being told is the governor will either then dismiss her and say, okay, temporarily we're just going to have a suspended animation taking place. It's a couple of days, 2 to 3 days left really, if 9th is going to be the oath which is going to taking place. But that's huge drama. It is very clear that Mamata Banerjee does not want to go down without a big fight. Many would call this Anand, a very unreasonable fight, because you cannot say that I haven't lost election, it's been a moral win for me and not a political loss for me. So as of now, that's how the situation stands. We'll have to wait to see what is it that the governor is going to do next.
Right. So Amitabh Tiwari with us. Amitabh, what according to your thought process, is this possible that Pallavi says the governor may just dismiss her and say the old government is gone? Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Next 2 days will be taken care of by the bureaucracy under the aegis of the Election Commission or the Lok Bhavan. Is that how it will be?
That is one possibility. But what I am trying to say is that on May 8th, the tenure of this house expires. So the house automatically dissolves on May 8th.
Okay.
All the members or MLAs lose their membership on May 8th. That is the last day of term of any member, including the chief minister who is an MLA. Now from May 9th, the new tenure of the assembly might start, and this is where the governor will have to take a call. I don't think her resigning or not resigning makes a difference, because beyond May 8th, I think, as per my understanding, she cannot continue as chief minister without the consent of the governor, who can appoint her as caretaker CM, because there are intervening days between the last day of the tenure and the new government. And the date on which the new CM.
Let's try and understand this. Pallavi Ghosh is also scoring the rule books at West Point. She's live with us. So viewers, one or two things that have already happened. One, Nabanna or Writers Building has been right now sealed. No files can be taken out. The bureaucracy has been strictly asked to adhere to protocol. The Election Commission continues to oversee. The central forces are still guarding that region. Secondly, like Amitabh Tiwari said, the tenure of this government ends on the 8th of May. When a tenure of a government ends, unless the Lok Bhavan or the governor actually allows, there is no continuation. All members of the Legislative Assembly lose their membership once the tenure comes to an end. After that, whether or not the Chief Minister submits a resignation or not is immaterial. The government stands dismissed, so everybody stands dismissed. Pallavi, so is that the case? And then 9th of May, the new swearing in happens. In that May, that would then imply that this is an unceremonious and a very sorry exit and an unsporting exit that Mamata Banerjee will be showing. This would show that the Trinamool Congress has not been able to palliate the loss. Yes, Pallavi. Aman Sharma also with us. Going to Aman after Pallavi. Yes, Pallavi.
Contrast. Look at the contrast. Pinarayi Vijayan has resigned as the chief minister. He did not want to stick on to it. So there are 2-3 things which I'm immediately being told what's going to happen is Amitabh is absolutely right.
The big news coming through, Mamata Banerjee says she will not resign as the chief minister. She is saying morally the Trinamool Congress has won. I haven't lost. Namaste, Jai Hind, Vande Mataram. Welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. I'm Anand Narsimhan. First up, viewers, West Bengal delivered a verdict that marks the end of an era and the beginning of a new political chapter in the history of the state. After 15 long years in power, Mamata Banerjee and the All India Trinamool Congress have been voted out, making this the first regime change in the state since the fall of the left back in 2011. This time in reverse. But what it does what does it take to shake an entire political fortress, an entire system and mechanism built to last? In Bhawanipur, long seen as Mamata Banerjee's turf, Amit Shah rolled out a campaign that was anything but ordinary. This wasn't just politics, this was precision engineering at the booth level. Amit Shah led an intense micromanaged campaign holding multiple strategy meetings focused on just one seat. Every vote was mapped. Every community counted. The Marwari voters, over 22,000 of them, became a key target. The Gujarati community, another 21,000, saw focused outreach. And this wasn't just talk. Closed-door community dinners were organized to build trust and lock in support. On the ground, special teams were deployed across all high-impact booths. Each booth had a designated in charge. No blind spots, no guesswork. Chup Chap Kamal Chap was also, this message was percolated, but most importantly, the Bhai was replaced with Bharosa. Dedicated units reported directly back to Amit Shah, creating a tight command chain. Even internal dissent was tracked, monitored and managed right down to the grassroots. And while all this unfolded, real-time alerts kept tabs on rival activity, ensuring rapid response to every move. This was not a campaign. It was a classic playbook, detailed, disciplined and relentless. And in Bhawanipur, it changed the game. This triumph is the effort of 6 leaders overall within the echelons of the BJP. Of course, with a lot of support coming in from the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh or the RSS. Amit Shah and his main team of 5 who tirelessly, meticulously galvanized workers and countered the Trinamool Congress's narrative. Together they crafted what insiders describe as the BJP's most disciplined Bengal operation yet. At the heart of this transformation is a tight 5-member leadership core. Bhupendra Yadav, central strategist overseeing Bengal operations as the party's election in charge. Biplab Kumar Dev, ground level mobilizer supporting campaign execution as the co-in charge. Sunil Bansal, backroom architect driving booth level structure and cadre management. Mangal Pandey, senior hand coordinating statewide political strategy and outreach. Amit Malviya, narrative controller shaping messaging and digital warfare on the ground. However, Mamata Banerjee doesn't seem to be ceding to the defeat yet. There is a denial in her approach. In her latest statement, she has not only openly rejected the verdict, but also said that there was no question of her resigning. Sample this.
কেন কিসের জন্য আমরা তো হারিয়ে নিয়ে যাব হারলে আমি যদি শপথ নিতে যেতাম তাহলে আমি রেজিগনেশনটা করতাম এখন তো কোশ্চেন ডাজন্ট অ্যারাইজ জোর করে দখল করে যদি কেউ মনে করে যে আমি কি রেজিগনেশন দিতে হবে নো নট দ্যাট now also I want to say that we didn't lose the election. It is their forceful attempt to defeat us.
Right. Now, let's dissect Mamata Banerjee's claims and compare that with reality on ground. The 2026 West Bengal results have put the spotlight on 54 constituencies, mainly viewers, all with over 5% voter deletions during the Special Intensive Revision or the SIR exercise. And yes, at first glance, the trend looks damaging. Across these seats, the Trinamool Congress has lost nearly half its tally. The BJP, on the other hand, has doubled its numbers. But here's where the narrative starts to crack. Zoom into the 20 constituencies with the highest voter deletions. And the story flips. The Trinamool Congress didn't collapse here. It won 13 out of the 20 seats. Let that sink in, viewers. It won 13 out of the 20 seats. Take Samserganj. Over 74,000 voters were deleted, right at the top of the list on that graphic on the screen. Trinamool Congress still wins with a margin of 7,500. Lalgola, 55,000 deletions. Trinamool Congress holds, winning by nearly 19,000 votes. From Bashirhat Uttar to Golpokhar, from Chopra to Maltipur, even with heavy deletions, the Trinamool Congress kept winning, often by huge margins, and in some cases, the margin of victory far greater than the number of SIR deletions. And it doesn't stop there. In fact, several seats, the victory margin far exceeds the number of deleted votes. Now, Bhag Bangola, margin beats deletions of by over 8,900 votes. Mithia Burus, again Mithia Burus, margin higher by a massive 48,000 votes. Bashirhat Uttar, margin exceeds deletions by 33,000 plus. Sujapur, higher by 33,000 plus. Chopra, a gap of over 41,000 votes. Malatipur, margin up against 30,000 plus. Golpokhar, a striking 52,000 more votes, more than deleted votes. So what does this tell us? That the voter deletion alone doesn't explain the outcome. Yes, it may have had an impact perhaps in the margin and in some places the difference between victory and defeat, but it's far from the decisive factor that it's being made out to be. Because when you look at the data, the numbers don't follow the narratives claimed by the likes of the Trinamool Congress and the other members of the India Alliance, including the Congress party. In fact, the Congress actually has pinched a few seats away from the Trinamool Congress in the Muslim heavy belts. We'll get to that in a bit. Now, they challenge them. This logic, the narrative is actually being challenged by the numbers. And in this case, the numbers tell a far more complicated story. What changed after SIR in Bengal's presidency region? Now, presidency region, phase 2, largely 108, 109 seats, you would look at them, and it was a Trinamool Congress bastion. But look at the numbers. The numbers tell a dramatic story. In 2021, it was a Trinamool Congress fortress, 92 seats for the TMC, just 14 for the BJP. Others, barely a presence. Fast forward to 2026 and the script flips. Trinamool Congress drops to 46 seats and loss of 45. BJP surges to 60, a gain of 45. Others remain unchanged. A near perfect swing. One side halves, the other multiplies. Now, this isn't a marginal shift, it's a political reset. The big question, is this purely the impact of the SIR or does it reflect a deeper churn on the ground? In the presidency belt, the balance of power has clearly shifted and the aftershocks could shape Bengal's politics ahead. But is this purely from the eyes, if you look at it, viewers, is it purely because of SIR, or was there a massive anti-incumbency on ground that the Trinamool Congress, like the DMK in Tamil Nadu, failed to read?
Wonderful to be speaking to you. Many congratulations. What a century. You've scored a century.
Thank you so much.
And the amazing thing is that you're not out. You're out there, led your party to a consecutive victory. In fact, 3 now. The architect of NEDA is with us, viewers. The man who has caused and charted a new geography for the BJP in the East is with us. Himanta Biswa Sarma, the giant killer, man who's made the headlines. He's the man of the match. So Himanta Biswa Sarma, let me begin by asking you a simple question, sir. We saw you dancing, great joy. Yes. This was supposed to be a tough election. You made it look easy. How did you do it?
Yes. I think in the month of September, it was looked like to be a very tough election. But when we started going to the people, election suddenly become easy. People reassure us that whatever, we are with BJP, we are with Prime Minister Modi. And you have seen the result. It is an unexpected result. From the point of view that out of 126, getting 102 was not a very easy thing. Never in Assam political history such a result was there. So this is a unique result, this is an unprecedented result, and we are really, really grateful to the people of Assam.
Himanta ji, namaste. Anand here. When we met at the town hall, you
Namaste, namaste Anand ji.
You expressed confidence कि 100 हो जाएगा, 100 हो गया. अब आप बताइए, when are you going to give us पेड़ा? पेड़ा कब खिला रहे हैं?
एक थोड़ा पेड़ा तो कल ही हम लोग खाए सब लोग मिलके, और आगे जब एक आसाम का भी दुकान में, हर दुकान में एक स्पेशल पेड़ा मिलता है, इसका नाम है पवन पेड़ा. कभी मैं दिल्ली जाऊंगा तो आपके लिए भी लेके जाऊंगा.
पर वो कब? What are you going to follow through? Because a lot of allegations were made against you and your family.
Yes. Because you see that this is not a incident, one of the incident. If you remember that during the Lok Sabha election, there was a speech delivered by Amit Shah, which was later morphed, and it was circulated in the media and WhatsApp channel to influence the election. So now the same thing has been repeated in the election in Assam. So we feel that Congress has developed a toolkit to force documents, force speech, manufactured speech before election to influence the outcome. And I personally believe that these documents were not procured by Pawan Khera. There must be a bigger conspiracy behind this. And Pawan Khera used the platform of Congress party official headquarters. So I think this investigation will not be limited to Pawan Khera. We have to go much behind, and we have to unnerve, we have to completely expose the full conspiracy. Otherwise, it might happen before Gujarat election also, another round of forced documents. It might happen in Madhya Pradesh also. So this will be good for our democracy if we conclude the investigation.
So how intricate do you think this conspiracy is? Do you think it exists beyond Pawan Khera? Does it go into the party, into the senior leadership of the party, into the high command?
Yes. Yes, I think the kind of desperateness I have seen during the course of hearing demonstrated by Abhishek Banerjee, followed a press conference, welcoming of Pawan Khera into the party headquarters, because he had just got an anticipatory bail, so there was nothing to welcome. But kind of reassurance is being given to Pawan Khera that no party is with him. That means somebody stronger person in the party behind this. So let Pawan Khera doesn't open his mouth. So that was the most important message which I have received. He was sheltered by the government in Telangana. He was not, Assam police was not allowed to interrogate him. So this shows that Congress party somehow wants to protect Pawan Khera, not because they love Pawan Khera, but they want to protect the source. So for us, this will be a very important investigation, and we will follow that up.
Himanta ji, this emerged, or this Pawan Khera press conference was seen as a rebuttal or to counter what the allegations you had levelled against Mr. Gaurav Gogoi. The question is in two parts. One is
on that, Anandji, on that we have not manufactured documents. That was an honest investigation, and we have shared the outcome of the investigation with the press, and Mr. Gaurav Gogoi never disputed those facts. So you cannot equalize two press conferences. One was a honest investigation, other based on original documents. Others is a manufactured document. So there you cannot draw two parallel out of two independent incidents.
Now coming to Gaurav Gogoi, after Lok Sabha 24, they said that Himanta Biswa Sarma ka time khatam ho gaya, Congress aa rahi hai wapas in Assam. This time around, if you look at their performance, what would you like to say?
I think in Lok Sabha election, Assam has given 11 seats to BJP. That was also an unprecedented result. But somehow Gaurav Gogoi able to the managed word may not be correct, but I am not very fluent in English, so let me allow to put that word. He managed the entire ecosystem and downplayed our historical victory of 11 seats, and only his victory was being focused. So that time also we were very unhappy that हमने 11 सीट जीते. असम में कभी बीजेपी ने 11 सीट नहीं जीते थे, कभी एजीपी ने नहीं जीते थे. 9 was the limit. तरुण गोगोई कभी 11 सीट नहीं जीते. We won 11, but discussion was not on 11 but on 1 seats. So that was the I think on communication Mr. Gogoi won at that point of time. So that time itself we have decided that we will pay him back with full interest. So this time we all the seats of his Lok Sabha constituency except one, and he has also been defeated in his own home.
Now I wanted to ask you, sir.
Paid him back with interest.
Okay, you paid him back with interest, more than interest, sir. You have paid him back more than interest, because for the first time, I mean, the BJP on its own has crossed a major threshold. The allies also, while you took them along, did not sort of, now you said once, and I remember reading this, that you see, I'm up against 40%. I'm only at this moment looking at 60% because that's the only vote I have. 40% is against. Now, how did you overcome this 40% barrier? Because the BJP's vote share is 40%. So this is a remarkable conversion.
No, BJP's vote share is 49%.
49%.
I mean, NDA's vote share in Assam, we got 49%, and I think it is 49 plus. So this is a victory on seats as well as in percentage. So we have got more votes, 16% more votes than Congress, and we got exactly almost 80 seats more than Congress. So this is a convincing victory from all angles.
So, sir, how did you overcome the 40% barrier? You know, people are saying, oh, delimitation, disenfranchise people, this, that, the other. How do you react to that?
I think Anandji, that argument will come into play if we get less votes and more seats. So in the case of Assam, whether delimitation happen or not happen, we got more votes as well as more seats. Reason being that the entire Hindu community and the Assamese Muslim community voted BJP lock, stock, barrel. Assam is a society which is beyond caste, beyond creeds, beyond ethnic communities when it comes to voting. So we, the Assamese people, we the people of India, voted very strongly, unitedly in favor of BJP, and this is the medicine. When you fought against 35%, 40%, the balance 60% has to be united. And I think that was our political accomplishment, that we have able to unite it, the entire Hindu community of Assam along with the Assamese Muslim community.
Himanta ji, that was Rahul's question. This is Anand, but we are sounding the same. That means we are working together well. So let me ask you this.
Rahul, yes.
Yeah, so now this is Anand here. अब मैं आपसे पूछूंगा, ये BJP has made an allegation, and Pradhan Mantri ji also said Congress is the new Muslim League. 18 of the 19 seats, the Muslim pocket has gone to the Congress. Do you agree, disagree now? This.
Now that 19 number seat is also a kind of a Muslim seat, but because that was a reserve for scheduled caste, that is why Congress has to put a Hindu candidate. So in Assam, entire seats owned by the Congress belongs to the Muslim community. But I'll put an important caveat there. All the Muslim has also not voted for the Congress. We got a very good number of votes. In fact, we lost one vote, one seat very narrowly of a margin of 8,000. And in every seat, our candidates put up a very strong fight. And we got a good number of votes, and I think that by next time when Assam will go for election, I think out of this 19 seat, we will be able to gain 5 seats.
So you're saying, sir, that all the Muslims also did not vote for Congress. So you're saying that even the Muslims don't have faith now in the Congress.
All the Muslim doesn't have, the nationalist Muslim doesn't vote for Congress. That is my assumption, and that is my belief from very first day. The people who are inclined to fundamentalism, they are only vote bank of Congress. The people who have nationalist outlook, modern outlook, who wants to identify Indian as first, Muslim as a second, like us, we present ourselves Indian as a first, Hindu as second, our identity. So those kind of people doesn't vote for Congress. So I do not agree with the theory that 100% Muslims are Congress vote banks. Only fundamentalists, those who refuse to say Bharat Mata Ki Jai, those kind of people actually are the core vote bank of Congress party.
It's a big thing that you said, Himanta ji. Anga, Banga, Kalinga and Pragjyotish.
These are factual, statistical things. Banga, Kalinga, Anga and Pragjyotish, or you can say Kamrup.
Yeah, or Kamrup.
East and Northeast.
Yeah, Kamrup. So all are with the BJP now.
Yes.
But in Bengal already vote chori allegations are coming. The SIR deletions, SIR exercise ko lekar, there are a lot of questions being asked. How would you respond to when people say this is election denial? What is this?
I think whoever has not voted, it is the same thing when Congress government was in Assam. They have also used to mark the voters under doubtful category, right from the days of PN session. And in Assam even still there are 2 lakhs people who are still under the category of doubtful and they are not voting. So this is a practice adopted since the day of PN session, that if a identity of voter is in doubtful category, then his name will be in the voter list, but he will not be allowed to vote. So this, Mr. Gyanesh Kumar has not invented anything new. So this is a age-old tradition followed by the Election Commission of India. So those who are not, like people like Jugendra Yadav, mislead people, because when they come and they speak to media, nobody dispute them. But if you allow people to dispute them, then I think things will become clear. So they always present the partial story before the people. This not allowed to voting is not a new thing. It is happening in Assam since 2001. And in this category, both Hindu, Muslim, all are figuring. So even Bengal, this is not all Muslim. It is even Hindu people are not being allowed to vote. So this is not intended against party. If they were allowed to vote, there was no guarantee that they would have voted for TMC.
Correct.
Now we are talking about this.
These are partial story.
Partial story, and of course people will say system to unka hi hai. So the system remains. They may not be in power, but the system remains. So it bloats up what they have to say. But I want to ask you, Himanto ji.
Yes, you see.
Yeah. No, aap boliye. Make your point.
You see that in the same time election happened in 4 major states. Now nobody is saying Tamil Nadu mein SIR hua, but Tamil Nadu mein to nobody is raising question. Kerala mein Congress jeete, now nobody is raising question. But people are raising only in the state where BJP own. Is it not a blatant partiality? Rahul Gandhi has tweeted against Assam and Bengal. You should have guts to tweet against Kerala result also, because it is the same Gyanesh Kumar who conducted election in Kerala also. So if you are winning, then EVM are fine. Election commissions are like God. And if you are looking, then they are sit. So it is, I think these are bad for our democracy. I feel pity. And these people becoming shadow intellectual, they come to TV channel and poison people every day. Now you will see that those gentlemen will come to TV channel, only will speak about Bengal, Bengal, Assam, Assam, but they conveniently, they will bypass the fact that the same election commission conducted election in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. In Tamil Nadu you are celebrating Vijay, Kerala you are celebrating Congress, but because Himanta won in Assam, there is a rigging, there is EVM, there is delimitation.
Somewhere try and deny
in Bengal,
the
because
in Bengal, please complete.
Yes, so whenever BJP won, you deny it. Now you come, you ask people today in Bengal whether you have voted or not. You can still, both of you can come to a village in Bengal where BJP won and ask 100 people whether you have voted for BJP or not. These are not something which are rocket science.
Correct.
If you want to find out vote chori hua hai ki nahi hua hai, you can still come and verify in one day. Go to take out sample of 10 voting station, random select, send your people, and by evening you will get the result.
Dr. Saab, if I may ask you, 2021 kya hua tha after the election and after the result? Has the same happened this time? So many families had fled to Assam.
No, it will never happen.
Can you explain?
No.
What you had seen at that time?
Last time people fled to Assam. But as of now, there is no report of any such thing. I think the first promise has been delivered by BJP, Voi out, Bharasa in. I think in Bengal we have already delivered our first electoral promises that there will be Bharasa irrespective of fact whom you have voted.
Himanta ji, many people...
And Assam is a shining example.
Yeah, Assam is a shining example, and many people, they think that, okay, you were limited to Assam. No, but you also went to North Bengal, you campaigned in Bengal, you did extra work. How was that experience? Did you feel that the people were a little under pressure from Mamata? What did you feel when you went there? Did you sense the change?
No, I think I'll just want to sum up in one line. The people wanted to vote for BJP since long. That is why 2019 we have almost equalized the voting percentage. But somehow people doesn't have the confidence that whether will be secured or not. This time Election Commission, Prime Minister, Home Minister has able to convey very strongly that your security is our responsibility. And once people started having the confidence that there will be no violence aftermath, we can vote without any duress, I think the natural votes take place.
True. Dr. Saab,
because this is not something you will read. You will read without the result of 2019. So people wants to vote. That was evident since long. It is not overnight it has happened. The growth of Bengal BJP is a continuous growth, continuous evolution. It has not happened over the night. That koi aake vote churi kar diya and over the night we got all the seats. There was lot of sacrifice. There was lot of effort. People died. People sacrificed their life. So it's a big history.
Yeah, some of those displaced people didn't even have the courage to leave Assam and go back to Bengal. Itna dar gaye the wo. I remember that.
Yes. They stayed 1 year in Assam. Stayed 1 year in Assam.
But let's talk some happier things. ये आपका step iconic हो गया है. ये dance step. It's become the Himanta hook step.
No. I think Assam, we convert election into the festival. It is a festivity and we all enjoyed the democracy.
True. एक और चीज.
We converted it to a big festival.
No, and you're leading from the front and you set the mood, Dr. Saab, and Himanta ji, I salute your energy. एक और चीज था कि आपका और डॉक्टर सर्बानंद सोनोवाल के बीच में कुछ ठीक नहीं है. Lot of talks about he's trying to sabotage your election, but that jhappi was phenomenal yesterday.
Never. No, we are like brothers and we have great mutual understanding, mutual respect, mutual love and affection. And I think these are all story circulated by vested media. We enjoyed a very good, healthy relation.
Yeah, so good. So that. Acha, last aapse, what's next? What the first 2-3 things you're going to do on your agenda as you continue as Chief Minister?
Before that, Hemantoji, I just wanted to ask you, does the Assam result offer a template for the BJP nationally? Does it offer a template for perhaps other states, especially in states where it is still expanding?
He's also the genesis of Ladki Behan. We must remember that.
I think तीन बातें हैं. First, if you look Assam now, Assam joined a privileged league of state where BJP registered victory continuously for the 3 times. So this is a privilege Assam BJP has achieved. Second, I think the casteless Assamese society is a casteless. Sriman Shankardev has created a society where we do not think about caste, we do not talk about caste. So that is a very important lesson I think Assam can give to the nation. So in Assam, the caste identity is never revoked in any occasions. So this is a huge things which Assam can give to the entire nation. This will be very good for the in the political field. Assam today votes as one community. We never discuss what is your caste, who is your caste, candidate should be selected from this caste, that caste. We have many candidates who won this election by more than 70,000-80,000 votes. But his own caste people there may not be beyond 200 to 300. So that's the very strong thing Assam one can replicate from Assam.
Fantastic. Last question, sir. 2-3 things जो आप immediately करने वाले हैं. पेड़ा तो बटे का पता है, उसके अलावा
देखिए देखिए पहले मुझे रिजाइन देना है गवर्नर साहब का पास जाके, एंड देन मिस्टर जेपी नड्डा जी एंड नायब सिंह साइनी जी विल कम एज ए ऑब्जर्वर. New leader will be selected, then vote taking. So there are some constitutional process now. It will take place, and of course BJP is committed to implement its election manifesto in letter and spirit.
Fantastic. One of the fastest developing states, far above the national GDP rate, and you've delivered on your promises. Wish you all the very, very best, Dr. Hemanta Biswa Sarma. Thank you for your time. Congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rahul ji, Anand ji. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless.
Namaste.
God bless. Thank you.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to a very special edition of New Matrix, viewers. And this edition we want to look at the story that's become a phenomenon. Well, the mandate was clearly in his favor. He emerged as the single largest party, him and the TVK, the Tamuraga Viragam Katchi. But more importantly, it is something which has defied the logic of poll pundits altogether. We decode the historical political earthquake in the state of Tamil Nadu. Actor turned politician C. Joseph Vijay's Tamulaga Vetri Kalagam, or the TVK, has stunned pollsters and experts, emerging as the single largest party with an unprecedented 108 seats. The TVK shattered the 60-year-old DMK-ADMK duopoly by sweeping across all regions from the north to the south. Analysts note that the TVK's appeal was built on a robust, caste-neutral coalition, largely driven by the urban population. And we'll show you how. By consolidating the youth, women and aspirational working class vote, Vijay bypassed traditional identity politics to capture the anti-incumbency sentiment. Falling just short of the 118-seat majority mark by about 10 seats, TVK now faces the critical test. Vijay must navigate government formation through potential post-poll alliances with either smaller regional groups or a big bunch like the support from the ADMK or the DMK. Now, DMK unlikely, ADMK is still not out there, but he will have to ensure that this entire coalition or post-poll alliance that will take him past the post is steady enough for him to be able to show proof of confidence or repose the faith of the voter that they have placed in him. Now, on the show, we'll try and decode how the TVK broke this entire Dravidian bastion. First time in a long time, the party in power does not have the word Dravida as part of it. Interesting. Now, let's try and analyze the regional and caste calculus. So first up, Amitabh Tiwari is with me here in studio, but new matrix, we first look at the numbers and we focus on the numbers. We'll also have Sumant Raman joining us and Muralidharan joining us. But first up, let's look at the TVK vote share by region. Where did the TVK poll its votes and get its votes? Let's have a look at this. The votes in the Kaveri Delta, the TVK polled, the total votes polled were about 8 crore, and about 82 lakhs, 18,950, of which 26 lakhs went to the TVK. In the north, about 80 lakh votes went to the TVK, whereas overall it's about 2.1 crore votes. So 80 lakh votes north. So 32%, 37%, 33%, 34%. So the Kaveri Delta polled lesser than the overall vote share of the TVK. The north actually made up for that, and the south and the west were overall somewhere in terms of the average that they meant. Now let's look at the seat conversions. I'm going to come across to the magic wall and show you the seat conversion according to the zones, and this is very interesting. Now if you look at the Kaveri Delta, let's look at the Kaveri Delta. In the Kaveri Delta, the DMK got 19, so it lost 17 seats. The TVK pinched 14 of those 17 seats, and 3 seats actually went to the ADMK. So interesting. So let's look at the seat count. 14 seats that came to it in the Kaveri Delta. Let's look at the north region. In the north region, now this was north. So the north region, the DMK, we just refresh that, that'll get refreshed. Yeah, so TVK got 48 seats, so plus 48. Where did they pinch it all from? They pinched all the 48 from the DMK, and 1 seat went to the ADMK. So there was a huge anti-incumbency mood, and the TVK cashed in on that anti-incumbency mood. So 48 plus 14 in the previous one, that goes up to 62. And if you look at the remaining regions, let's look at the north, look at the south. So the south, this was an area where he should benefit. There is a sizable Christian population. Again, he's pinched 25 seats away from the DMK, 15, and 10 away from the ADMK. So again, this is where he really dove into the Dravidian vote altogether and got another 25 seats. So from 62, he suddenly goes up to 87 in the regions. And then the remaining votes came from the west. Now this is where the Kongu belt was very critical, and in the west the TVK got 21 seats. So that is how he's gone up to 108. So 87 plus 21, 108 seats, and this is the whole spread. Bulk coming from the north and also from the south, where he pinched away seats from both the DMK and the ADMK, and then of course in the north he pinched largely from the DMK. So this is how the overall breakup across regions for Tamil Nadu is for Vijay. Now, so let's try and understand. Did we envisage this, Amitabh Tiwari? This phenomenon that is a TVK has now become a pan-Tamil Nadu phenomenon. We've broken that out here on the wall here. So each of these belts. So TVK gets 12 from the Kaveri Delta, 50 from the north, 25 from the south, and again 21 from the west. So this is like a pan-Tamil Nadu phenomenon. Whether it is urban or rural, we'll get into that in a bit. But this nobody thought. And in 1 or 2 belts, like if you look at it in the south especially, he's actually pinched seats from both the DMK and the AIDMK.
What we were discussing earlier is that largely the TVK seems to be an urban phenomenon. Pre-polls is what we were discussing. So his presence will largely be restricted to KTCC, maybe Coimbatore city, Madurai, Trichy, etc. Now what we have seen is that he is damaging the DMK in the north. So when we say north, we have added KTCC and the northern region. So in the KTCC, he is damaging 30 seats to DMK straight away. But In the northern region, which is the 1 year belt, where the AIADMK formed alliance with PMK and hope to make some gains, there is also wherein he is pitching 16 seats. So he did not let ADMK make gains in the northern region or the 1 year belt. Now if you see in the delta also last time the DMK had swept 33-4. Again because of the agrarian zone, ADMK hoped that the farmer suicides and the rural distress will help it gain seats. Here also if you see the TVK has made an entry. So it has made an entry into the agri zone also. In southern zone, because of the high Christian population, what we are seeing that it is damaging both the DMK and the ADMK. So the BJP is also strong. And the most surprising part is the western zone. So what it has done is that in western zone it has damaged ADMK, the Gounder belt. So it is damaging parties which are stronger in their respective zones.
Very interesting.
That's how it has gained.
Now with Kovai Satyan is with us, so is Muralidharan, S. Muralidharan. Kovai Satyan, did you envisage such a big shift? And the anti-incumbency vote has also eroded away from the ADMK and gone to the TVK.
Good evening and good evening to my fellow panelists. I am truly at loss of words. I seriously don't understand how to do the post-poll analysis. But here is one person who has scripted history and who has given hopes to the other people, saying that to float a political party you don't need an ideology, you don't need a structured marketing plan, you don't need to have any success story to tell the people that this is what they have done for the people, they have done for the society. Just by one popularity from a profession can get you into politics and you can reach the helm of affairs. This kind of theory or story is never unheard of anywhere in the globe. In particularly Indian politics, I think this is the first time. Somebody from the movie world with no compulsion, with no imminent threat to the state or the society or the people, where there is no need for anybody to enter into a political space because of vacuum. So all is well, everything was going well. It is an aspiration of a person who wanted to come to politics. So he didn't promote his ideology. He never had any structured plan, nor he had got any star candidates with face values, with zero achievements to his credit in public life. And now he had swept the entire state. You call it earthquake, you call it tsunami, all had come together. One hurricane, tsunami, earthquake, everything could be seen in Tamil Nadu today. No, I cannot say that he took away my anti-incumbency votes or DMK lost their minority vote bank or core vote bank. All said and done, this has become an interesting theory. The Gen Z kids have scripted history and this is their own style. It will take some time for us to assimilate things, what went right and what went wrong.
No, it's not about that. I think one of the first things, Kovai Satyan, when the BJP got about BJP Plus got about 18% vote share during Lok Sabha, there was somewhere in a whiff of a non-Dravidian vote, or perhaps those who didn't want the traditional parties existing. One. Secondly, you cannot say that they didn't have a plan, Muralidharan, because they had a Rasigar Mantram going since 2021. There were political ambitions in 2024, but they backtracked. They've got entities who've been appointed for each region, and they were attracting an audience which wanted to look beyond the current available options, because those options were not taking these voters very seriously. That is the 18 to 39-year-old voter, which is about 42% of the population. And we'll just make that case. Muralidharan, your comments, and then we'll make the case where Vijay got the votes, or seats.
It's extremely difficult to attribute any logic to this, as Satyan said. The other person who could have made such a difference in Tamil Nadu is probably Mahindra Dhoni. He had that kind of popularity. And the fans were like, the people at home, they went and influenced others, probably the fans. They influenced their parents, influenced their grandparents to vote for TVK. Now, everybody wanted a change, but not everybody was sure Vijay is the alternative. But because of the compulsion of the pressure from the kids and others at home, I think they all voted en masse. And that's a victory. But really we can't attribute any logic to this because, he doesn't have the experience. Can Vijay become the CSK captain? CSK is struggling for the last 5 years. Can he become the CSK captain?
My point is that there was a sentiment on ground, Muralidharan, and we've got to respect this sentiment. I'm not saying whether this is right or wrong, or whether or not, Talapati Vijay or Vijay Anna, as he's popularly known, has the ability to run government for the next 5 years. He'll have to prove, and he'll have to work hard to repose this faith that the voter has placed in him.
Exactly.
True, but there was a gap. There were people who were saying, I don't want these because this current lot is not talking to me. They're not addressing my concerns. I can't relate with them. And there was a gap. He moved into that gap. He plugged himself in. He used his popularity. He's not popular pan Tamil Nadu. There are other stars who have got bigger fan bases perhaps. But he went in, tapped in, he got the support and quietly built this momentum. And he's built it in where? Yes, across Tamil Nadu, but perhaps the case is made for urban and semi-urban Tamil Nadu rather than rural Tamil Nadu. Let's try and see this, and I will make that case quickly, walking across to the magic wall and showing you this, viewers. Where did he get his vote? This Gen Z vote, as many people are saying, the whistle kunjus or the whistle podus, lot of terms were used. But respect to them and to the TVK that they tapped this and they realized how to catch. And Tamil Nadu has 90% internet coverage. That means they could reach people without having to go there physically. This seems to have worked here. Which regions? Let's look at it. In Tamil Nadu, let's look at how did the TVK fare in the rural seats. Interestingly, in the rural seats, the TVK got less than ADMK and DMK. 90 rural seats, the TVK got 28 seats, wherein it pinched 28, all 28 from the DMK, whereas the ADMK consolidated from the last time as it pinched 2 more seats from the DMK and got 32 seats. So the ADMK actually scored well in the rural belt. There is agrarian distress. They also continue to vote on their caste lines, but despite that, the TVK got 20 seats. These seats are the least. These seats are the least in the rural belt for the TVK, and I'll tell you where they came from. Let's look at the region, not the region, beg your pardon, the filter. Here, rather than rural seats, let's look at the semi-urban and urban seats together. When we put these two together, it comes to 144 seats overall, of which the TVK got 80 seats. That is how they got their 108 seats. 80 seats have come from semi-urban and urban areas, and it's pinched 24 seats from the ADMK and 56 seats, viewers, 56 seats from the DMK. So the urban, semi-urban, there was a huge gap, and Amitabh Tiwari, this perhaps nobody read.
Yes,
and
so
this may be driven by this entire age grouping of 18 to 39, plus of course some 40 plus. And this is cutting across caste lines.
Yeah, so essentially we were all discussing about who is TVK likely to damage. Now if you see the urban seats, 80, he is getting 56 from DMK and 24 from ADMK. That is the ratio of 70:30, clearly damaging the DMK more. But what is damaging the ADMK is the potential loss, that there was anti-incumbency, high anti-incumbency against the DMK, but those seats should have moved to ADMK, the natural opposition pole, but it actually moved to the TVK. And if you see, TVK scored almost 75% of its tally from just the urban and semi-urban seats. So 80 from urban and only 28 from the rural areas. In the rural areas, we see that the ADMK is holding on to its vote base, but there also, if you see, there was huge anti-incumbency, and the ADMK was not able to tap into that anti-incumbency, and almost all of them naturally fell into TVK's lap. So what we are seeing is that the entrenched caste loyalties have been destroyed by TVK in this entire election.
True, and Muralidharan, this is another case to be made. Kovai Satyan, Muralidharan, the DMK, ADMK have not realized this. The votes have happened across caste, but more importantly, in the semi-urban and urban areas, 80 of those seats for the TVK have come from the non-rural part. Rural part was only 20.
Thanks to the, I think the IT wing of, I mean, it's not a professional IT wing, but TVK had all these youngsters with mobile everywhere. they were able to counter. See, what I will see in last 5 years, it's a DMK's ITV, the pen official, where definitely that's the reason, if I ask me, why ADMK could not capitalize on the anti-incumbency factor, because they were so powerful. The only people who can match and bring out all those old videos of, Premlata, accusing Stalin, or Stalin accusing Phil Balaji, all these were brought out by the youngsters, those who had phones in their hand. They're not great IT wing guys, but they're just individuals who are tech savvy, who are able to bring out all these videos, and that bashed them so badly. The damage is more on ADMK because ADMK did not have anything to counter that. That's the sad part. But I think the fantastic work was done by the younger generation.
Right.
I mean, that's the key.
True, and just quickly walking across there to show you the caste combinations, viewers. The overall set of the castes, if you were to look, let's look at it. The ADMK was counting on the counter vote and the Tewar vote, but the Tewar votes, again, the TVK got 14 seats overall. The DMK had 11, -9, and the ADMK had 4, -5. So all the seats pinched from both DMK and ADMK among the Tewar were in areas where the Tewars are more than 30%, so they can influence the mandate. Let's look at the next caste calculus quickly. The 1 year belt. Now the 1 year belt, they thought PMK is going to help. PMK won 6 seats. But look at this. The TVK won 25 seats in the 1 year belt. 30 seats pinched away from the DMK and 5 seats which went into the ADMK, where it thought it will get more seats here because it didn't happen. The vote transfer largely happened to the TVK in the 1 year belt. Let's look at the counters and the SCs. In the SCs, 22 seats went to the TVK, of which 17 were pinched away from the DMK and 5 were pinched from the ADMK. And the SC is in the north and also towards the south, but across the board there's been a shift here, and that's significance. Let's quickly go across to the next one. The next caste grouping, we should have the counters also, that is the Kongu belt. We'll just check if we have that. All right. So even in the counter belt, quickly showing you, we got limited time, quickly showing you even in the counter belt, the counters, if you want to see in the filters. There you go. In the counters. Also, this is the West Tamil Nadu. This region, again, TVK got 20 seats more. So in all the castes, across castes, he's got a lot of votes. We got limited time, so just going to quickly walk back, viewers, and ask our guests, who is he going to ally with Amitabh Tiwari? Which alliance should he choose?
See, I think if he goes with Congress and some of the parties of the SPA, then naturally he will be just at around 121. So the stability quotient will be low because 118 is the majority. If he goes then with either PMK or AMMK, then he still falls short of some numbers. In that scenario, he has to go with allies of both the SPA and the AIADMK, the junior partners. Then also I think the maximum is 127 seats if he takes everybody.
Right. I am running out of time. Kovai Satyan, will the ADMK offer support from the outside? There are many within the ADMK who are urging EPS to do this.
No, all I can say, the decision lies with Mr. Vijay. He has to choose whether he wants to ally with 4 or 5 more parties to run the show for next 5 years, or choose only one person who can give him the full majority support and ensure there is a smooth sailing of the government for the next 5 years. So the decision is from Mr. Vijay. He has to take the wise call. If the call is wise, I think he will knock the doors of AIADMK, and our leader will have the due consideration on the same.
Right, that's a big development. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for watching this edition of the New Matrix. It's the urban voter, urban semi-urban voter, who's powered Vijay's TVK to where they are in position to perhaps form government very soon. That's all we got time for. Thank you for watching. Namaste. Now, big news coming through. Mamata Banerjee says she will not resign as the chief minister. She is saying morally the Trinamool Congress has won. I haven't lost and I will not resign. Kamalika Sengupta with us, Pallavi Ghosh also with us, but I also have Amitabh Tiwari with us. Let's try and see, is this a constitutional crisis brewing, or as per the rule book, if you are no longer an MLA, you don't have a case, and can the governor actually step in? She may be wanting to go to Lok Bhavan at this point, but how will this play out, Kamalika?
Definitely, this is a very big question. She clearly, though it is definitely a political move by Mamata Banerjee by stressing on this point that she believes that she has not got defeated, and the fact that he has not got defeated, it is or whatever has been done is not okay as per law according to her. That's the reason for which she will not resign. But is this possible, or is it constitutionally viable, or what happens next? That has to be seen, because the assembly is going to end, the legislative assembly is going to end on the 7th. So after that assembly is null and void, that assembly does not sit, and this time she has not been elected. So that point is also there. This is a political, obviously Mamata Banerjee again trying to show that she is a street fighter, she will hit out on the roads, and also stressing on the India Alliance point, where she says that Sonia Gandhi to Akhilesh Yadav, to Arvind Kejriwal, everybody has called her and they are going to come and they are going to strengthen the India Alliance.
Right. Pallavi Ghosh also with us. Pallavi, Mamata Banerjee, by doing this, is she hurting the Trinamool cause more? Is this perhaps that she is unable to bear or tolerate the loss or believe the loss? Is this an election denial case? But will it also lead to a constitutional crisis? What happens next? Because the BJP wants to conduct the swearing in on the 9th of May.
So technically speaking, anyone holds office at the pleasure of the governor. So the governor is the person who decides whether the chief minister continues to stay or not. In an ideal situation, even if there's a continuity maintained, for example, Hemanta Biswa Sharma also resigns, and then the party decides who's going to become the CM, even though it's the same political party which has come back to power. So technically speaking, she needs to resign. The governor has to tell her that continue as a caretaker government, because you cannot leave it in a state of vacuum. So ideally speaking, she should have resigned. She is saying, I'm not going to resign. Now, what are the options before the governor? What we are being told is the governor will either then dismiss her and say, okay, temporarily we're just going to have a suspended animation taking place. It's a couple of days, 2 to 3 days left really, if 9th is going to be the oath which is going to taking place. But that's huge drama. It is very clear that Mamata Banerjee does not want to go down without a big fight. Many would call this Anand, a very unreasonable fight, because you cannot say that I haven't lost election, it's been a moral win for me and not a political loss for me. So as of now, that's how the situation stands. We'll have to wait to see what is it that the governor is going to do next.
Right. So Amitabh Tiwari with us. Amitabh, what according to your thought process, is this possible that Pallavi says the governor may just dismiss her and say the old government is gone? Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Next 2 days will be taken care of by the bureaucracy under the aegis of the Election Commission or the Lok Bhavan. Is that how it will be?
That is one possibility, but what I am trying to say is that on May 8th, the tenure of this house expires. So the house automatically dissolves on May 8th.
Okay.
All the members or MLAs lose their membership on May 8th. That is the last day of term of any member, including the chief minister who is an MLA. Now from May 9th, the new tenure of the assembly might start, and this is where the governor will have to take a call. I don't think her resigning or not resigning makes a difference, because beyond May 8th, I think, as per my understanding, she cannot continue as chief minister without the consent of the governor, who can appoint her as caretaker CM, because there are intervening days between the last day of the tenure and the new government. And the date on which the new CM.
Let's try and understand this. Pallavi Ghosh is also scoring the rule books at West Point. She's live with us. So viewers, one or two things that have already happened. One, Nabanna or Writers Building has been right now sealed. No files can be taken out. The bureaucracy has been strictly asked to adhere to protocol. The Election Commission continues to oversee. The central forces are still guarding that region. Secondly, like Amitabh Tiwari said, the tenure of this government ends on the 8th of May. When a tenure of a government ends, unless the Lok Bhavan or the governor actually allows, there is no continuation. All members of the Legislative Assembly lose their membership once the tenure comes to an end. After that, whether or not the Chief Minister submits a resignation or not is immaterial. The government stands dismissed, so everybody stands dismissed. Pallavi, so is that the case? And then 9th of May, the new swearing in happens. That would then imply that this is an unceremonious and a very
Viewers, Mamata Banerjee's post-poll shenanigans bear the hallmark of a sore loser. It hasn't even been 24 hours and Mamata Banerjee has come out and said that she hasn't lost this election. That in fact, because of that, she doesn't need to resign from the post of the Chief Minister. Viewers, she held a press conference. She was flanked by the likes of the leading satraps from the Congress party and other opposition parties and some of her own ministers who have lost, viewers, and colleagues. She's come out and said, viewers, in no uncertain terms, that the entire process was rigged. The Election Commission's actions are mala fide. That she's been beaten black and blue. Viewers, this is not just protest. This is a full-blown political meltdown. Mamata Banerjee refuses to resign, claims she hasn't lost and urges vote chori on an industrial scale. She says when she went to the counting center, which is located in a school in the heart of Bhabanipur, her constituency, she says she was stopped from going in. Election Commission sources have told us, viewers, that she insisted on carrying her phone, which is illegal. Eventually she did, viewers. She entered the polling booth, and the counting booth rather, with a phone. And then she said that she was set upon by the officials of the Election Commission or those that were appointed, that she was beaten. She was kicked in the stomach and roughed up and thrown to the ground. Viewers, in all this melee, she didn't record the confrontation. Viewers, Mamata Banerjee says, and I quote, "I will not tender resignation from Chief Minister post. We have not lost the elections. BJP won with vote chori. Over 100 seats were stolen by the Election Commission at the behest of the BJP," unquote. Rahul Gandhi echoes the same line, calling Assam and Bengal stolen elections. Viewers, he says Assam, Bengal, clear cases of elections being stolen by the BJP. It's a familiar raga. But does it survive a facts test? How does this measure up to the facts? Start first with principles. The TMC lacks a majority. The numbers are decisive. Under the Constitution, a government without majority cannot continue. The Chief Minister can at best remain in a caretaker role till the new assembly is formed. The governor is empowered to invite the majority party. Refusal to resign is symbolic. We've summed it up, viewers, in a graphic for you. And because, viewers, the governor is empowered to invite the majority party and the refusal to resign is symbolic, the TMC or Mamata Banerjee cannot stall the transfer of power. It's unprecedented. It's never happened in this country, viewers. We saw this in the American elections with Trump in 2020, making a huge song and dance about transference of power. This has never happened, except for once, viewers, in the past, Indira Gandhi. She was called out by the court. She was asked to put in her papers. She refused. Instead, viewers, she suspended democracy. This is, viewers, a form of that very same Indira Gandhigiri, except that this is Didi-giri, viewers. Let me just show you the facts. It's not as if Mamata Banerjee was above reproach when it came to voter sentiment, viewers. In 2021, when there was no SIR, not even a shadow of it, she lost Nandigram to Suvendu Adhikari by 1956 votes. It was slender, but it was, viewers, a defeat. And therefore, viewers, Suvendu Adhikari in Bhawanipur has only increased his vote share by about 4%, getting 53% of the vote. But Mamata Banerjee's vote share, because of her rising unpopularity, collapsed. Margin is 15,000 viewers. 15,000. These are facts. Now the claim of vote chori. If large-scale deletions were engineered to help the BJP, the data should show it. It does not. Let me show you the data. In high deletion seats, in seats where a large number of voters were put out, viewers, the TMC is still leading. The logical discrepancies which denied voters from voting in those precise seats, viewers, the TMC only has 22. The BJP has 16, that's more. The numbers are not adding up. The TMC continues to win several constituencies, often with comfortable margins. I'll show you another graphic before I bring in Hari Salve, viewers. He needs no introduction, but look at that graphic on your screens. Even Mr. Salve will look at it and question the logic of Mamata Banerjee. Let me go straight across to Mr. Hari Salve. Mr. Salve, these high deletions seats that I am showing you show that majority of them have been won by the TMC. Now I want to ask you a couple of legal questions, and of course we are speaking to India's finest legal mind. Mamata Banerjee says she's not going to quit. She says there is no question of her stepping down because she's won this election. Constitutionally, where does she stand, sir?
There is since the rule-based order is being now dictated from transatlantic shores, and she has the good precedent of the Capitol Hill incident, I hope that's not what she's planning to try. Fortunately, under our constitution, her defiance can last at best for 2 more days. I think this is political posturing, and it's all storm in a teacup. But it's churlish. You may challenge it, you may say this is a flaw on the part of the election commission, you can say whatever you like. But either if you're a democratically elected chief minister under the constitution who has, I know it was a long time ago, 5 years ago, sworn to uphold the constitution, you can't quit by saying to hell with the constitution, I'm judge and jury, prosecutor, judge and jury, and I decide. I have given a judgment in my favor, I'm right, everybody else is wrong. And so I will enforce now my judgment through the Capitol Hill formula.
So you said 2 more days. What exactly do you mean by 2 more days?
I've read somewhere that in any case her 5 years come to an end on 7th May.
That's right.
So unless she says she's treating herself as having won the election, then she has to be, even if she had won the election, she would have to be invited once again, because she would have to take oath again, so she can have her own oath taking. I suppose she's claimed she's won herself too. So she and her MLAs would have to take oath somewhere, and then find somebody who's willing to play act as the governor and then invite her to form the government and form the government, because that's what the constitution requires. It's not that she just continues. If she had won the election, she doesn't continue. As you know, after 5 years, the term of the assembly comes to an end. So all the new MLAs have to be sworn in. So I don't know what's her game plan. I suppose she's just making it as a political statement.
So I want to ask you, sir, because the backdrop to all of this is the SIR. Now, people have questioned the legality of the SIR, especially in the context of West
sorry,
Bengal.
Rahul, the backdrop to all this is some of us can't take losing. I think that's the backdrop. And we all all politicians know they do what is called tough talk in the time of elections, but you have to know that when the results come, you say, okay, I bow to the verdict of the people, or you may say, sorry, I reserve my right to challenge the SR, I reserve my right to challenge the electoral results, I challenge everything. And that's your right under a constitution, constitutional democracy. But to say I will be judge, prosecutor, judge and jury, and I will convict the ECI, and I will therefore declare myself and all my people, then she'll have to decide how many of her people she declares elected. All of them, some of them. I mean, it's a joke. And I'm sorry, this is hardly a time for levity in a matter like this. But anyway, I think we should take it as a joke.
So let me just ask you this, because a large number of voters have been externed from the rolls because of logical discrepancies. Now, there are tribunals that have been set up to resolve these cases before the election, but only a handful of cases out of about almost 30 lakh cases have been resolved. Right? The numbers are about 20 or 30 or something like that. I'm not so exactly sure, but it's in that sort of paltry region. Now, should these people have lost the chance to vote? Because if you look at the overall numbers, the difference between the TMC and the BJP is around 40 odd lakh votes. So these numbers could have come into play. They could have played a decisive role, these voters, had they been allowed to vote.
Rahul, the Representation of People Act for good reason decouples the validity of the voters list from the validity of an election. You cannot challenge the election on the ground that the voters list was wrong. Now, we are in a sui generis situation where the SIR was challenged in the Supreme Court, and that's why they challenged the SIR in the Supreme Court. SIR is challenged in the Supreme Court has found this remedy. But I think it's been made more than clear that if anybody's name is found to be wrongly removed, he'll be put back on the voters' roll. But that doesn't mean that this election will be set aside. Now, what happens if out of the 6 million people who were disenfranchised allegedly, I don't know, I'm just going by some figures which I heard in passing yesterday. In theory, if the court says 5.5 million should be put back, they get put back. But these are the vicissitudes of politics. So either that's why these people went and said either stop the SIR or stop the election. And Supreme Court said no to both. So this was a pretty foregone conclusion that as far as this election is concerned, this is how it will be done. Now you can keep arguing if at the end of the day, if the majority disenfranchised are put back on the rolls, you can argue that what's the moral justification for this government, but those are arguments of political morality. I don't think as a matter of law it should make a difference.
So you have to set aside the legality from political morality. Yes, we can.
That's a separate matter. I mean, in theory, if tomorrow you say, look, 5 million people are gone, and you're assuming all 5 million who have been deleted would have voted for her.
Obviously.
So,
of course, it's not 5 million. So let's be very clear about that, viewers. It's not. It's just around 2.7 million, 27 lakhs.
27 lakh is, so even in theory, if you take off 27 lakhs and assume, now you're assuming all 2.7 million would have voted for her.
Yeah.
There is no legal presumption that deleted means her voters have been deleted. The moment she claims her voters have been deleted, I'm sorry to say, did she know who her voters were? And if so, how? So, you know, it's easy to say, I know the genre of voters who've been deleted. I understand generally if they are from a particular area, if they are from particular language, from a particular religion, generally they would support me. But can you say every Muslim will vote for me, every Bengali speaking will vote for me, everybody who lives in this area will vote for me? You can never say that. And just because somebody voted for you in the last 2 elections, is there a presumption that person is going to vote for you again? No. So these are the imponderables. That's why the voting list is decoupled from the results of an election.
And who's to
because
say?
You can never say if somebody is deleted means my election, I would have won. What for?
Yeah, and who's to say that the inclusion of all those fake, fictitious, wrong, whatever identified voters would not have benefited you in any case? I mean, maybe that's one of the reasons why the public's impatience with Mamata Banerjee perhaps in 2021, which was bubbling to the surface, was not reflected because, well, the voter rolls were pullulated.
See, it cuts both ways. Even if half of them are upheld, one can equally say your election in the past was tainted. Because if you claim these are 2.7 million votes which went my way, and if 1 million of them are held to be wrong, then what are you saying? So, you know, that's why this kind of an argument, it was taken to its logical end in the Supreme Court, because sometimes democracy has its problems, electoral democracy has its problems. We all know the problems of electoral democracy. We have to live with its imperfections. But as you are rightly pointing out, on the fallacy that all 2.7 million can be presumed to have voted for her, the vote share is still huge. So, these arguments can go on in the public domain. In the next election, she can come and say, I was wrongly denied, etc., etc. And there will be public sympathy for her if that is really true. And you always settle scores on the ballot box.
My last question, how do you evaluate the claim or the allegation rather that the entire process is rigged in a sense because the election commissioner, the chief election commissioner, is picked in a manner that favors the executive at the center?
I said this in a hearing in the court, and I've sincerely expressed concern over where our vocabulary is changed. This is, again, like a transatlantic viral which has affected us. It's my truth and your truth. And either you agree with me or you're on the other side. I think we have lost the capacity for civilized debate. And I told this to the Supreme Court when the Judge Loya case was being argued. I said, you heard them with such patience, but you take it from me. If you decide in their favor, you're a great judiciary, and if you don't decide in their favor, you're blindly supporting the other side. So it's like this. If I win the election, election commission is good, and if I lose the election, it's not my lack of popularity or for whatever reason I've lost, it's the election commission to blame. We treat our constitutional institution with such scant respect. And that is what undermines democracy. But I see this happening all over the world now. And it's really mad. You see, the rule-based order collapses in nations, then it collapses in the world. America is showing you, the rule-based order first collapsed in America, and then America's, when Trump has come back, he's made the rule-based order collapse in the world. So if a person like this becomes a big enough leader, this is the kind of consequences you end up with. And we have to realize, we have to accept the discipline of constitutions, we have to accept the discipline of institutions, and we have to accept living with things which we feel, in our personal perception, are perhaps less than justified.
Yes, after all, viewers, you can't also pick the elections that you want to call into question. You win in 2 states, the same CEC organized those elections, you lose in 2 others, and you seem to suggest that the entire system was vitiated, the process was vitiated to be biased against you. That doesn't work.
We've heard this nonsense about the EVMs also. And I must confess a little bias, because way back when I was still doing a lot more work in Indian courts, I was asked by the Election Commission to defend the very first challenge to the EVM. So I had some occasion to study in detail how the EVM works. And the kind of nonsense saying you can fiddle with it, when he said it's not a machine connected to anything, neither Bluetooth nor internet, how do you fiddle with it? And then that hackathon was held when Mr. Kejriwal's party, and then he came with a hacked EVM, and they said, of course, if we allow you to take the machine home, you can do whatever you like. But the point is, when the machine is sitting on the desk and people are coming and voting, how do you fiddle with it? So that's when it all fizzled out. So, we've heard all this. If we win the election, the EVM is great. If we lose the election, the EVM is bad. So we have to learn to accept. Sometimes verdicts go against the way we are thinking. Sometimes we feel election has been rigged. And from a point of view of a democracy, some of the speeches I've heard were outright appeal to religion on all sides. Is that passing? Okay. Well, that was not the vocabulary of how much is in my now I turned 70 this year. I've seen enough elections to notice the unfortunate change in the political vocabulary. The way our Prime Minister is referred to is itself distasteful. And you will not accept. Some of us may think he's a great prime minister. You may think he's not. But you can't use derogatory terms for constitutional heads. You can't use derogatory terms for people who are in office. You can't use derogatory terms for the election commission. You can't use derogatory terms for the judges. Just because they give you decisions you don't like, or the prime minister comes and campaigns and you lose an election. He's an extremely popular leader. He won't sway over people. Maybe people of Bengal thought he's the better option. Let's give him a try. So, you can't say that I know I was going to win, and if I had not won, then somebody else's or some other forces are at work. This is undermining the rule-based system, and I think we need to put a stop to this.
Well, Hari Salve, thank you very much for clarifying that there is no constitutional basis for Mamata Banerjee to continue to defy the mandate. She's been rejected, viewers, and now she can't constitutionally or legally reject the mandate. Thank you very much, Hari Salve, for sharing your precious time with us. Thank you very much. It's always great to see you. Viewers, I was running you through, obviously, all of those facts, and I just want you to focus on another one which completely, in some ways, dents Mamata Banerjee's claims. That's the one on your screen, the highest logical discrepancy. And then, viewers, you see, in those seats with the highest logical discrepancy and the people that were told to exit, Mamata Banerjee has done well. The highest deletions, the TMC has done very well. Look at those seats, viewers. Here a large number of voters, in fact more than the margins of victory in 2021 were removed. And yet, viewers, Mamata Banerjee wins all those seats. There's a whole list of them. There you see them, viewers. 20 odd seats. She's done fantastically. Look at the aggregate and SIR impacted seats. The BJP wins about 66%, the TMC about 33%. Overall, let's go to the next slide. Overall, the BJP strike rate climbs. Let's go to the next one. Yes, that's the one. It climbs to 71%. Let's go to the next one. While the TMC falls to 27%. That's the next one. Let's go to the next graphic. Let's fire that one. It's very interesting, viewers, because all these plates tell you that Mamata Banerjee has absolutely no credible argument. The BJP's performance should spike only in those segments. It does not. The trend holds across the board. I showed you the presidency seats, viewers. And then, of course, viewers, there are others. Look at this. Here it is between 0 to 5% deletions, viewers. The TMC wins 28%. 5 to 10%, the TMC wins 40%. Greater than 10%, the TMC wins 30%, albeit that the BJP is winning more. No doubt about that. But let's look at the next graphic on this. Just press the continue button. And now you see, viewers, what I'm saying. The TMC won 80 out of 293 seats overall in this election, with a strike rate of 27%. But in the SIR seats, where the deletions happened, its strike rate is 33%. It is higher than its overall strike rate. In fact, the BJP won the entire election with a 71% strike rate. But in the SIR seats, its strike rate came down to 66%, viewers. What does that tell you? It tells you that the facts are not adding up in Mamata ji's favor, and that Mamata Banerjee is actually creating a huge big shindig about nothing. And why is she doing this, viewers? Why is she undermining the mandate? And how is that constitutional? Even in presidency division, viewers, as I've shown you, the swing is stark. The time has come for Mamata Banerjee, viewers, to accept the writing on the wall. And this is not statistics, viewers. It's a political shift. The charge of a stolen mandate collapses under scrutiny. What remains is the refusal to accept defeat. Let's go straight across and speak to some of our stakeholders. And I want to begin with the incomparable Tehseen Poonawalla and Nikhil Jain, the leading lights, intellectual. Nikhil Jain.
Why is she laughing at Nikhil? Why is she laughing at Nikhil? Why are you laughing at Nikhil, Sanju?
It's okay.
No, Nikhil is
entitled to laugh.
Nikhil's a smart, he's a very good lawyer.
I'm sure he is a fantastic lawyer. He should have
No,
go up
I'm just
against
reminded-
Mr. Hari Salve in court. Yes, no, Nikhil
No,
Jain,
whenever
I want to ask you
no,
something.
Rahul, before that,
I want to
before
ask you
that,
something. Just one second,
No,
very
before
simple.
that, just 1 second. Every time Sanju laughs like that, I'm reminded of what the Prime Minister said in the Parliament for another parliamentarian. Your viewers would know.
Oh my God!
Okay, one second. Nikhil Jain, let me ask you a question. Does the Election Commission, did it only hold elections in Bengal, sir?
They held the elections in 5 other places, but it is only in Bengal that the logical discrepancy chapter was brought in. It is only in Bengal that the deputation of central forces was 3 times the usual. It was only in Bengal that the transfer of state government officers was 20 times the usual. It was only in Bengal that in the counting centers only central government employees were permitted. It is only in Bengal that not only the party that lost, but other parties that contested against this losing party, although the Congress party, are also supporting the allegations of Mamata Banerjee. It is only in Bengal that Mamata Banerjee's party has put forth a lot of evidence to show how the Election Commission was acting as a team player for the BJP and not like the neutral umpire as they should have. And on the point of EVM tampering, I'll just complete with that. Mr. Salve talked about how he represented the Election Commission in the very first EVM case. I think he forgot to tell you that that very first EVM petition was filed by the BJP. And let me add another context for your viewers, that the BJP in Bengal had filed complaints of EVM tampering in 77 locations.
EVM tampering, viewers, which means physically going in there and manipulating EVMs by sticking tape on the EVM, which means, viewers, booth capture. I told you, viewers, when it comes to, when it comes to dim-wittedness, some bulbs, viewers, have a problem shining. And that's the problem. Now, I want to say something, viewers. It's only in Bengal that voters are thrashed for exercising their franchise. It's only in Bengal, viewers, that 40% of seats in a panchayat election can go uncontested because of fear of violence against those who dare to stand. It's only in Bengal, viewers, where a newspaper that supports the TMC flips the next morning on its axis and berates the TMC after the TMC loses an election. It's only in Bengal, viewers, and these are all issues that have been brought up by the courts and commented upon by the courts. It's only in Bengal, viewers, where a chief minister and the home minister of a state runs into a private office which is being raided by the enforcement directorate to steal. Yes, steal. Chori they talk about, steal evidence and run away with it, viewers. In any other state, in any other geography, in any other country, a person interdicting an enforcement directorate or any security action would be thrown in jail. No, viewers, in this country. In fact, if anything, the Supreme Court has been lenient with Mamata Banerjee for coming in and stealing evidence. She should have been thrown in jail. Thirdly, viewers, it is only in Bengal which set the example for the rest of the country that the CBI was declared illegal and not allowed to enter the state. It is only in Bengal, viewers, where welfare is given only if the recipient pays a bribe. It is only in Bengal, viewers, where teachers are appointed only if they give a bribe. And then subsequently, viewers, the Supreme Court steps in and removes teachers, not one, not two, but thousands, from their posts. In one of the biggest scandals in a state, viewers, where education is held at a premium, not from now for 300 years. This is the circumstance. This is the circumstance, viewers. That is why these steps had to be taken. All states have seen an SIR. In Tamil Nadu, an SIR. In Kerala, an SIR. In Kerala, viewers, the SIR also removed a large number of voters. And of course, Nikhil Jain will tell you that all those 27 lakh voters that were removed were always TMC voters, because he actually knows what is going on in the EVM. He is a VVPAT, viewers. He is India's biggest VVPAT. He's a living VVPAT. I mean, look at the dim-wittedness.
And the BJP gave him.
We have a human VVPAT sitting right here on screen. I'm not going to call you Nikhil Jain. I'm just going to call you VVPAT from now.
Might I call you ballot paper from now?
Very, very, very important personality on
Should
television.
I call you ballot paper?
VVPAT.
Should
very,
I call
very
you Mr.
important.
Ballot paper?
Yeah, you can call me anything. You can call me toilet paper. But listen to me, my dear friend. VVPAT is a very, very important personality live on TV.
You need to get Shehzad there. You're not able to make the right acronym.
Let me just bring in Sanju Verma on this point.
Was he called Shehzad?
We've heard from India's number one constitutional expert, Sanju Verma. Number one constitutional expert, who's come out and said that this is a farce dressed up as protest.
You know, Rahul, first and foremost, thank you for that brilliant interview with Harish Salve, which put so many things in perspective. And what I loved best about him was how the political vocabulary of our times has changed. He clearly said, you cannot use distasteful language for constitutional positions, including the Election Commission, and abusing the Prime Minister, he said, is a complete no, irrespective of what your political loyalties or ideology are. And I want to, on a lighter note, just say that, you know, be it Tehseen or Nikhil, you will not decide how I laugh, when I laugh. I will do as I please, unless Rahul Shiv Shankar, who's anchoring, unless Rahul Shiv Shankar, who is anchoring the show, tells me this is not proper demeanor, please, Miss Verma, let's put an end to this. Now let me come to the
I haven't said anything.
Let me come. Okay, fine.
I never
you are
objected
holding
to that.
please shut up.
Please
It's my
laugh
turn.
all that you wish.
Nikhil, your party has been obliterated. Show some modesty. You guys have been wiped out in Assam.
Congress party has gotten a two-third majority in Kerala, Ms. Verma.
Rahul, can I speak?
Will you stop
Yeah, the two-third majority in a state where the SIR took place, viewers, two-third majority held up by the same, held up by the same EVMs, by the same VVPATs, and by the same CEC, who they all call Vanish Kumar, viewers.
Can I comment?
Ridiculous.
Rahul, now I need my time, because I don't interject others on your show at least, because yours was one of the saner ones. I would have expected Congress Darbaris to show some modesty, some grace, some humility after being wiped out in Assam, including Gaurav Gogoi losing from his own bastion. Being wiped out in West Bengal, though Congress never was an entity to start with in the larger scheme of things in Bengal. So the limited point is, Rahul Gandhi is inching close to the magical figure of 100. 100 electoral losses to his credit. Congratulations, Rahul Gandhi. I don't know whether you're vacationing in Germany, Italy, Muscat, Vietnam, what have you, but good luck to you. You are the only leader who's forever MIA. Whether your party wins or the party loses, you are never there with your people. And what kind of a leader are you if you're not there to even lend a shoulder for your party karyakartas to cry on? But I'll come to the moot point, Rahul. The moot point is simply this. Everybody before the electoral results were out. And I'm going to say even many journalists who supposedly have pro-BJP inklings as per the other side. They all said, and I don't hold any grudges against them, they said, well, you know, BJP will certainly increase its tally. But for BJP to dislodge Mamata Banerjee is a Herculean task, because Mamata Banerjee still is going to hold on to her fortress, Because she starts with a natural catchment vote base of 27 to 28%. She starts with a natural advantage in at least 55 to 60 seats. And this is the same lot which said, including a Yogendra Yadav, including an Arvind Kejriwal, including a Paranjoy Guha Thakurta, and so many others. They said, no matter what, SIR ke baavjood Mamata Banerjee will become Chief Minister for the 4th time in a row. Now when she herself lost the Bhawanipur seat, with TMC being decimated, the same cabal is saying, oh, election commission ने तो democracy को खतरे में डाल दिया, वोट चोरी हो गई, लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो गई. My final point, please. My final point is this. There were 20 top seats, even as per your data, where SIR deletions were in majority. 4 out of these 20 seats,
What happened?
I repeat, 4 out of these 20 seats only were won by BJP with a strike rate of 20-20%. 16 out of these 20 seats with a strike rate of 80-80% were won by the TMC. So this entire facade around SIR is a whole lot of golden ash. Please give me 10 seconds more. I'm saying let us give TMC the benefit of those doubtful or invalid voters of 27 lakh in number. Let us say all those 27 lakh voters would have voted for the TMC. Even then, TMC would have added only another 30 seats to its tally.
That's right.
Which means
So,
TMC would still not got more than 110 seats.
So viewers, that's the math, and it's been done live on television. Now I want to bring in Professor Mondol. Professor Mondol, 20 seats, the highest voted deletions, 13 of which go to the TMC, one of those goes to the Congress. How does that happen, sir?
So first of all, let me congratulate you and Abhijit and Ms. Barma once again for a stupendous performance in Bengal. These things are not so simple, Mr. Shiv Shankar. 32 lakhs, I think is the difference between, I don't know why Tyson is, sniggering. 32 lakhs, I think is the difference between the BJP and the TMC. And we have the appeal spending of about 38 lakhs. I'm not even going into the detail of 9.9 millions, 90 lakhs with the first draft. But one of the points that I think you missed and that should have asked Mr. Salve, that when the draft list came out, these 60 lakhs voters were deleted in the name of logical discrepancy. They were already mapped, meaning they already passed the first test. And thereafter, these deletions happen.
He explained that, sir. Professor Saab explained that very clearly. Excuse me.
No.
He explained that very clearly. The question was also asked, and it's not 60 lakhs. It's not 60 lakhs. Please, 1 minute. Please understand a few things. 1 minute. The question was posed to him, and he says there are two different processes.
The point in you took 30 minutes of lecture. I think we're listening to great lectures.
Look, Professor, I asked you very simple questions. Stick to the facts. Don't stick to stuff. Don't talk about stuff you know nothing about. Okay? Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Professor. You're an intelligent man. I'm asking you. How is it that the seats with the highest voter deletions, 13 of those out of the 20 were won by the TMC? If SIR is supposed to have been such an unfair exercise, can you explain this?
No, I don't think I can call you the modern Socrates. You know everything under the sun.
Okay.
But I'm going to listen to a lecture for
the gentleman does not want to get into the realm of facts. He wants to stick to rhetoric because you know why? It's easy. The facts are inconveniencing. Let me bring in Iyer Mitra.
No,
Mr. Iyer Mitra.
Sorry, Mr.
No, it's okay, Professor. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay.
This is not sensible show.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, that's fine. Don't go into sensible. Because if I'd asked, I'm asking you a very simple question, you don't want to answer it. That's because you don't have a sensible answer to give me. Yes, Mr. Iyer Mitra. Mr. Iyer Mitra. Explain this to me, this whole SIR business and this crazy meltdown.
See, tell me something. Stalin in Tamil Nadu cooperated with the authorities? He did. The entire process went smoothly. Now Tamil Nadu has exactly the same number of seats.
Yes.
As Bengal has -1 or 2, I think. Now, that being the case, Have you seen the grace with which Stalin left? Have you seen the grace with which he has accepted his electoral defeat? He is not complaining about this. Why is that? You think Tamil Nadu was any less of a juicy mango for the BJP to pluck? I mean, Tamil Nadu has a huge number of seats in parliament, both Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha, right? It is the crucial gateway to the south, if you want to call it that, because Karnataka has not opened up. Tamil Nadu is the one that really opens it up. That is also not happening. So why is it that it is only a problem in Bengal, Rahul? Do you know how many Sri Lankan Tamils came over to Tamil Nadu through the 80s and the 90s because of the civil war out there? Why is it they have not been caught up in this entire net? Second, let's not forget what happened in Matua. In Matua, they literally, beat up a BJP general secretary because the number of the tribal Hindus there who had been disqualified were so high, they were very angry with the BJP. They still voted for the BJP in a larger majority than they did for the TMC. There are way too many statistical points out here. Third, I want you to go through all the TV debates in the last 2 weeks. Where the TMC representatives came and said, we are winning, in spite of everything we are winning, you have not done any, despite all your manipulations, we are winning, and we will not contest the results because we are winning. Now that they have lost, please call them all back. I am telling you, none of them, if you drag up the clips, they will not come back and say, oh, you're
There was one by a chap called Derek O'Brien who was saying, Narendra!
Yes.
Narendra! He kept shouting. He was a famous quiz master at one time, but is raised with that very strange rant. I mean, it looks so terrible, viewers. It looks so déclassé, so lumpen. It was so unedifying. It was so terrible.
How was the
viewers.
50
a person who was so sophisticated, claimed to be this highly sensitive, educated personality standing there. Look what Mamata Banerjee made him do. Turned him into what?
And what about Kalyan Banerjee, Rahul?
Oh,
calling Amit Shah
I mean, forget about Kalyan Banerjee and company. Just look at the newspapers there. All the editors bent like this. They were all bent. They were all bent. They were crawling and groveling for 7-10 years.
Well said, Rahul.
Have we forgotten the paragraph? Have we forgotten the kind of nasty, filthy headlines they were putting up about Smriti Irani, about Nirmala Sitharaman, about Modi? And everybody, all these liberals used to put up the headlines and go, hee 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 hee.
Yeah, they're terrible. It was just terrible. I mean, this was a scourge. Yes, Tehseen Punana. Put some sense into this debate, sir. Come on, you can't have a situation where 2 states you win, you stand there on a soapbox and you give this huge big spiel about how you kept the BJP out and how you kept the politics of hate at bay. And you come out and you congratulate yourselves and you pat yourselves on the back for a job well done. You congratulate Vijay in the neighboring state and say, we are coming to support you. We love you, Vijay. You've changed the paradigm. And then you look across the border in Bengal and in Assam and you say, oh, everything is rigged and fixed. I mean, and if that were the case, let's just look at 3 numbers. Highest deletions, the TMC gains there. In seats, where there are high deletions, the TMC has a higher conversion rate than across the state in Bengal. How does this work? Can you please explain to me?
Thank you, Rahul, for getting me on the show. I have 3 points to make. I was sniggering and laughing because Professor Saab and Nikhil made actually a very valid point. I'll make with the data, please. I'll take less than 2 minutes, please. After
forget about all this.
No. Sir, please, just allow me to move on. The reason I was smiling was because the 2 states that you mentioned, Kerala and Tamil Nadu, that was won by the India Alliance, now with won by Vijay and the India Alliance. The fact is, if you do a re-election there, the result will exactly be the same. And why I don't believe it may be accurate in West Bengal, why I do congratulate the BJP for winning West Bengal, is the following. In none of the other states, the deletion of the numbers is greater than the victory margin except in West Bengal. That's the first point. Now let me come to the second point, the 27 lakhs.
No, you got your facts wrong. I'll correct you immediately.
Please correct me.
In all these seats, in these 20 seats, the deletions were higher than the victory margins of 2021. And in those seats, viewers, between the TMC and the Congress, they won 14 out of 20. So let's...
Okay, I accept your point, but if you allow me... Rahul, it's my chance. I really didn't interrupt. It's 40 minutes. Please allow me. Let the viewers get another point of view. If you can disagree after me. I am not comparing to 2021, where you are right. I am comparing it to Kerala and Tamil Nadu. In none of them, the total deletions are more than the victory margin, which is only in West Bengal. Point number one. So we come to the 27 lakh contagious figure that Nikhil very articulately brought up. And Harish Salviji referred to it. On a side note, yes, I don't know who will vote for me or for TMC or for BJP, but Suvendu Adhikari surely knows that the Hindu EVMs are only voting for BJP and Muslims vote for TMC, but we leave that aside. Now let's come to the second point. The Honorable Supreme Court, before whom all of us bow, said if the victory margin is lesser than the total number of votes cut, we will look into and have repoll. In Dili's constituency, Bhawanipur, the total number of votes cut were 50,000 odd. Her defeat margin is 15,000. Will the Honorable Supreme Court keep its word? And my last point, Rahul, at the end, Sanjuji, I've come in last. My last point, Rahul, is simply this. At the end of the day, it's not just about the elections. We have faith in the Election Commission, but we want that the Election Commission treats us like a partner. If you are asking that we are unfair to the Election Commission, and we are attacking the Election Commission, just look at the attacks made on the Election Commission.
Let me just tell you. One second, I need to move on because there is an important other development. I just finish your.
Okay, I'll make another quick point.
Yeah.
Please don't attack Kalyan Banerjee or Derek O'Brien. Tomorrow they might join the BJP. Like Suvendu Adhikari was caught live on TV taking money. He's a part of the BJP and Chief Minister.
We're going into a completely different realm because viewers, they don't have an argument to focus on the extant subject. No one can come up and explain, viewers, how is it that a political party is winning more in those seats where there have been a higher number of deletions than even the margin of victory in 2021. They can't answer this question because viewers, they have lost. And I think all of us should stop focusing on the likes of Rahul Gandhi and his too little obsessions. We should just stop, viewers, because it's not taking us anywhere except down a absolute rabbit hole, viewers, of inanities. We should just make a bonfire, not of vanities, but of inanities. It'll burn for years altogether in this country. I just want to move on because I want to look at Vijay, viewers. Vijay, big disruptor in a positive way. Vijay has done what few thought possible, convert star power into a governing mandate in Tamil Nadu. His rise marks a break from the entrenched Dravidian duopoly, echoing the disruptive charisma once seen in MG Ramachandran, MGR. 2 generations don't know about him. He's won a sweeping mandate, transcending social fault lines. If you just look at the indices, region, his appeal has cut across region. Kaveri Delta, North, South, West, every basic assumption has fallen flat, viewers, under his wave. He's cut across castes, the Thevars, he's cut across the Vanyards, he's cut across the SCs, just about any caste. But viewers, the road to government may be a lot less smoother. I'll tell you why, because he's ended up short of the halfway mark. At 108 is where TVK is, and it needs a lot more seats. Now viewers, there are scenarios. They can split the DMK alliance, so you can have the Congress, the left, the VCK, the IUML and the DMDK all join, and that's like 122, that is just above the halfway mark, and the stability quotient here would be low. So it's not really desirable. There's another scenario, there's a split in the ANDMK plus. So TVK has 108, AMMK 1, PMK 4, 113, still short by 5 of majority. They need 118, remember. So it's still short. So this won't get them across the fence. Split in both alliances, the DMK alliance and the AIDMK alliance. This is slightly better, stability quotient moderate because you're above 9 over the halfway mark. And then there's a scenario 4, TVK and AIDMK come together. That is TVK 108 and AIDMK 47, and that entire alliance, total 160, stability quotient high. It's pretty much, viewers, a stable government. But this would also require TVK making certain compromises on its ideological positions. Is it willing to do so? Should it do so? And if it does, what does it say about this new way that the voters were hoping would be charted in Tamil Nadu politics? Let's put those questions out, viewers. Let's ask some honest questions and try and getting some honest answers. So first things first, I want to go across to the TVK sympathizer on the show and try to get a sense really of what the TVK should do. So sir, thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Muralidharan. What do you think the TVK should do? Should it go it alone? Should it stay out like Kejriwal did in 2013, saying, I'm not going to compromise, we stand against everything these parties stand for, so we respect the mandate, we're not quite there, we'll try again. I think you're on mute, sir. Please unmute yourself.
I think Rahul is, Mr. K.C. Venugopal has confirmed that, the TVK has reached out to them for a possible alliance. So that's 5 seats already done. Probably rest of them will come from the, there are 4 communist seats and 2 Dalit seats and 4 PMK seats. So rest of them will probably occupy. That's how it looks like. I don't think TVK is going with a controversial AIDMK or anyone else.
So Mr. Muralidharan, why did the TVK oppose the DMK government?
Rahul, this is something which the national media has always puzzled. In fact, when the senior journalist, Mr. Pranay Roy, came to Chennai, he was puzzled, saying that all the indices show that
why did the TVK oppose the DMK government?
I'll come to that. I'm answering that in a roundabout manner. So he said that everything is hunky dory in Tamil Nadu, and the DMK has done such a fantastic job. So why is this? There's so much of anti-incumbency on the ground. So that was not felt in the outside world, only because the Tamil media was closely held by the DMK. There's so much of anti-incumbency. The law and order is in mess. There's so much of drug abuse. The drug was available even in the smallest of the villages. And there was crime against women and small children. Tamil Nadu had become the POCSO capital, unfortunate to say so. And there's so many atrocities. And apart from that, the loot of DMK government, they brought down all those mountains in the southern part and shipped them out to Kerala. There's so much of anti-incumbency, which was not felt outside. But that's not the fact. That's what got everybody. In fact, we should also give.
So you're saying because of these very serious reasons, right? That's why.
Yes.
So tell me something, sir. Is it not a fact that the Congress party supported this government?
They did.
So then there are collaborators in what you are claiming is this state of affairs that beggared Tamil Nadu, that led to the indignity of women, that led to drug abuse, that led to loot, and you want to take support from the Congress?
Congress was
the enabler.
We can't say them an enabler. They were actually at the mercy of DMK. In fact, everybody.
So hang on. So they were at the mercy. You know why, viewers? Because they said it's better to be in power than to oppose the powerful. You see, we don't have spines. So let's become collaborators in this. Why? Because we want some loaves and fishes of office.
Not
power matters to us more than the people. The makkal doesn't matter, viewers. The moolah matters. The manna matters. The manna matters, not the makkal. And these people today, this new way Vijay is wanting to, I hope not, because he'll make that first big blunder, compromise with the Congress party, a dynastic party that Mr. Vijay says dynastism is one of the principal reasons for the rot in Tamil Nadu, a dynastic party. Let me bring in Dr. Sumansi Raman before I bring in Mr. Iyer Mitra. What is happening here? I thought this was going to be a new way.
Okay, Rahul, we all know that the Congress and the TVK were in talks before the election for a pre-poll alliance. That didn't materialize because many in the state Congress, particularly the state party chief, Mr. Selva Perandagai, Mr. P. Chidambaram and a few others felt that they should not let the DMK down. So they went with the DMK, but at that point, those like Manikam Tagore, Member of Parliament, and a few others, Praveen Chakravarti and others, felt that they should have gone with the TVK. At one point, the TVK was reported to have offered 75 seats plus a share of power to the Congress. Who knows, had they accepted it, things might have been, it might have been a historic return for the Congress to Tamil Nadu. But the matter is not. Now they see another opportunity. Vijay was very clear on day one. He said anybody who comes and partners with us will have a share of power. So it's not like he's asking the Congress to support from outside and so on. So if the Congress does extend support, as it becomes increasingly likely that they will, then they will be part of the government. From after 1967, for the first time, there will be Congress ministers sitting in the Tamil Nadu cabinet. So I think that they see that as a worthwhile reason to dump the DMK and get on. And already you've seen Mr. Saravanan, the official spokesperson of the DMK, putting out a cryptic backstabbers message on social media. So I think it's starting to unravel in that alliance there now.
What does that say? Morally, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, what does that say? Elastic morality in the TVK camp, power makes everything sort of, it makes everything possible?
Tell me, what do you know of this chap's governance agenda? What do you know of his policies? What do you know of his ideology and inclinations? Nothing. You have just decided because he's played one fantasy role all his life. You have decided this is reality.
Many.
You have decided because he does make believe so well, he is going to make reality so well. Congratulations to you. Tamil Nadu deserves Vijay, Vijay deserves Tamil Nadu. This is the beginning of the nightmare. You saw this happen in Delhi. All idealism, this side were crooks, that side were crooks, please vote for me, I am the alternative. Where did it end up? That is exactly, and at least with AAP and Arvind Kejriwal, they at least waited for 5 years before compromising on their morality and agenda. This didn't even last 5 days. Congratulations. They are going to realize, Tamil Nadu is going to realize right now, within the next few months, what a right royal clown show this is going to be.
Not at all, Rahul. I need to differ with them.
No, please.
On that.
You must. Please go ahead.
Now, for the first time, someone has given 30 constituencies to the Dalits, and they all won. Now that's the beauty about, whatever he spoke about, he's standing by it. Then not just that, 2 Brahmin people also got elected. It is like unheard of in the Dravidian model. Brahmins hardly got any, opportunity to contest. See, he's walking the talk, he's got women folks, he's got Muslims, he's got Christians, he's got Dalits, everybody. So, all you have to do is just wait for a few months to see him deliver. Because he comes from the movie background. In the movie background, is one of the biggest challenges is coordination and, management. It's such a tricky industry. Unlike any other industry, it makes something like 500, his movies make something like 500 to 1,000 crore a year. And kind of hard work which has to go into it is unimaginable. And none of these actors and the technicians sleep all those 3 to 4 months. So, with considering all that, he's an industry by himself, just like Rajinikanth or Shah Rukh Khan.
Right.
So, these guys know how to handle finance, and they also know, will have some insight.
No, but that's not the same as governance. That
May
is
not
not the
be.
same
May
as
not
having
be.
experience in governance.
But Mr. Muralidharan,
but government is
can you
much-
just answer one small question and I have to wrap up? Do you
Yes.
think, look, we all want Vijay to succeed. He's been elected by 36%, I think, of the electorate. That's a very big victory because that hasn't happened in 5 decades in Tamil Nadu. Let me tell you that one single entity has won that many votes. So I just want to ask you, sir, a fundamental question. Now that he has all the people, why would he want to go back to political parties that have actually lost the trust of the people? Why would he want to take their support?
Rahul, every bit of help will help him succeed. Now, we have to understand in a democracy, we might have illiterates contesting and winning. Now, the system is such, we have these civil servants, IS, IFS, IRS, to support them to govern better. That's exactly why we have those set of people. Otherwise, the ministers themselves could have done it.
Okay, so
when
be
you have that kind of
pragmatic.
support
Be pragmatic. That's what it should be. Forget the principles, be pragmatic. Principles can come later.
But he contested based on principles.
Well, I'm sorry, he now thinks that it's pragmatic to join hands with the Congress. You don't understand, Ayyar Mitra. You don't understand politics, Ayyar Mitra. You don't understand propriety. You don't understand principles. You don't understand, just look at the populism. That's all. You must understand populism. That's the only language. You don't understand.
Secularism is the thread. Rahul, you're missing that point.
Okay.
Secularism is the thread. He's been speaking about it from day one.
Okay, he's a movie star. So
confidence. It would have given me confidence if he had accumulated a team of business leaders and people who were successful in.
Look, I mean, you're again you're being
policy, but IFS, the people he has cited, IFS, IAS, my own parents are IAS, and can I tell you, they are responsible for the state.
Maybe principles and policy.
The people who ruined this country. Further ruin this country taking their advice. Congratulations.
Well, viewers, someone is writing the script. I just hope it's not going to be the Congress party for the next 5 years in Tamil Nadu from the back. And if that is the case, we are done for. Anyhow, viewers, I'll leave it to you. Your better judgment. I'll leave it to you. The Vantage coming up next.
The big news coming through, Mamata Banerjee says she will not resign as the chief minister. She is saying morally the Trinamool Congress has won. I haven't lost and I will not resign. Kamalika Sengupta with us, Pallavi Ghosh also with us, but I also have Amitabh Tiwari with us. Let's try and see is this a constitutional crisis brewing, or as per the rule book, if you are no longer an MLA, you don't have a case, and can the governor actually step in? She may be wanting to go to Lok Bhavan at this point, but how will this play out, Kamalika?
Definitely, this is a very big question. She clearly, though it is definitely a political move by Mamata Banerjee, by stressing on this point that she believes that she has not got defeated, and the fact that he has not got defeated, it is or whatever has been done is not okay as per law according to her. That's the reason for which she will not resign. But is this possible, or is it constitutionally viable, or what happens next? That has to be seen, because the assembly is going to end, the legislative assembly is going to end on the 7th. So after that assembly is now void. That assembly does not sit, and this time she has not been elected. So that point is also there. This is a political, obviously Mamata Banerjee again trying to show that she is a street fighter. She will hit out on the roads, and also stressing on the India Alliance point, where she says that Sonia Gandhi to Akhilesh Yadav to Arvind Kejriwal, everybody has called her, and they are going to come and they are going to strengthen the India Alliance.
Right. Pallavi Ghosh also with us. Pallavi, Mamata Banerjee, by doing this, is she hurting the Trinamool cause more? Is this perhaps that she is unable to bear or tolerate the loss or believe